villain they unveil. From racism, patriarchy they rail. Ain't known, ain't nothing, and brave they prevail. Ushering in their Marxist utopias, the end game. The turmoil strikes, they aim to overthrow the old, establish their claim. In the vision they abolish everything. They need capitalism for the pain of clever life. These are the four rules of the woke. Embedded in actions, words they evoke. From pushing equality to Marxist dreams, in the dance of power, scheme and scheme. In every move, their agenda gleams. Remember, nothing's ever as it seems. So, instrumental. Gain power, destabilize, bring capitalism into the Marxist utopia. That's what they want, that's what they want. Abolish capitalism. These are the four rules of the woke. Embedded in actions, words they invoke. From pushing equality to Marxist dreams, in the dance of power, scheme and scheme. In every move, their agenda gleams. Remember, nothing's ever as it seems. So, James Lindsay is obsessed with lying to his audience. What crazy things can he get them to believe? He does it irresponsibly to pocket all that money from the mills for liberty. The left hates capitalism, but James won't admit it. He refuses to believe queer theory destabilizes normativity, gender binary, and the nuclear family. James blocks the truth, smears people who try to show him, creates an echo chamber for himself to reinforce his fantasy. He used to believe in something, what happened? Mills for liberty. Gnostic sex cult, building his own world. A Gnostic sex cult, unhinged from reality, totally lost in what can we do? But mock him relentlessly. It's not a Gnostic sex cult, James. No, it's not. Stop lying to your audience. No, it's not. It's not Gnostic, James. Mary Nardini tells us queer liberation means the annihilation of capitalism. Catch up, James. Whiteness means capitalism. Queer theory hates capitalism. Whiteness means capitalism. Queer theory hates capitalism. Whiteness means capitalism. It's all about capitalism. Everyone knows it's capitalism. The socialists know it's capitalism. Wake up, James. It's capitalism. Whoa. The socialists know it's capitalism. Wake up, James. It's capitalism. It's all about capitalism. Everyone knows it's capitalism. The socialists know it's capitalism. Wake up, James. It's capitalism. It's capitalism. To pocket all that money from the mills for liberty. The left hates capitalism, but James won't admit it. He refuses to believe queer theory stabilizes normativity, gender binary, and the nuclear family. But James blocks the truth, smears people who try to show him, creates an echo chamber for himself to reinforce his fantasy. To believe in something, what happens for liberty? Gnostic sex cult, building his own world. The Gnostic sex cult, unhinged from reality, he's totally lost it. What can we do but mock mock him relentlessly.
Hello, fellow Gnostic sex cultists. We did it. We made it to the final day. Repeat, the final day of the RNC. And the schedule today actually looks pretty great, if I'm honest about it. Looks pretty good. We got Linda McMahon coming up. She used to be the head of the WWE, which is going to become relevant. Mike Pompeo, whatever. I don't really care about him. Let's see. We've got Tucker Carlson is going to be speaking today. And we got Dana White of the UFC. We got Eric Trump is going to be doing a speech. Of course, Trump is going to be doing his big nomination acceptance speech at the end of the night. But if I'm honest, I'm just a little bit excited about seeing Hulk Hogan. I loved professional wrestling growing up. I used to be so obsessed with it. Now, Hulk Hogan was a little bit before my time. Like, I wasn't watching wrestling when he was like prominent, but like, I feel like anyone who has ever been into professional wrestling, like Hulk Hogan is pretty up there just in terms of like icons that you have to appreciate. And so I'm really looking forward to seeing Hulk Hogan give a speech at the Republican National Convention in support of Donald Trump. I think that that's just going to be like an amazing sight to see. So I'm really looking forward to that. So we got lots of great content coming up for tonight, guys. We of course will be covering this all night long. And you know, we've had a little bit of a rough week, and so I of course will be having alcohol again tonight. You know, I forgot about alcohol on the first day, and then after the first day of the RNC, I was like, I have to drink. I can't get through this without drinking. So let me show you what I got to drink tonight. I don't have beer today. I do have beer for tomorrow. We're gonna go back to our happy hour show tomorrow, but I have something very, very special. Hang on. I have, in honor of Donald Trump. Oh no, is it stuck? No. I have a golden bottle of champagne that I've actually really wanted one of these bottles for a while. Like, I collect like cool like wine bottles and beer cans and stuff like that. And so this one just has that beautiful gold look. It's actually Prosecco, which I actually prefer Prosecco to champagne. Don't tell anyone, but I actually do prefer it. Actually, you know what I really should have gotten is Trump's winery does a really amazing sparkling Blanc de Blanc wine, and it's actually really good. If you ever get a chance to have the Trump sparkling Blanc de Blanc, it's really fucking good. I've had it actually. I've stayed in Trump hotels twice. And I had it both times that I'd stayed, and it was just like really, really good. But we didn't have that today. I didn't have the foresight to order Trump wine, but I do have a golden bottle of Prosecco that I will be drinking from tonight, not only to celebrate Trump's nomination, but also, quite frankly, to celebrate the fact that we made it through 4 days of the RNC, and I have some semblance of sanity. And isn't this like a cool wine cooler? You don't even need to put ice in it, and it just insulates it. I got that for my wedding. Also, check this out. I have my wedding champagne flute. These were champagne flutes that Victor and I got for our wedding. We got a bunch of them downstairs, but this was the special wedding champagne flute. Almost 13 years in November, 13 years ago. So I've got my very special fancy glass that we're going to be drinking out of tonight. Let's see. It does look like things are going to be getting started at the top of the hour. So we do have a little bit of time to kill, of course, just like last time. And by the way, I think the problems that we've been having with Rumble, in terms of Rumble freezing my browser, are on Rumble's end. I think it's Rumble's fault because YouTube isn't doing this to the browser. Rumble was doing it to the browser, but I did make a special effort today to completely update the browser that I use for streaming just in case it's on my end. So the browser is updated. I restarted my computer and everything. Maybe I just needed to restart my computer. That like is actually like a good sport. I did maybe just need to restart my. Anyway, I updated the browser. I restarted my computer. Everything is new and fresh. And so if Rumble gives us like we're obviously going to be watching Nick once Nick goes live, and I really like I just want tonight to work. I just want Rumble not to freeze every 5 minutes tonight. I want to be able to watch Nick and enjoy him because Nick's monologue last night was fire. And I just think he's been adding to our overall RNC experience. So I've done my part. If Rumble still sucks, it's on their end, okay? So let's see. I do have the YouTube feed up for the RNC, and actually it looks like they are live, but they aren't really doing anything yet. It is just kind of live and like focused on a logo right now. Actually, well, it's funny that you mentioned that, Maria. It's funny that you mentioned that because I do have a little bit of pregame. Hang on, let me look at this. Carlin, are you thinking about designing a T-shirt based on Dot and Junior's comments last night? No, I don't think so. I don't think so. I think I've got some Trump merch in the store right now, and I'm good with that. And like, if the urge strikes me to do another Trump design, I'll do it. But I'm not feeling. I think a lot of people are going to do that one, and so I'm just like, it's a little pandery to me. But maybe the urge will strike me for another Trump design at some point. Well, while we're waiting, guys, for things to kick off. Now, listen, you guys know that I do, I do keep tabs on James Lindsay, or rather, you guys keep tabs on James Lindsay, and you tell me what James Lindsay is doing because James Lindsay, over the past several months, has turned into our arch nemesis because James Lindsay is lying to people about what the left is doing because he doesn't understand what the left is doing because he doesn't actually listen to the left or watch the left or do any of the things we do. So my community has taken a little bit of an issue with James because what happens is James lies to people, but he does it in a very convincing way. And then people learn stuff from James and they think it's the truth. And then they find my content and then I have to unlearn them of all the things that James taught them and reteach them from scratch. And then once they watch my content a little bit, they're like, oh, fuck, James lied to us. And I was like, yeah, he did, didn't he? And so this has happened over and over and over and over and over and over and over again. And so we just decided that as a community, we were going to collectively cancel James. We basically started our own Groyper war. We really did take inspiration from the Groyper war, by the way. That's not just pandering. We actually did take inspiration from the Groyper war when the Groypers were going and questioning Turning Point USA and causing problems. And so what we started doing is going into James's replies and asking him inconvenient questions. When he started blocking everyone, we crashed an entire premiere he did on his YouTube channel. And I would really like to go to James's in-person event someday and make sure we have people in the crowd. They're going to ask James on questions on camera that he can't fucking get out of. Anyway, we basically have our own Groyper war going against James Lindsay. And at some point, the Groypers agreed that we were all aligned against James Lindsay. And so, we're all on the same team because James is an asshole and he blocks everyone and he pisses everyone off and he lies. He's lying about what the left is doing. He talks just to hear himself talk and pontificate, doesn't know what the fuck he's talking about. So I got to tell you guys, I was really thrilled yesterday when James decided he wasn't going to talk about communism anymore because he doesn't know what the fuck he's talking about. And James is going to start attacking fascism. Okay. Apparently the Groypers have done such a good job of haranguing James that James has now decided that National Socialism or Christian nationalism or whatever you want to call it is his number one enemy. But not to be outdone, if James is going to be attacking fascism, I mean, I have to get in on this action. I just do. I've really been thinking a lot about this. And this is not just a snap decision that I made. I've actually been thinking a lot about this. And I think the RNC has kind of confirmed it to me. And just to be clear, in my heart, I will always consider myself to be an anarcho-capitalist. I think that voluntarism is a beautiful philosophy. I think I live in New Hampshire. I have more of it than most people do. However, what I will say is that the RNC has made it very, 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 very clear to me And the libs of TikTok bullshit from this week, where libs of TikTok has now decided that canceling minimum wage cashiers is the way that we're going to win the culture war. Like, all the bullshit in the past week has just made it very, 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 very clear to me that we cannot allow the conservative right to make any decisions anymore. Now, you guys know me. I come at things from a really realistic point of view. I'm not going to go around and I'm not going to. I know everyone wants to give me philosophy books right now. Groypers have been sliding into my DMs ever since I posted this a couple hours ago, and they're saying, Carlin, have you read this? Have you read that? Have you read this other thing? So they're already trying to school me up. I will say I'm one of those people that I'm not actually necessarily inclined to read all the philosophy about something, because what I care about is how do we implement it in the real world. And so, from a real world perspective, I right now am of the opinion that fascism might actually be our only option to actually defeat the left. I'm not actually joking. Again, like, at my heart, at my core, we're going to get to this. Don't worry, we're going to get to it. We're going to get to it. At my heart and core, I am a libertarian. I believe in voluntarism. I believe in individualism. I believe in the free markets. I believe in all this stuff. But from a practical perspective, I kind of just feel like the conservatives cannot be trusted to make any decisions at all. They will never defeat the left. They will never accomplish anything. They are way more committed to sending all our money to Israel than they are in actually fixing this country. And I think that last night made that pretty clear for us when Israel got a whole fucking half hour at the convention. The conservatives have not talked about education at all. They haven't talked about the K through 12 schools at all. There is not one single speaker relevant to the topic of public education in the entire fucking RNC. Maybe that'll change tonight, but I've looked at the speaker lineup and I don't think I see anyone that I think would, like, it's not like they have Corey DeAngelo speaking or something. I don't have Chris Rufo speaking, right? And even then, even if they did, like, I kind of think Chris Rufo's just a shill for the conservative narrative. So even if they did, I would still be like, not good enough, mother effer. Trump promised us he was going to defund the Department of Education, and now the entire RNC has had nothing about public education, which is the only topic that matters. Because the far left controls the schools. And as long as the far left control the schools, we are all fucked. And I don't care if Trump's president or not. It doesn't matter. If they don't have a plan to fix the public schools, and there is no indication that they have any plan at all, then the conservatives cannot be trusted to solve the problems that I care about. They have proved themselves to be inept and in the back pocket of Israel, and that is what they care about, and I can't change that. The libertarians, don't even fucking get me started on the libertarians. The entire Libertarian Party is about to go bankrupt right now because of boneheaded decisions that the leadership made. The libertarians are always fighting with each other. They could be trying to do shit in the real world and convert more people to libertarianism, but no. All the libertarians want to do is tweet and shitpost and fight with each other and run the National Party into the ground. The Libertarian Party is doing a joint fucking fundraiser with RFK, who believes in affirmative action, wants to take all our guns, and that is who my party is fucking with. And not to mention, they're doing that over their own presidential candidate that they nominated at their convention, where they lost over $200,000 hosting a Trump rally at the Libertarian Convention. So I can't trust the Libertarians to get their shit together. I really used to hope that I could, but I can't trust them anymore. So here's the situation that I think we find ourselves in. I really do believe that we have like 10 to 15 years left tops in order to beat back the left, like the far left, the radical revolutionary far left that does want communism in this country. I don't want communism in this country. I can't trust the conservatives to actually do anything about this because they don't even understand the problem. I can't trust the libertarians to do anything about this because all they want to do is fight with each other and tweet. The fascists are my only option. And I kind of feel like maybe everyone just needs a timeout. maybe we do need, like, why can't Trump be the dictator I want him to be? I just want someone to come in and do a complete timeout on everything, to say, no, we are not doing this queer shit anymore. We are not teaching it in schools. We are not allowing children to even consider the fact that they might be another gender. If the children try to consider that, we will send them to fucking re-education camp. We will remove all gender books from the school. We will forbid new gender books from being published. Like, this is honestly my perspective at this point. It's like, I'm not saying forever. I'm just saying we need a fucking timeout. No more gender ideology published. No more critical race theory published. No more nothing. Curriculum in schools dictated from on high and monitored via cameras in the fucking classroom, watching teachers at every step to make sure they don't put any more of that shit into the classroom without people knowing. And if they do put shit into that classroom, someone goes and gets them and removes them from the classroom and sends them to fucking fascist re-education camp. I don't give a fuck anymore. I want the weird shit over. I am so sick of this, and I can't trust anyone to actually do this. And so it's not my personal inclination. It's not necessarily something I want to do. It's not the conclusion I wanted to make. But I really think it might actually be the only thing that could stop the far left from turning our entire country into a socialist fucking utopia in which we all starve. So sometimes sacrifices need to be made, and so I'm becoming a fascist. I'm becoming a fascist. This is my coming out party. I am becoming a fascist, goddammit, because I'm sick of this shit. And if everyone had just done their part, listen, man, I've been saying for years, if everyone just spoke up and fought back and did something in the real world, we could end this today. If everyone that was against gender ideology, if everyone that was against queer theory just spoke up and started going, I've had enough of this bullshit, cut it out, it would be done today. We wouldn't have to resort to fascism. But if people want a fucking dictator to tell them what to do, then fine. Then fine. This is what happens when you allow a problem to go on for a full goddamn century and you still don't do anything about it. So that's kind of where I'm at right now. And I don't know. We're going to see how this works out. And I want to say this too. And like my buddy Aaron says nomination day and Carlin is on her arc. Let's go. I want to say Aaron definitely didn't send me this meme to post because he didn't want to post it himself. This meme definitely didn't come from the Blue Beer fascist because he didn't want to post it himself. In my heart of hearts, I'm a free market capitalist. In my heart of hearts, I'm an anarcho-communist. In my heart of hearts, I just want to be left alone with my business and my guns, and I just want people to leave me the fuck alone. But no, when the going gets tough, you have to do tough things. And so, whatever. Is this actually confirmed? Because people have been saying this all day. Is this actually confirmed, or is this just a rumor still? Let me know. Yeah, I'm mad as hell and I'm not taking it anymore. And if I have to embrace fascism in order to defeat communism, then I'll fucking do it. So that's where I'm at with that. And, you know, it's just a nice coincidence that it happened at the same time as James deciding that he needs to switch gears from fighting communism to fighting fascism. So, whatever. James and I, arch nemesis. Again, Newsmax is reporting that Joe Biden has already agreed to step down. All right. Well, I guess if that happens, we'll cover it. I mean, another interesting thing happened today with James. No, Newsmax is the initial report of Biden stepping down. Yeah, see, this is kind of what I thought happened. I guess we'll find out. Like, if there is actual confirmation that Biden is stepping down, of course, guys, let me know about that. So there is actual stuff. I mean, James is just making friends all over the place. I hear Tim Pool is ranting about me again. Tim Pool says, you would be incorrect. James says, this you. And he posts a video with Carl Benjamin talking about how James has blocked him. And then Tim says, it's an interview with Carl, who you had a beef with. But while I'm here, your post is exactly what I'm talking about. Yeah, James is just, he's making friends and influencing people. So I don't feel bad about that. Let me go to some super chats. Murphy's Pool, have you seen Hulk Hogan's sex tape? No, I have not seen Hulk Hogan's sex tape, Murphy Pool, and we're going to keep it that way. You know, people deserve a little bit of privacy. Richard, glad you're streaming. We need your perspective now more than ever. Hey, I hate everyone. I hate everyone equally, and I appreciate the support, Richard. Thank you for that. We've also got Amelia, great stream earlier, seeing Destiny sadly sit at his desk for 30 seconds after kicking everyone off was so sad. It's like he threw his friends out of his birthday party. Always spend more time offline than on. Cheers. Yeah, Destiny's still spiraling, I hear. And, you know, I mean, that sucks for him. Sucks for him, but entertaining for us, so I don't really care. And then Moxie says, preach, sister. Hey, thanks, Moxie. I appreciate it. Let me update the stream goal. Guys, we do have a $500 super chat goal tonight, and we are already $50 there. We are already 10% of the way to our goal. We have hit our super chat goal every stream this week, so I want to thank everyone. Everyone's been so generous. I really do appreciate it. Of course, because I'm streaming the RNC, we're having to do a lot more streaming because just a lot more hours. And so you guys are allowing me to do this by your super chats and support. And I really, really appreciate it. We'll have lots of fun throughout the night. I think, you know, continuing to talk about this. Let's see. Did you hear that Carl Benjamin was on Tim Pool and they were talking about James Lindsay is basically going off the deep end and acting like a leftist? Yes, I did hear about that. Yes, I did. And I thought if we had some extra time, we could actually watch that video. But we may not have extra time. If we don't have extra time today, we'll do it tomorrow. Is the live stream up yet? Is the stream up yet? Yeah, the RNC stream does look to be up. I think they are going to be getting started soon. So maybe we will save the James Lindsay video for tomorrow. Does that sound good? I do want to watch that the video about Carl Benjamin on Tim Pool, like complaining about James. But let's just do it tomorrow. We can take our time with it. We can enjoy it. I think that'll be a little bit better. While we're waiting for the RNC to formally get started, guys, I do want to remind everyone that one way you can support the work I'm doing is by subscribing to my Substack, which is Carlyn, KARLYN.substack.com. You can sign up for free email updates, and I strongly recommend everyone does. And the free email updates will make sure that like you get updates when I post new content, post new articles, stuff like that. This is actually my main content hub on the internet, and that is my main source of support, which I really, really do appreciate. I also want to remind people that time is running out for the Trump RNC collection in the Unwoke art store, which you can find at unwokeart.com. Let me put this in the chat. Get your Trump merch while you can. And I do mean while you can, guys, because this is all limited edition merch that will be only in the store until Sunday. All right. I'm taking it out of the store on Sunday because this is special for the RNC. We've got 4 Trump designs up. We've got the Trump icon t-shirt. This is actually 25% off. The discount is automatically taken at checkout. You don't even need to do anything. This, of course, is that iconic moment where Trump raised his fist in the air after getting shot in the ear. And that is a special limited edition in the store right now. We also have the return of the Trump mugshot American Gangster shirt, which looks really good in person. This is one of my all-time favorite designs. It's the Trump Indictment Victory Tour shirt. This was actually inspired by like concert t-shirts because I went to a lot of concerts growing up. And when you go to a concert, you get the tour t-shirt and it has all the tour dates on the back. But instead of tour dates, we've got every single Trump indictment listed on the back, and that is the limited edition Indictment Victory Tour t-shirt. And then the last one, I'm going to show you the mug version of this, although you can get a t-shirt version as well. But this mug is one of the best-selling mugs I've ever done. It is the original golden Trump, and it says, always get the last laugh on it. And Donald Trump is certainly getting the last laugh. So the mugs make great gifts, guys, for the Trump lovers in your life. And guess what? I haven't talked about it this week, but if you click view more, I do actually have Trump wrapping paper. And I got to tell you guys, I know a lot of people who got this wrapping paper at Christmas. It's a big hit. People love this wrapping paper. And so you can get that as well if you're giving this stuff away as gifts. And all of this stuff is going to be available in the Unwoke Art Store through Sunday only. And of course, all purchases do go to support the work I'm doing, and I really appreciate it. Murphy's Pool says, but I don't want to be a fascist. Listen, man, you don't have to do anything, Murphy's Pool. No one has to do anything. I am merely articulating what I believe needs to be done in order to beat the left. If you don't want to be a fascist, you don't have to identify as a fascist. It's okay, man. I welcome all points of view on this channel. Everyone has always had a diverse point of view. We have everything from literal fascists all the way up to socialists that watch my content. So everyone is welcome here per usual. And of course, I will always appreciate you. All right. Looks like the convention isn't really doing anything yet. Let's see if we can get into the Xfinity rating, like stream, and see what's going on. Ugh. Let's see if we can get into this. Guys, please make sure to mount the like button for me. Mounting the like button lets YouTube know to recommend my stream to more people. And that way, more friends can join us on this journey that we have tonight. And of course, please keep me abreast on when Nick goes live. Let's see what's going on. Let's see what the networks are covering. Actually, let me hook the sound up for this. I was very excited to find my sunglasses today. These sunglasses have been missing for like 2 weeks. And then I found them sitting behind my office chair. And I was like, good thing I didn't run those over. Those were like $400. I would really be pissed off if I ran them over. Janet said, tripped over the like button on the way in. Glad we are doing this as a group and it makes it bearable. Ain't that the truth, Janet? Ain't that the truth? Thank you so much for the super chat. Let's see what's going on the news networks. Let's tune into NBC and see what they're talking about. Come on. Watch.
Want President Biden to step aside, push to delay that vote, thinking that they would get more time if they had more time to persuade him, and also to, they wouldn't mind, a lot of them, to be honest, having an open convention. What you just described as an open convention.
I want an open convention.
In fact,
I think that'd be great.
President Biden were to go through the process of getting the delegates to vote for him, and he got the 1,976 delegates, and then effectively was the nominee. Does that give him more leverage? I'm opening
my champagne, my gold
if he then
champagne.
wanted to confer his delegates, or at least ask his delegates
Joy
to
Reid
support
looks like
one
a
person
clown.
in particular, support Vice President Harris or anyone else?
I don't think it does, because even after the vote is made, the president just doesn't have the choice of naming his own successor. Look, I signed that letter with Terry McAuliffe and Donna Brazile to move up a virtual vote. It had nothing to do with keeping Biden in the nomination. It had to do with the skullduggery that the Republicans are always going to try. You know, Donald Trump cheats.
Did Victor buy anything yesterday? No, he didn't buy a gun yesterday.
And that's cheating.
No gun for Victor.
And they would sue us in a heartbeat if there were any weakness in our nominating process. And so the idea of having the virtual vote so that Republicans in Ohio...
He didn't buy a gun yesterday, but he is golfing right now. And so, he's still having his fun.
...process after the 7th of August would be able to go to court. And I have no doubt that the Republicans would do that. They've been in court for 4 years trying to overturn Trump's last loss.
And you make an excellent point. I'm sitting here looking at a letter that was sent to members of the Rules Committee that lays that out exactly. That not only Ohio, where the Republican governor, signed a bill that still has a 90-day process, which is sort of unclear in terms of whether or not they could possibly make the deadline, and whether or not that would trigger other Republican-led states. Think Virginia, think Florida, others.
Oh, I am behind. They're speaking
to try to say, well, we're going to keep.
Hang on, I didn't realize I wasn't caught up fully on the live stream. Hang on. My bad. I didn't realize we're already going. Hang on. It's going to refresh it. I don't know why it had me half hour behind. They just got started.
But first, we have some business to attend here tonight. Are you ready?
Yes. The
Are
AP
you
just
ready
posted
to hear
Biden will
from
not
the
run for
man who has
president?
the vision and
Seriously?
strength to make America
Let me
wealthy
find
again?
it.
To make America safe again? To make America strong again? And to make America great
Aaron says
again?
no. Aaron says that didn't happen.
Are you ready to hear from the next president of the United States?
I don't see this. Guys, please stop lying.
Then let's
Please.
get this show on the road.
The AP post is
I
from 2015.
hereby
Thank you, Aaron.
Open the final session of the 2024 Republican
please
National
fact
Committee.
Offering today's invocation, please welcome B.J. James McLaughlin from Des Moines, Iowa, delegate at large for Iowa.
That was a big pop.
Beautiful as always. Good evening. If you bungle raising your children, nothing much matters. Jackie Kennedy's words speak louder today than when she said them over 60 years
Cheers,
ago.
everyone.
And this is why we gather on this historic occasion, isn't it?
Cheers
We
to
as
you.
parents and grandparents would move heaven and earth to protect our children and the opportunities that a strong, free America offers them. Raising our children is the single most important job we have, which is why we dedicate endless hours organizing,
bad.
volunteering,
Not
and
bad at all.
advocating on behalf of
Yeah,
President
what's
Trump.
today's theme? It
We
must
owe
just
it
be
to
Make
our
America
children
Great Again, I hope.
to give them the kind of America we all remember growing up in, the proud, patriotic, and safe America that President Trump wants for all of us. Thank you. At home every night when we finish our prayers with the prayer to St. Michael. We pray for all the children, our grassroots warriors, our country, and President Trump and his family. Tonight, I would like to add my boys, JJ, Jack, and George, and God bless you, Kevin. And President Trump, St. Michael the Archangel, defend us in battle.
Muslim.
Be our protection
It's
against the
diversity
wickedness
night.
and snares of the
It's
devil.
diversity night
May
too.
God rebuke him, we humbly pray. And do thou, O Prince of the heavenly host, by the power of God, cast into hell Satan and all the evil spirits who prowl about
No
the
more
world
red ties.
seeking the ruins of souls.
Only Trump is allowed
Amen.
to wear a red tie.
And God bless
That's
President
it.
Trump.
Please rise for the presentation of colors. The colors are presented by Veterans for the Flag Honor Guard. Let's give them a warm welcome.
Pride, clap, pride, clap, pride, all left, pride, clap, pride, all left, pride, clap, pride, color guard, mark time, mark, detail, halt. Left, peace.
Please remain standing for the Pledge of Allegiance and the National Anthem.
Halt.
Please welcome Gabe Guidarini.
The
to
kind
lead
in a
us the
gold
Pledge of
bottle, Helen.
Allegiance.
I'll show it a little bit later. Oh, good. I like men singing
Ladies
the
and
national
gentlemen,
anthem.
please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance.
Oh, Pledge of Allegiance. Never
I
mind.
pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of
Boo,
America
I want a national anthem.
and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. Thank you. And may God bless our great nation.
Now to perform the national anthem, please welcome award-winning international singer, Mary Milben.
Ugh, woman. Had to be a woman. Oh, wow. You know what? Fuck it. I love it. I love it. An America dress. Oh, it's going to be a good one.
By the dawn's early light, what so proudly we hailed in the twilight's past gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight, by the ramparts we watched, were so gallantly streaming. And the rockets in vain, the bombs bursting in, they proved to the night that our flag was still there. Oh, saved us that stars spangled banner yet wave. For the land of the free.
Yeah!
And the home of the brave. Oh, America, it is the greatest country in the world. I said America, it is the greatest country in the world. Yes, it is. And still we
Oh!
see
There's an encore.
as the years have gone by, there's a dream in our land, like a flame that keeps burning. The lantern of hope from the heart that still shines. Those who seek freedom's dream to its light are still turning. Now we look to the sky and we lift up our eyes, for the star in the dawn. We shall see our flag it's our star-spangled banner yet wave. For the land of
Yeah! That was awesome! Oh my God! Queen! That was awesome! Holy shit! Everyone applause in the chat. Come on! That was awesome!
Please remain
Good
standing
for
while the
her.
colors are retired.
Good for her. I got a couple super chats that came in. Hang on.
Forward, who?
Oh no.
Hold up,
Come on.
right, left, right.
We got a super sticker
Hold
from
up.
Liz.
Hold
Thank
up.
you, Liz. I appreciate
Hold
it.
up.
A
Right.
big super
Left.
chat from Ravens
Left.
Poetry. Thank
Right.
you, Ravens Poetry. I really
Left.
appreciate the
Right.
support. Thank you, guys.
Hold up, right, left.
You get our ticker update. We're doing great.
Ladies and gentlemen,
Doing great
please
on our
welcome
goal.
Chairman of the National Republican Senatorial Committee, United States Senator Steve Daines of Montana.
Wow, how about that national anthem
That was
sung by Mary Melvin?
Awesome.
I'm U.S. Senator Steve Daines, and I represent the great state of Montana, right over there.
Red
You know,
tie.
when I was a kid growing up in Montana,
It's a darker red.
my
Don't
grandma
appreciate
taught me an
more of
important
the
lesson, and
red.
that is to have a thankful heart, to
I'll
count
give
your
that a
blessings.
6 out of 10.
So this morning, as I was headed down to breakfast, I thanked God for my sweet wife, Cindy, of 37 years. I thanked
Kristen,
God
thank
for our
you.
4 children
Appreciate
and their
it.
spouses. I thanked God for our 6 grandchildren. And then I thank God that in 6 months, Joe Biden will no longer be president of the United States.
God blesses everyone.
Now think about this moment we're in here this evening. It was just 5 days ago. We were a quarter inch away from having a memorial service instead of a nominating convention. And we thank God here tonight for protecting President Trump. But we have important work to do, because going forward, we must fight, fight, fight. And I will tell you, as chairman of the National Republican Senatorial Committee, I'm working with President Trump to win the Senate majority and to fire Chuck Schumer.
Nick is awake.
Back in
Confirmed.
early 2023,
Was he tweeting or something?
President Trump and I met at Mar-a-Lago. We agreed our highest
Nick watched
priority
2024.
is electing an America First Senate majority that has his back. Senators that will stand with President Trump. And tonight, I want to speak directly to the voters of West Virginia, of Montana,
Someone
of
let me know when
Ohio,
Nick is actually live.
of Pennsylvania, of Nevada, of Michigan, Wisconsin, Arizona, Virginia, and New Mexico. And here's why.
Wait, Biden
Because
kissed a woman
your
that wasn't his wife?
Democrat senators
Did you guys hear
are
about this?
lying to you. Look, they talk like moderates, but they vote
you guys hear
like
about this?
radicals. You know, they say they're with you, but they vote with Joe Biden.
Hang on.
Never forget,
I'm gonna
these
pull it up.
liberal
I'll
senators
pull up the video.
voted to impeach
Biden
President
almost
Trump
kissed a woman that
twice.
wasn't his wife.
And I will
Hang
tell
on.
you, an America First majority will stand with President Trump. These liberal senators allowed millions of illegal immigrants into our country. An America
Hang on.
First majority will
We're gonna go away from this for a second. I gotta show you guys this video. He's not saying anything interesting anyway. Look at this video. Biden almost kissed another woman. Jill had to go get him. Watch it again. Jill had to collect him. Come on. Poor Biden.
Just right to keep and bear arms. These liberal senators covered for Biden after 13 American service members were killed during his botched Afghanistan withdrawal. An America First majority, by the way, I'm the son of a U.S. Marine, an America First majority is going to stand with our military. These liberal senators stood with anti-Semitic mobs. An America First majority is going to stand with Israel.
What? An America First majority is going to stand with
these
Israel.
Liberal senators want boys in girls' sports.
Hang on.
America First majority.
I'm gonna clip that real quick. Hang on.
Those are fighting words back in Montana.
Come on, clipping
An
tool.
America First. Those are your second.
Well, come on. Okay, my clipping tool has started. This is like on the fly clip. He did not fucking say that.
Amendment rights. Those are fighting words back in Montana. An America First majority will protect your precious right to keep and bear arms. These liberal senators covered for Biden after 13 American service members.
Hang on. Fast forward. Hang on.
An America First majority. By the way, I'm the son of a U.S. Marine.
Hang on.
These liberal senators stood with anti-Semitic mobs. An America First majority is going to stand with Israel. And look,
an America First majority is going to
stand what a woman is.
They can't even define what a woman.
But let me tell you something. Back in Montana, we know the difference.
Right, I gotta put that clip
between
on
a bull
social media.
and a cow.
We know the difference between a bull and a cow.
We must replace these liberal senators with great Republican leaders like Jim Justice and Baby Dog in West Virginia. Like Tim Sheehy in Montana. Like Bernie Moreno in Ohio. Like Dave McCormick in Pennsylvania. Like Sam Brown in Nevada.
I'm just getting this clip made, guys.
Mike Rogers in Michigan. Eric Hovde right here in Wisconsin. Hung Cow in Virginia.
Got my
Nella
clip almost.
Domenici in New Mexico.
You guys are all going to help me retweet this clip, right?
And of course, Carrie Lake in Arizona. We must elect an America First Senate majority that will stand with President Donald J. Trump. But look, right now, the left-wing billionaires are massively outspending us. That's what's keeping me up at night. And we need your help. You can go to Senate24.com. Senate24.com today. Help us fight back. Because together, we're going to win back the Senate. We're going to grab that gavel out of Schumer's hands. We're going to deliver a historic victory for President Trump. And we're going to make America great again. God bless you.
That was Steve Daines, right? I'm pretty sure that was Steve Daines. Oh, hang on one sec.
Tonight we gather here in Milwaukee at one of the most crucial moments in American history. All hell has broken loose in America, and it's impossible
that was Steve Daines saying
hide anymore.
It is time to secure our nation by returning Donald Trump as President of the United States of America.
Yes, America was great, but our greatest days are yet to come.
The best is yet to come.
President Trump.
And I just want everyone
showed
on
that the
to know I
elimination
see you
of
guys
ISIS
too
and
over
so
there.
much more.
Thank you for
When we
joining me on
punch,
Rumble.
we're gonna
Please
punch
make sure
hard.
you mount the like button over there for me.
And just imagine what he's going to do when we give him 4 more years.
All right, I just tweeted that clip. Everyone go retweet it, please. If I'm going full fascist, I can't allow this nonsense. This shit should be forbidden. It should be forbidden at an American political convention to say, we will stand with another country. It makes no goddamn
Hey everybody,
sense at all.
Laura Trump, your co-chair here, right behind me. Look
No
at this. This
sense.
is the
Oh, thank you for the
Republican
super chat,
National
James. Sorry I didn't
Convention
see it. We
for.
know the difference
We
between a
have
man and a
unity
woman,
in
but
our
not.
party. You
Yes,
have seen
yes,
it here
exactly.
at this convention, and we need to keep that going all the
Exactly.
way.
We know the difference, like Republicans. We know the difference between a man and a woman. Also, Republicans, we don't know the difference between the USA and Israel. Thank you, Tayton. Exactly. Exactly. Jeez, look at that gold hat. Yeah, we're going baby dog for president. Baby dog for president. God. If you're not on Twitter, I don't. It's all good, guys. I know you can tweet if you were there.
Hi,
But just if
everyone,
you
Eric
are,
Trump.
please make sure you share.
I'm so honored to be here. I'm so honored to be a delegate. I am so honored to be speaking at this convention for a third time. We're going to send my father back to the White House. We are going to win on November 5th. But I ask one thing of each and every one.
Gotta do fundraising.
Text donate to 88022. Anything helps, even $1 helps tremendously. We're going to win in November. We're going to make America great again. We're going to make our country strong again. And I'm so proud to be here with each and every one of you. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the chairman of the National Republican Congressional Committee, Congressman Richard Hudson of North Carolina.
By the way, they've mentioned Israel more at this convention than they have K through 12 schools. Everyone knows that, right?
My name is Richard Hudson, and I'm a congressman from North Carolina. Great to see my North Carolina folks over here. Also want to acknowledge my brilliant, amazing, smoking hot wife, Renee, who worked 4 years in the Trump White House. She's here with us tonight. Love you. I love you too, AJ. I also want to acknowledge my son, Lane, who's at home watching us on TV. And finally, I want to acknowledge God above, who redeemed this center and on Saturday saved President Donald Trump's life. Now, my job as NRCC chairman is to grow the House majority. But in my district in North Carolina, we have the largest military base in the world, Fort Bragg, home of the Airborne and Special Forces. The men and women there, the men and women at Fort Bragg are willing to give their lives for the flag. And if they make that ultimate sacrifice, that same flag accompanies them home on that final journey. They deserve a commander-in-chief who respects them and who honors their service. Ladies and gentlemen, Donald Trump is that commander-in-chief. You see, Donald Trump loves America. He literally embraces the flag. But extreme Democrats, they'll burn it in the streets and on college campuses.
Those
Joe Biden
Democrats,
and Kamala Harris,
they'll
stand with those
participate in
flag
free
burners
speech and protest.
because they want to rule over you.
Well, us Republicans,
House
we stay home and
Republicans,
complain.
We stand with President Trump. We stand for America, and we stand up for the flag.
Another red tie, 0. Plain red ties get a 0 out of 10.
Because House Republicans understand we don't rule over you. We work for you.
Yeah, okay. No, you work for Israel, bro.
In just the last 2 years, House Republicans have passed an historic border security bill that would lock down Biden's open border. We passed legislation to unleash energy production and lower cost. We passed legislation to remove woke indoctrination from our military.
Oh, please. It's still being taught at the academies, you morons.
We passed the Parents' Bill of Rights because we think parents ought to make decisions about how their children are educated. And we impeached Biden's failed border chief, Alejandro Mayorkas. But Joe Biden and Chuck Schumer killed those bills and blocked any progress for the American people. For the last 2 years, House Republicans have fought alone. Ladies and gentlemen, we need backup. To save America, we need to grow our majority. And we need President Donald Trump back in the White House. A Republican House is also essential to ensuring Donald Trump's success as our president. Can you imagine? Can you imagine what Nancy Pelosi's protege, Hakeem Jeffries, would do if he was Speaker of the House to undermine Donald Trump? If Democrats control the House, they'll block every tax cut, budget, border bill, and crime bill that he proposes. They'll hold sham investigations and hearings to bog down his agenda. They'll impeach him for doing his job. But we're not going to let that happen. Together, a Republican House and President Donald Trump will preserve the historic Trump tax cuts and eliminate taxes on tips.
Can I just say, like, this guy isn't saying anything interesting. I just want to say that I really appreciate how my audience has taken to, like, rejecting the Israel narrative. Because I wasn't sure how that was going to go. I wasn't sure that integrating the Groypers and Nick with my audience was going to go well. And now I'm seeing all these retweets from my audience on Twitter saying, fuck Israel. And so I'm glad it all worked out. I'm glad you guys see my point.
A House majority will make Donald Trump's second term even more successful than his first. So let me ask you, let me hear from you. Who can we count on? Who can we count on to return us to unprecedented American prosperity?
Bots tweeting, it's more like make Israel great again.
Who can we count on to stand up to our enemies? Who can we count on for a secure border and safer neighborhoods?
The Comrade Groyper Alliance.
Absolutely
stands.
right. We can count on President Donald Trump. So let's work together. Let's elect President Donald Trump. Let's grow our House Republican majority. Together we can make it happen. Thank you. God bless you. God bless Donald Trump. And God bless America. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome American
just
businesswoman Diane Hendricks.
Taking in with a second super chat of the night. Can we get a Ukraine versus Israel counter? I mean, that's a really good idea. We should definitely keep track of that. Thank you.
Good evening.
Good evening, Diane.
My name is Diane Hendricks. And
I'm a
living
businesswoman.
proof that the American dream is possible with hard work and determination. I grew up on a dairy farm in Wisconsin. I was one of 9 girls, no boys. I dreamed of moving to the city and wearing a blue suit But at the age of 17, I became pregnant. That was not part of my plan. But I truly believe that every life is a sacred gift from God. And I give thanks every day for my son. As a single mom, I worked 2 jobs to pay the bills. I found my passion in the field of real estate, which is still my passion. When I met my husband, Ken, he was a roofing contractor, and together we saw an opportunity and a need to develop a distribution chain. And we risked everything we had to start that company. Today, ABC Supply employs over 22,000 Americans. We are the largest roofing distributor in the country. But what's even more important is we are creating these jobs right here in the United States of America. I lost my husband 16 years ago. It was the toughest time in my life. Thank God I had our 7 children to be my support. But I had to decide whether to fight or fold. And I chose to fight.
When is Trump's speech scheduled for? Let me see. It's going to be the last speech, obviously.
Since then, I've quadrupled the
10
size of our companies.
10 p.m. Eastern time.
And to my surprise,
9
I was
p.m. Central
recently
Time,
just
10 p.m. Eastern
recognized
Time.
as the most successful self-made woman in American history.
Yep. The RNC is mounting Israel. True.
So to all of you aspiring entrepreneurs out there, if I can make it, you can make it too.
You know what? Good for her.
My success story as a teenage mom without a college degree was only possible because I was so blessed to be born in the United States of America. But today, the American dream is under threat. Since Joe Biden and Kamala Harris took over the offices, prices have risen over 20%. Aspiring entrepreneurs can't afford to take out a loan at 7, 10, 15% interest. Regulations have surged, and the administration has proposed $7 trillion in tax increases. I know how hard it is to build a company from nothing. And we need a president who understands that too. We need a builder back in the White House. Someone who will cut the job-killing regulations, lower taxes on working families, and give the power back to the American people. In life, it's easy to quit, and it's very hard to win. President Trump is not a quitter. He's a fighter, and I am confident that if we do all of our part, we can and we will win right here in Wisconsin, and he will win for America over the next 4 years. Thank you. God bless you. God bless America.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Miss Diane Evans, volunteer and Republican Executive Committee woman from Palm Beach, Florida.
Hello, Milwaukee. My name is Diane Evans. I'm a volunteer with more than 1,000 hours working for the Trump campaign since last year. If you told me I'd be here 5 years ago, I'd have said you're crazy. But here I am, and I'm very excited to re-elect Donald Trump as President of the United States this November. I've never spoken at a convention before. I've never used a teleprompter before. But I figure if Joe Biden
I'm
can,
sending my audience to
I
bully
can manage
someone.
all right.
Who am I sending my audience to bully? I don't even know who you are. Did you wait 5 minutes to subscribe to my channel just to
I'm
accuse
pretty
me of
new to
something I'm not doing?
politics. I voted my whole life.
Let me know.
But I've never got involved.
Who
as
am
a
I sending my
volunteer.
audience to bully exactly?
I was busy
We're
raising
literally
my
just sitting here
family,
watching the convention.
spending time with my husband.
Is anyone bullying anyone that I should know about?
And walking the dog. Moms are busy people. When it came to politics, I always figured let everybody else take care of it. But then the 2020 election happened.
Yeah, I become everything I fought
that,
against.
You better believe I got
don't even know what's going on. Who are we bullying?
My local Republican executive committee. And when Trump headquarters asked for a volunteer to help with office staff, I started showing up whenever they needed me. Or if they didn't need me, I showed up anyway. I showed up once a week and did little things like refilling coffee creamers,
Still waiting
that
for
they
Jack
needed,
to come in and
even taking out the garbage. And now I'm helping to take out the garbage at 1600 Pennsylvania Avenue.
I mean, James Lindsay deserves to be bullied. James Lindsay is the enemy, public enemy number one.
As long as I can remember.
So if that's who I'm bullying, I don't regret it. No,
we want to hear.
Go bully
then
James
they
Lindsay.
Do just what
For
the
real.
hell they want.
I co-sign
And Joe
that.
Biden has been the worst offender for the last 50 years.
In fact, create 3 more accounts while we're watching the RNC
President
to bully
Trump
James
is
Lindsay. Everyone
different.
needs to create at least 3 more stock
I
accounts
knew he
on
would
Twitter.
get things done for the American people, and he did. He isn't part of the swamp. He's going to drain the swamp.
That's why we're creating stock accounts, Kazmar.
The Democrats are going to do everything in their power to stop him. We can't rest for a minute.
Look, I'm already done my
If you're
first
not
class
sure
of
how to get
campaign.
involved,
This night is going to go
reach out
great.
to your local Republican Party. And most important, get out and vote Republican on November 5th.
Here's the gold bottle of Prosecco that we're drinking from tonight.
Tell 20 people
in
to
honor
tell 20
of
people
Trump
to vote. That's how we can get our landslide. And they can't cheat or
who am I
rig their
bullying?
way out of a
If
landslide.
it's not James Lindsay, who the fuck am I bullying?
I know that together
Answer us.
we
Who
can
the
win.
fuck am I bullying?
We can all take out the
You're
garbage
the one who came in to make an
Washington,
accusation.
DC. And we can make America great again.
I'm just sitting
God
here drinking
bless
sparkling
President
wine and
Trump.
watching the RNC. Jeez.
And God bless Team Trump. And thank
Not
you
even
so
doing
much.
nothing.
I'll see you all out there.
Not even doing nothing. Cheers. Maybe I should tell Victor to buy me more Prosecco on his way home from playing golf. Because I'm already on my second glass of Prosecco. And we're just getting started. So maybe I need to tell Victor to buy me another bottle of Prosecco after he plays golf.
Working families struggling to pay the rent, buy groceries, pay for gas. Yet Washington is paralyzed. But this week at the convention in Milwaukee, Republicans are developing a plan to end inflation, secure the border, make groceries and life affordable again, to right the wrongs of the last 4 years. Tune in to watch the plan
Victor,
unfold.
can you buy another bottle of Prosecco on your way home?
Today I'm joining
Chilled,
RNC co-chair Laura Trump
preferably.
to humbly ask if you could chip in $5, $10, or $25.
There we go.
Grassroots supporters like you keep this campaign alive. A gift of just $5 could make the difference between victory and defeat in November.
Please chip in any amount. I know with your support right now, we will
I don't know what you're
make
talking about.
America great
Making
again.
shit up. Making shit up in my chat. Who am I hating? Literally. Listen, you're going to get blocked if you don't give us any information. Who exactly am I hating? I'm literally just sitting here drinking wine and watching the RNC. You're the one who waited 5 minutes to get into my chat. Who are we hating? Use your words. I promise you. You can use your words. Linda McMahon keeps Vince McMahon in line during all of his affairs. Actually, did they get divorced? I think they might have gotten divorced.
Well, hello, Milwaukee. And good evening, America.
She used to run the WWE.
Let me take 1 second to say hello to my fellow delegates from Connecticut. My name is Linda McMahon, and I am the chair of the America First Policy Institute. I'm perhaps one of the few people who's been privileged to call Donald Trump a colleague and a boss, but he's also a friend. Let me share a little story that's probably not the typical Donald Trump story. I had a meeting scheduled with him at Mar-a-Lago. And as he welcomed me, his little 4-year-old granddaughter ran up to him. He scooped her up with delight and asked her, "Who's the most beautiful girl in the world?" And she said, "Me." Then he asked, "And who do you love the most in the world?" And she said, "You, Grandpa." And he kissed her on both cheeks. Then she whisked off his hat and mussed his hair. And he smiled with the love that only a grandfather could have given. I first met Donald Trump when I was the CEO of World Wrestling Entertainment. For fun, he became part of some of the most compelling and highest rated storylines in the company's history.
Trump is in the WWE Hall of Fame.
President, I was honored to serve in his cabinet running the Small Business Administration. I traveled the country talking to business owners and job creators.
Yeah.
They knew they had a
I
president
thought Kai's
who
speech was
understood them
great last night.
and fought for them.
All
He
right.
knew that
You have
small
no
businesses are
information, so
the
you're getting
engine of
banned
the
now.
American
Goodbye.
economy,
We
and the
asked you
Trump
several
tax
times.
cuts proved to be like rocket fuel for them. Almost every business owner I spoke with was using their tax savings to grow their businesses. And ladies and gentlemen, the U.S. economy was flourishing.
Yo, small business, my small business under Trump,
No
I never made
moment
more money.
during my time in the government
So much
was
money
more
under
poignant
Trump.
for me than one that happened in 2018.
I might even go
traveled
back
with
to
the
organizational
president to view
consulting
the
if Trump comes
destruction
back.
which Hurricane Florence had
Probably
levied
not.
on
I don't know,
my
maybe, but like-
hometown of New Bern, North Carolina. I stepped off of Air Force One
I'm going
and
to do
walked side by
anti-woke
side
business
with the
consulting.
President of the United States
If Trump
through
gets
the hangar
reelected.
where my father had been a shop foreman and my mom had been a budget analyst. I watched Donald Trump walk through neighborhoods of my childhood, comforting those who had suffered such great damages. Because he was a builder, he talked to them about what it would take to rebuild.
2019
what kind of materials they
was
should use.
fucking
And he didn't just show a personal
amazing.
interest. He
2018 was
one
pretty
of
good for me
them.
too. And I
Now
had a
Joe
full,
Biden
like
and the
for
Democrats want to
2020, I had a
penalize
full
small
slate of
businesses
business set up
again
at the
by
beginning of the
hiking their
year,
taxes.
and then COVID fucked
But
it all up.
when he's reelected, Donald Trump will make those tax cuts permanent. And he will also offer new tax cuts like no taxes on tips.
No
Instead
taxes
of
on
taxing
tips,
American companies,
including super chats.
Donald
We're going to
Trump
count those
put
as
tariffs on China that raised
Super chats are
billions of
tips,
dollars
right?
and
I'm
protected
basically a service
American
industry
industries.
professional.
And if reelected, he'll do it again. President Trump is a job creator and the best friend American workers have ever had in the White House. He is a champion of the forgotten men and women, as I have experienced firsthand. But the media doesn't like to acknowledge that very often. Donald Trump is not only a fighter, ladies and gentlemen, he is a good man. He has the heart of a lion and the soul of a warrior. And I believe that if necessary, he would stand at the gates of hell to defend our country. He loves this country, and he would do anything to defend it and to protect us from all harm. I am confident that he will make America great again. And why? Because he did it before. So I ask all of you here tonight, and those of you who are watching from home, to re-elect Donald J. Trump as the 47th President of the United States. Thank you, and good night.
Thank you, Linda.
Everywhere you look,
all right, not the most
the
exciting
Trump
speech.
economy crushes the Biden economy. Gas prices, they were low under President Trump, then skyrocketed under Biden. And credit card fees have increased 50% under Biden. Grocery store prices, everything from meats and vegetables to apples, now astronomical under Biden. Take-home pay, up $6,000 under President Trump. Under Biden, Americans' income has gone down 3 straight years. Mortgage rates, they were low under President Trump. Now they're punishing under Biden. And personal and retirement investments, up 40% under Trump. Under Biden, your investments fell, along with other things. President Trump, he'll make America's economy strong again.
Oh, come on. I wanted to hear the song. What the hell?
We know what it takes to be reaching the top.
What's
We're
this?
reaching the top. We're reaching the top. We know what it takes to be reaching the top. Lower the lights down. Hand over my crown. Hand over my
Hey, thanks, Micah. I'm unemployed right now. Money is tight, but I'm enjoying this coverage. Hey, Micah, I really appreciate you, sending in a super chat, especially when you're unemployed. It's going to get better, bro. You're going to find something. We believe in you. Thank you so much for the support. I appreciate it. Guys, we do have a $500 super chat goal for tonight. We are now at 157, so we're doing just great. If you appreciate this coverage, please consider sending in a super chat to support the work I'm doing. Let's make it 4 nights in a row that we exceed our goal. 4 nights in a row. Dumb shirt. Why can't Republicans have cool merch?
This is Texas Governor
This is
Greg
why my
Abbott.
merch store is so
President
awesome.
Trump has proven
My merch is way
time
better
and
than the
again
Trump merch.
that he is the leader America needs.
You just got laid off on
Our
Friday,
country
Marcus?
will not survive another 4 years of Biden
It's
in
gonna
the
be
White
okay.
House.
You guys are gonna
America
find
needs
something else.
strong leadership that
Best way-
enforces our laws, protects
Fun
our
fact,
national.
fun fact. Here's some organizational consultant knowledge. The very best way to get a pay raise is to get another job. The easiest way to get a massive pay raise is to get another job. And that goes if you've been laid off too. I've worked with plenty of people who have been laid off from one job and they end up going into a much better job that pays them much more money. So, best way to get a pay raise is to get another job. So glad that you're sensibly covering all things Trump assassination like you're a normal person. Yeah, I hate everyone. And so I just try to call balls and strikes. I do really appreciate it. How many watch Hillbilly Elegy? I don't know. I'm not going to watch it. I've never seen it. I'm not going to watch it. I'm not going to read the book either. Hey, Mitchell, I appreciate it. Thank you. Oh, you're an ex-liberal too? Yeah, I left the left as well. Yeah, I have a love-hate relationship with Trump. I want to like Trump on a personal level. I like Trump, and then Trump just hires the worst people in the world, and then I get frustrated. That's okay. We can have a love Trump night. It's a good night for Trump, so we're gonna keep things positive tonight for Trump.
Hi, everyone. Eric Trump. I'm so honored to be here. I'm so honored to be a delegate. I am so honored to be speaking at this convention for a third time. We're going to send my father back to the White House. We are going to win on November 5th.
Andrew, you were a lefty as well.
Each and every one of you.
How many former
88022.
How many former lefties do we have in the chat right now? I'm just curious. How many former lefties? Bot was a lefty. Judgmental Lizard. Amira. D was in the DSA. Love Cat was a look at all the former lefties in my chat. I really do believe, I'm not making this up, I really do believe that I'm one of the best at converting former lefties on the internet. Tiff was a former lefty. Andrew was a Bernie bro. Dragonwater was a righty who became a lefty and now hates everyone. Christine, former lefty. Dark Goblin, former lefty. Bobby until Ron Paul. Conservative but had two progressive parents. Rottweiler was center right. Kelly was a former lefty. Joseph used to be a full-blown communist. Yo. I feel you, and it's like not about him, it's about the best policies. I mean, I don't think Trump has the best policies, though, because he hires the worst people. But I'm going to try not to shit on Trump much tonight, but I think Trump needs some criticism. I think he needs some criticism.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the 70th United
Lots
States
of former
Secretary
lefty in the
of
chat.
State. Mike Pompeo.
Mike Pompeo. Thumbs down. Thumbs down. Thumbs down for Mike Pompeo.
Good evening.
Whoa, he lost a lot of weight.
Good evening, my fellow
Holy
Americans.
shit,
it's great
it was
to be
epic.
with you. A special shout out to Kansas over
I would not have even
recognized
recognized him. I would not have even recognized him. Holy shit,
I had
Mike
the incredible
Pompeo.
privilege to serve as
He
President
looks
Trump's CIA
completely
director
different.
and Secretary of State. It was my greatest honor to work with him.
That doesn't look
every
like Mike
single
Pompeo.
day
Oh, he had
to
a
serve
gastric
you,
bypass?
the American people. Now,
Yo.
Now you all are paying attention, so you know what the Trump administration achieved, but it's worth going through a few of these accomplishments.
Burgundy tie.
Let's start with
I don't mind a
this.
burgundy tie.
There were no new American wars. Our border, our southern border, closed. It may seem like a long time ago, but when we took office, there were people's heads being cut off at the beaches. We destroyed ISIS and its caliphate. And here's another fun fact. We never lost our Secretary of Defense for 2 weeks either. You'll remember, for those 4 years, the evil of Vladimir Putin was held at bay. When we walked out, January of 2021, the Iranian regime was afraid, and the people of Israel were strong.
I would not
and
have
secure, and we
recognized
treated
Mike
like the
Pompeo.
friend
I haven't seen him
and
in years,
ally
apparently, but
that they need to be.
he looks so different.
Everywhere we went, religious freedom was protected. We held 3 summits in North Korea.
The evil
and North
Putin,
Korea
yeah.
was quieted.
I caught that.
We'd begun an honorable exit from Afghanistan. And not a single Chinese spy balloon flew across the United States of America. 4 years. Had I been the Secretary of State and a Chinese spy balloon flew across our country, I would have been the former Secretary of State, and rightfully so. You know, under President Trump, the Chinese Communist Party, which to this day presents the greatest threat to our nation from outside of our country.
I don't know
we
about
confronted
that.
it like never before.
I don't know about that.
Look, ladies and gentlemen, in short,
I don't think that's right.
we put America first every single day.
Yeah.
"42 months on, what has Joe Biden and Kamala Harris done? And their leftist handles, what have they delivered to us for security and prosperity? Almost nothing. Let's start with this. You saw some of them last night. 13 new Gold Star families from Afghanistan. As an Army veteran, I want to speak to everybody who served in Afghanistan. I'm disgusted by the Biden administration's incompetent pullout from that country. To those of you who served there, know this. Know that your service was honorable, that you saved American lives, and that the Pompeos love and admire you for what you did for America. Thank you, and God bless each and every one of you. Every one of you has served in uniform, and the families of those, you deserve a president who will not check his watch while he is honoring our fallen brothers and sisters. It was indecent. And of course, it was that very weakness we saw in Afghanistan that prompted Putin's butchery in Ukraine. Last week, we saw what it meant. A children's hospital bombed, innocents killed. It did not have to be. And now, of course, a second war in Gaza. President Biden won't even talk about the fact that Americans are still being held there by the Iranian regime.
Because it's Netanyahu's fault.
Contrast that with what we did when Americans were wrongfully held.
The hostages are being
President
held
Trump
by
sent me
Iran.
to North Korea
Did you hear that?
to bring home 3
by Iran.
American
Nick
pastors.
is live. Hang on, is Nick actually live, or are you guys kidding?
We brought them home along with
Okay, it does
dozens
look like
of
Nick
others.
is going live. Okay, hang on.
Dozens of other hostages, and we did so.
Yep, Nick is going live. Hang on, let's switch over to Nick. Switch over to Nick. Everyone pray that Rumble worked better tonight than it did last night. Thanks, Aaron. I appreciate you. Pompeo said the hostages are being held by Iran.
Good evening, everybody. You're watching
He's wearing
America
a tie.
First. My name is Nicholas J. Fuentes, and we are back covering day 4.
He's wearing a tie.
Final day of the Republican convention. And we got Pompeo on, so we're just going to get to it here. I'll be back in a sec.
I like Nick so much more in a hoodie.
We gave money to the Ayatollah so he could cut more checks to the genocidal
Gotta be professional,
maniacs
I guess. It's
who
on
conducted
nomination
attacks,
night, so
barbaric attacks in Israel.
And we're back. Perfect
Now,
timing.
Of course, closer to home, a massive national security challenge. Our southern
And
border
we're back.
is a welcome mat. It's a welcome
it's
mat for
Israel night
Islamist
again at the
terrorists,
RNC.
drug dealers, Chinese
I
spies,
gave
and
this tie a
violent
fairly
criminals.
good rating. I think this is his red one with his
Ladies and
it's got a little
gentlemen,
texture
President
on
Biden
it.
sold out our citizens
I
and our
like this
security
one on Nick.
and our
I think
sovereignty.
it brings out the
We need to
browns of
get
his
it back, and I
studio.
am confident
He must have
that
went
we
on
will
Ozempic.
get
He used
it
to be
back.
huge.
See?
They're all on Ozempic. It's crazy. Sarah Huckabee Sanders, this guy.
I had this incredible privilege to serve as your top diplomat. I saw how the world always looks to our nation as the unrivaled example of what a free society should look like.
Everyone pray
But unfortunately,
for a seamless stream
President Biden
that actually
struts the
works.
global stage. Maybe I should say he shuffles the global stage.
Oh,
he talks a big game about American values. But what's he done at home? What's he shown the world?
Gotta admit
What
though,
have
Nick
he
does
and his
clean up
leftist
nice. After a
base
couple of days of watching
actually
Nick in a
shown
hoodie and a
other
flannel and all this
nations?
stuff, cleans up
He's
nice. He's a
censored
good
free
boy.
speech here at home. He's put woke into the military that I and you so desperately love.
Well, that
We
actually
must
happened way
reclaim it.
before him, Mike. That happened under your
He put it in
administration,
our schools
actually.
as well. He's
People are
weaponized
saying
the
gastric
justice system
bypass, you
against our
think?
political opponents.
He was really fat
And even
before.
to this day, as we sit here today, he and
He
Vice
looks good,
President
though.
Harris are providing appeasement to the pro-Hamas radicals on our streets here inside the United States. And even worse, today this administration treats illegals better than our own citizens. That is indecent. And the entire administration.
That's indecent.
The entire
that's not
administration
nice.
has failed to tell us the truth.
Not nice.
The truth that we all know and is so
Not nice
dangerous
at all.
to our nation.
When you rape our
The truth that
country,
Joe Biden can't handle
that's
that
not
3
nice.
a.m.
Nick
phone
put
call.
on a tie for Hulk Hogan.
Indeed, he won't take a phone
And
call
for
after
Trump.
about 4 p.m.
But mostly for Hulk Hogan.
Nap
My
time at
call-
the White House.
My call to
Nick
you
looks
tonight is
presidential.
really straightforward. It's really simple.
I feel like Nick has the same
can't trust
suit
the
that he
Biden
keeps wearing in the
administration,
studio. It's like
and
the
that means
same.
we
He
have
doesn't
work to
put
do
on the suit at all.
to uphold
He just changes
American
the tie.
values.
It's like the same
is
kind
up
of
to
off-white
those of us
shirt.
in the
He's
room
got
tonight
on
and
his
those of
brown
you
suit,
watching
and he
tonight.
just keeps changing his tie.
Donald Trump will
Nick
every
needs to now
day,
get more
I
suits
saw
that
it
match his
firsthand,
studio.
He
He can't
will
just keep
put
wearing the same
America
effing suit.
first. So
W. America first named.
So let's do what's right and what's important. Let's elect a president who isn't ashamed of our nation and will never apologize for our country. And when we do, we will put a strong America First leader back in the White House. We'll reelect Donald J. Trump, and we will make America special, exceptional.
We
and of
will
course,
send all of
great
our money to
again.
Israel,
Thank
and that
you.
will make
God
America
bless you.
great
God
again.
bless our veterans and the United States of America. Thank you all. Thank you so much.
He should not be here. He was another one who was
Ladies and
critical of
gentlemen,
Trump
please
after
welcome Pastor Lorenzo
January
Sewell
6th.
from Michigan.
My name is Pastor Lorenzo Sewell. I have the honor and the privilege of being the senior pastor at 180 Church. And we were blessed last month to have President Donald Trump come to Detroit, Michigan.
Oh, we were there at the same time.
Can you imagine it? Can you imagine President Donald
Trump created a
coming
traffic
to a city
jam.
and calling a pastor like me, a pastor who was born and raised on the east side of Detroit? I was mentored by murderers. I was a student of the street. But I had a radical experience with Jesus Christ that changed my life forever.
Love it.
Come on, if you believe that Jesus still changed lives, come on, put your hands together and give our great God great glory.
Jesus named W.
President Trump came to a church that is in a Democratic stronghold. He came to a church to listen to average, everyday Americans like you and like me. He came to a church not to speak to us, but to listen to us. He came into a church, and a lot of people, they were upset. A lot of people, they would ask me questions. Why would you allow Donald Trump to come into your church? How many know that the Bible says we are all sinners and we all need the grace of God? How many know that the Bible says, he who has not sinned, let him cast the first stone?
I like this guy. He's got good energy.
President Donald Trump, he came during his birthday weekend. Let me ask you a question. Grand old party, what would you do for your birthday if you were worth $6.7 billion? What would you do for your birthday? Would you come to Detroit? Would you come into the hood? He came to the hood because he cares about average.
Trump is going to be speaking around 10, John,
American.
10 p.m. Eastern.
Grand old party, I need to ask you a question.
Love this guy.
What would you ask for your birthday? If you could go to Mar-a-Lago or if you could go to New York, what would you ask for your birthday? He asked for prayer. I believe that prayer is preventative and prayer is proactive. I believe that praying in the name of Jesus changes everything. And when we prayed for President Trump, only God knew that 30 days later, there would be a miracle by a millimeter. Only God knew that if we prayed for him during his birthday, there would be a miracle by a millimeter. If President Trump had moved 1 millimeter, he wouldn't have been here on Monday to talk to us about how America was going to be made wealthy again. If President Donald Trump would have moved just a millimeter, he wouldn't have been here on Tuesday to talk about how he was going to make America secure again. If President Donald Trump would have moved just a millimeter, he wouldn't have been here on Wednesday to tell us how he was going to make America strong again.
This is a good speech.
And if President Trump would have moved just
This part's a little tedious, but
no one has talked about
Right.
education at all.
He was going to make
nothing.
America great again.
It's infuriating that they have done nothing on education. They could have had Corey DeAngelis give a whole fucking thing about school choice. Like, what the fuck?
I just got to talk to you about
And I don't think
something
school
called
choice is going to
providence or
solve
something
anything
called
at all. But
sovereignty.
like,
God's sovereignty is his ability to be able to do what he wants
It would have
when
been
he wants
something.
because he's God. And God's providence, it's when he does what he wants, when he wants for all of you.
yeah, they've done a bunch on Israel, but Israel got a whole half hour, nothing on education.
Did you know that President Trump was shot on 6/11? And do you know that Ephesians chapter number 6, verse number 11 says, be strong in the Lord and in his mighty power.
Wow. There are no coincidences.
To all my Democrat friends, I want to ask you one question. Do you know anybody that was the 45th president? He was convicted of 34 accounts. He raised $53 million in 24 hours and could be the 47th president of the United States in America. And he was shot one time. Do you know anybody like that?
Oh, he was shot on the 13th. Let's suspend disbelief, Helen, okay? Just run with it. Just go with it. Just go with it. No, was he shot at like 6:11 in the time?
So
it would have been
all
at
my
6:11 because I was alive on the internet. So
Democrats,
6:11 p.m.
I want to ask you just one simple question. You can't deny the
Time,
power
not
of God
date.
on this
Time.
man's life. You can't deny that God protected him. You
PM.
cannot deny that it was a millimeter miracle that was able to save this man's life. Could it be that Jesus Christ preserved him for such a time as this? Could it be?
all right, losing steam a little bit, but I do love the speech.
Could it be that when we prayed for him when he came to the round table in Detroit, that Jesus asked and he received, that we sought him and then he found protection? Could it be that the King of glory, the Lord God strong and mighty, the God who is mighty in battle, protected Donald Trump because he wants to use him for such a time as this? If you believe that, come on, put your hands together.
I love this guy.
Give our great God great glory.
That was great. I love that. Good energy. Good vibes.
Nice.
Trump dance
Why
montage.
can't the whole convention
Trump
be
dance
like that?
montage. Our last Trump dance montage, guys.
Because the
Let's
thing
enjoy
is,
it.
you know,
No!
I'm not Protestant, obviously, and Catholics don't really talk that way. And it's a little bit corny. But I'm fine with the self-aware, wholesome corniness
Turn the sound all the
as
way down.
long as it's decent, as long as it's directionally correct. Like, I'm a sucker for Christianity. I'm a sucker for family, for those kinds of personal anecdotes like some of the people were telling yesterday. What I can't stand is all the partisan, like, political nonsense stuff about, like, unleash energy. Like, I'm not willing to be a sucker for that. I'm not willing to be self-consciously accepting of that kind of cringe.
I will never get sick of this dance montage.
So you go to the RNC, you know you're going to get, you basically know what you're going to get from the outset. But I just can't tolerate, like, for example, the other night about all the Israel stuff. You know, the 45-minute Israel fest, closest ally, Jewish values are American values, and so on. Like, I can't embrace that. But the stuff that we actually stand for, yeah, I'm willing to go all out for even if it's a little corny, the stuff that's super patriotic, super religious, super traditional. I'm willing to say, yeah, well, this is our convention, you know? But yesterday we found out, it's actually funny on that point. So yesterday they brought up this Jewish kid named Shabbos Kestenbaum.
He was a Democrat.
Well, we'll talk about it in a
The
sec.
Jewish kid was a Democrat.
United States.
Like, currently
President
registered
Donald
Democrat.
J. Trump.
Trump!
Oh, okay. No, Trump's coming out early, I guess.
Early tonight. See, Trump is the only person that's allowed to wear a red tie. That knot on Trump's tie looks a little tight, though. I don't like the knot, but the tie, like, Trump's ties are so long. Is he still wearing the bandage, or it's no bandage night? No, still got the bandage.
There he is.
I wanted him to take off the bandage
King
tonight.
Trump.
Yeah, Hulk Hogan needs to give Trump a wrestling belt or something. Yeah, I don't like the knot. Not a fan. Looks too tight. You need a little bit of a bigger knot. It's not proportional. Yeah, tear down the bandage, Trump. We want to see the ear. I want to see the ear with the bullet hole. There was like a slow-mo video on Twitter today that actually showed the bullet piercing Trump's ear. I retweeted it earlier if people are looking for it, but it was crazy.
Who's that big guy?
Bullet went right through Trump's ear. Oh, shit. Ted
I don't
Cruz.
recognize any of these people other than Ted Cruz and the guy from Nevada. Jason Aldean. I don't know who that
Who's
is.
sitting
Is that
next
a
to
country
Trump?
guy?
Who is that in the t-shirt?
Yeah, see, that's the stuff I really don't like. People say, a lot of people don't like that I criticize a lot of white culture, but that's just inappropriate. You're wearing a t-shirt with the tattoos, baseball cap. You're standing next to the president. That's just inappropriate. I know that's your thing, but it's just show a little decorum.
He should have dressed up a little bit. You can wear a jacket or something over a t-shirt.
It's an honor to be here this evening. I'm the PGA head golf professional at Trump International Golf Club in Palm Beach, Florida. We all know that President Trump loves his family.
Oh, is a country
because we
music
see
singer?
that.
Okay.
And we all know that President Trump is willing to die for our country because we just witnessed that. But what I'm here to tell you tonight is that Donald Trump
Pardon me.
is a great boss and one hell of a golfer. At our club championship in March, I watched President Trump hit a perfect 210-yard 4-iron to within 10 feet of the hole. Yep. He needed to sink that putt to win. Do you think he sank it? You better believe you sunk that putt. Donald Trump.
You're damn right he did.
21 club championships. Joe Biden, 0.
That's great.
Trump has won 21
For
club
non-golfers out
championships.
there, that's a pretty good record.
That's
He
a
brought up
very
the
good
head
record.
of his golf club to talk about how good of a golfer he
25
is.
years ago, I was working multiple jobs.
I kind of love this,
And
actually.
one of those jobs was caddying at Trump International.
Be like, let
And
me
that's
tell you
where I
about
met
Trump's
Mr.
golf
Trump.
game.
My caddy job eventually would turn into a full-time job.
This is because of the
I was
debate.
out caddying for Mr. Trump when he mentioned to me that he needed to find a teaching pro. He knew I could play, so he said, tomorrow, dress like a golf pro and come out and play golf with me. So in true Mr. Trump fashion, on the first tee
Yeah,
the
I don't
next
like
day,
his
tees up
tie,
his
but like
ball,
this is like a normie, so I
whacks it
don't
right
judge
down
him
the
so
middle of the
harshly.
fairway.
I like
And I
him.
turned to him and I said, hey, I'm pretty nervous. And he said, John, you just relax and play your game. And it was great advice because after 9 holes, he turned to me and he said, I've seen enough. You've got the job.
That's an awesome story.
Thank you. Later, I went on to become the head golf professional. And I'll never forget that moment with Mr. Trump. He truly changed my life. That's who Donald Trump is. For 25 years, I've seen his generosity and his remarkable character firsthand. His entire family reflects these values as well. With all the hate the president gets, I think to myself, how can someone go through all this? He could have chosen a quiet life. He could have played more golf. But he cares so deeply about America and our people. He just keeps working, and he does it for us. Now it's our turn to support him. So let's help him. Let's hear it. America great.
Oh, here we go. Here we go. Rumble.
Thank you, President
Little
Trump,
technical
for
glitch.
believing in me and in our country. As much as I'll miss him in the White House or in the clubhouse, we need to vote him back in the White House. Thank you very much.
So
Well, botch the last line. See, I love when it's
So you know Trump did this because like the biggest moment of the debate with Joe Biden was them arguing about who was the better golfer. Was it Trump or Biden? And the most passionate that Trump got in the first debate was when Joe Biden was talking about his handicap and Trump was like, "You're a damn liar." And you know that Trump brought his golf pro to the RNC to talk about how good Trump is at golf just because he was arguing with Joe Biden about it in the debate.
those ranchers yesterday, the World War II veteran. The problem is all this other crap. The problem is all this stuff that really doesn't belong here, the stuff that's just alien. And a lot of these people, there's just a refusal to assimilate. It's people that don't speak English. It's people that don't have our values. If the RNC was even what it was 20 years ago, it would be better. Like, that's the irony, is that 20
Thank you,
years
Ethan.
ago,
I
the
appreciate you
GOP
and your
was
prayers.
worse ideologically. It was more basic. But the texture of it was far more American. And the people that showed up, country club Republicans, they were Americans. And they, like I said, they were probably more cringe. And yeah, there was this, there was still pandering, and there was a Jewish ideological element. So we're certainly a more nationalist party now, but we've lost the identity. It's sort of like when J.D. Vance get up there. J.D. Vance is not like a real American. He's whiter than me. He's been in America, I think, probably more generations than me. But this guy has acceded to the transnational elite, this like cosmopolitan elite. He doesn't live in Ohio. He lives in a suburb of DC. He married a rich daughter of Indian immigrants from California. She's loaded. He went to Yale Law School. He never looked back. He got to deal with Netflix, CNN. The guy reads the Wall Street Journal. His kids, they don't have American sounding names. Or at least one of them doesn't. And this is not me attacking the family. It's just saying he's not like us. His way of life is not like our way of life. When I talk to contractors, when I talk to people in my town, when I talk to my barber, when I talk to my family, when I talk to my family's friends, when I talk to old school Americans, we all have a cultural milieu in common. These people like Vance, they're not
everyone,
like
if you
us.
just joined,
People
welcome
like
to
us
the
don't do
stream. Really
stuff
glad
like
you guys
that.
are here tonight. Please make sure you
So,
mount the like button for me.
you
If you
know,
don't feel
and of
comfortable
course,
mounting
there
the
is a
like
lot of
button,
diversity
you can give the like
within
button a twist
America,
on the
but
cheek.
keep
You
it
can give the like
American.
button
Like
a
those
high five.
ranchers the
You
other
can even
day,
smash the
they're
like
very
button for
different than
tonight
me,
only.
you know, when they
But
come out
please
in the
make sure you
bolo
mount
tie
the
and the
like button.
cowboy
And if you
hat.
feel so
It's very
inclined to
different
send in a
culture than
super
what we
chat
have
to
in
help us on the
Chicago.
way to our super chat goal,
But it's a
I would
different
really
shade
appreciate it
of
if you're
America.
appreciating
It's a
my
different
coverage.
part
Send in
of
$5,
America.
$10. You
So
help me do what I
That's
do.
the part that I deeply long for at this convention and within politics.
Who's this?
I just want to see America's identity represented,
Good
not
evening, Milwaukee.
Kestenbaum and Israeli
I'm Zach
citizens.
Businessman.
I am deeply honored to stand before you tonight
Red tie,
and introduce my
dismissed.
father. This moment holds special significance
father?
as I'm about to become a father myself. Thank you. The nation my son is born into in December will be shaped by the choice we make this November. I saw my father's remarkable journey from relying on a small loan to becoming one of the country's most successful developers. He showed me that success comes from hard work, not handouts. When I joined his business, I started at the bottom.
Thanks, Kelly. I really appreciate it.
Handling plumbing jobs and repairing sewage
Oh,
lines
you did
late at night
unspeakable
in
things
New
for
York
the like
City.
button. That's okay. The like button
That's
consents.
how he started too.
Just wants to be touched
I
in some
vividly
way.
recall him spending New Year's Eve fixing a broken sewage tank with a bear of a man named Shecky. You see, they couldn't afford to call in a crew. They were the crew. Years later, Shecky was still by my dad's side.
This is a Jewish
and he
donor.
became my first boss. He once told me he would run through a wall for my
His dad is.
because my dad never asked him to do anything that he wouldn't do himself. And that's exactly how my family feels about our dear friend, President Donald J. Trump. We have seen him stand shoulder to shoulder with the American people, time and again, even when it wasn't easy, even when he could be doing something else. Even after getting hit by live sniper fire, he stood with us, my fellow Americans, and that is why we stand with him. And you know what? He makes it fun, too. President Trump and the First Lady were the guest of honor at my wedding at the beautiful Mar-a-Lago Club. The president tore up the dance floor until 3 in the morning with his signature moves. You guys know those moves. The essence of what my dad taught me: hard work, unwavering loyalty, and perseverance. That is the essence of Donald Trump.
Look at his eyes. Look at this guy.
As long as we stand united with President Trump, it will remain the essence of the nation that my son and all of our children grow up in. God bless America. God bless Donald Trump. And God bless the greatest nation on earth, the United States of America. Ladies and gentlemen, I am proud to present my father, Stephen Witkoff.
Oh,
Why does he get a big entrance? No one even knows who he is except people who take money from him. He didn't need a big entrance. That was unnecessary.
Good evening, everybody. That song that you just heard was American Trilogy by Elvis.
No.
Is this my
It was
impression
playing
of
for a
Jewish
reason.
people?
A lot of people don't know this about my dear friend, President Trump, but he's a big music guy. And he's got a playlist.
He's literally
and the
doing my
DJ
impression.
wherever he goes. See, I stand before you tonight, not just as a speaker, not just as someone who came up as a builder with the president in the world of real estate.
Yeah, another
but as
boring
someone
tie,
who has
no
had the
rating.
profound privilege of calling President Donald J. Trump a true and dear friend for many, many years in good times and bad times. And of all the songs he has shared with me over the years, that is the song that best captures him, especially those words, "His truth is marching on."
It is a Rizless tie. True.
I thought of that song after my dear friend was shot a few days ago. I gave him a call. I expected to leave him a voicemail, so it surprised me when he answered the phone. His first words surprised me as well. He'd just come within an inch of his own life ending, but he picked up the phone and said, "Hi, Steve. I'm really glad you called. How are you? How are your kids?"
Wow.
It surprised me, but it shouldn't have. I know this man very well. President Trump is as kind and compassionate a man as I've ever met in my lifetime. I've seen the truth of President Trump, and it marches on with me tonight. I know that many here and watching at home have felt that kind of a connection with the president.
You know,
it's real.
We had a call in my
refuse
supporter
a question
community
from
like the day
somebody,
that Trump left office.
decline a photo,
And
or ignore
so many of us
someone's
were so
story or
upset
concerns.
because it felt like
Everyone he
Trump hadn't
meets
actually just been
gets
given a
family
chance.
member's embrace
And it
from
was like,
him.
it was a great call. I don't know if anyone was
I
on
have
it, but like
felt
we
that
shared like
warmth
these memories
so
of
many
Trump and like
times over the
these
years.
stories that people had told about, just like this,
last
where like
week,
Trump gets
I
shot
told
and
the
someone calls
president
him and the
about
first
a
thing he
moment
says
I
is,
had
"How
with
are
his
you? How are
3
your kids?" It's
sons,
like
and how
those type of
impressed
Trump
I
things,
was
like
with
I
them.
fucking love those
He
things. And
looked at me with a wistful smile, blowing a kiss, and it was a special moment between us as fathers.
you know,
When my dad
I want Trump
fell
to have another
gravely
chance.
ill,
I really do.
President Trump didn't just send a note. He didn't just offer words of comfort. He showed up as he always does.
And maybe more people
He was
will love
there,
Trump this time.
treating my parents
And he'll actually
with
maybe get a
kindness
fair
and
shot from
respect.
people. I don't know.
Including my mom, who's 91 and here tonight dressed in red and is going to be voting for the president. Many Americans have only witnessed his leadership on TV, but I have seen his humanity in the quiet moments, away from the spotlight, in hospital rooms he didn't have to be in, where his presence brought real solace in a dark hour for my family and many other families. That's who he is. When times are really tough, when he's got everything to lose and nothing to gain, Donald Trump shows up and he's there for you. Thank you. When I lost my boy Andrew to an opioid overdose, the pain was unbearable. But as usual, Donald Trump showed up. After he became the President Trump, even amid all the responsibilities of his office, He reached out and invited me to speak about Andrew at a conference on opioids hosted by the First Lady, providing a platform to honor my son's memory. And when the day of the conference came, he went out of his way that day to come and put his hand on my shoulder and say, "Steve," as he led me up to the lectern, "tell the world about your boy." My boy was the best of us. Where we lived in New York City, a Trump building, 502 Park Avenue, there were 12 homeless people who stayed outside by the church next to the property. My son got to know them all. He fed them every evening. He became their friend. When he passed away, all 12 came to his funeral. He and President Trump shared something in common. My boy stood up for people, no matter which side of the train tracks they came from, exactly as the president does for everybody. Standing here today, I still feel my boy's hand on my shoulder. After Andrew passed away, I found myself clinging to my son's memory, even his things. His college ID is in my pocket right now. I wear his ring since he died. And I came today with his watch on. I kept his guitar too, and thought I would keep that guitar forever. But I gave it to my dear friend, Andrew's friend, and fellow music lover, Donald Trump.
Oh.
I wanted President Trump to have something with which to remember my son. President Trump didn't say something nice to me and put it in a closet somewhere. He put it right out front at his Trump International West Palm Beach property, where he and I both see it whenever we walk in and play, and where everyone who walks into that beautiful building sees it as well, as an acknowledgement to my boy, a sacred tribute to a true friend who's gone, and a cause that remains opioid abuse.
That's really nice. That's another great Trump story.
Thank you. Standing here today with my boy's hand on my shoulder, I know I'll never hear his music again. His mom and I can only hear the chords of memory now, and we will always hear them. But I know my dear friend, President Trump, hears them too. You don't see this man's reverence, his steady loyalty, his true empathy in the TV coverage. But this is the truth about President Trump, the man I have come to know and admire and love, a man whose truth is marching on. It is a dark hour for America, but there's nobody I trust more in this moment than this man. A man who in the darkest hours shows up, listens, cares, and always acts. The kind of man we need now to be the 47th President of the United States. Thank you. May God bless you all. May God bless President Trump and his extraordinary wife and his wonderful family. And may God bless America. Thank you so much.
I just love those Trump stories, man. I love it when, like, I wish, like, more people would hear that, man.
Good story. From crooked Joe Biden, the worst president
It's a great
in the history
story.
of our country.
But boring.
I believe that we're going to have 4 of the greatest years in the history of our country. I will once and for all secure our elections. We're going to go to paper ballots. We're going to have same-day voting, voter ID. We're going to do it properly. We're going to have good, secure, beautiful elections. We never want what happened in 2020 to happen again. But until then, Republicans must win, and we must use every appropriate tool available.
All right, we've heard this 100 times. Yeah, that was a good story, but a little bit boring.
You can do commentary, Nick. I can do commentary, I guess.
I don't like when they don't
There we go.
acknowledge God, though. I don't know how you talk about the death of your son and you don't talk about God. But that's really the issue, is that the guy's clearly Jewish, so he's probably an atheist. And if he's not an atheist, he's not a Christian. So that just doesn't, don't get me wrong, it's sympathetic because we're all human beings and we all have family and people die. But if there's no acknowledgement of what makes all of it matter, to me, there's just something that's hollow about it. But anyway, I want to, somebody says in the chat, finish your thoughts about the Jewish guy. Yeah, so yesterday, they had this guy named Shabbos Kestenbaum speak, and he was this Jewish kid, and he gets up there, and first of all, very like ghostly appearance, but he gets up there and he's like, oh my gosh. All right.
Alina Haba.
Well, we'll get it next time. Next time for sure. Next time we will have it.
Good suit. Where's Trump going? Oh, he's just getting up to walk around.
Good evening, America. My name
Is Trump
Alina
leaving?
Haba,
Where's he going?
and I
What's
have
going
had
on?
the great privilege
Trump
of
has to go to the
representing
bathroom.
President Donald J. Trump.
This is when
Where's he
Trump used to
going?
leave. What the fuck?
Now, I know you're all used to hearing me shouting outside a courthouse,
Trump's got to pee.
but tonight, I want to take you behind the law and behind the headlines and share with you a side of President Trump that reveals his character, his kindness, and his commitment to saving this great country. As a devout Catholic,
Let's go.
a proud first-generation Arab American woman,
Oh, come on. Don't do this, Rumble. Don't do this to me. We had this talk earlier.
and a feisty Jersey girl.
No!
Who is fed up with far-left corruption in Washington. President Trump championed
I'm
my
going to pee too,
journey,
guys. I'll be right back.
empowering me to be who I became today. His unwavering support not only shaped my career, but has inspired other young women with big dreams. President Trump loves this country. He does. And he lifts up those around him. To my children, Luke, Chloe, and Parker.
I'm so glad it's the last
He's
day of
the man
this.
with one heck of a golf swing that lets them ride in a golf cart with some of the world's most famous golfers so they feel included in mom's job. And by the way, he can kick some of those guys' butts. Ken. To my husband, whose family members have survived the Holocaust.
Oh, there it
He's a
is.
champion of the Jewish faith.
There it is.
To my Iraqi parents, he is a mentor to their daughter.
What a traitor.
But to me, he is my friend.
She's Iraqi and she married a Jewish guy, Jewish Zionist.
too long ago, a supporter shouted, "God bless you and President Trump," in the middle of Manhattan after one of our trials.
All right, I'm back.
Little did that man know that I was on the phone with the president himself. And he immediately asked me to pause, give the man my phone,
Wow.
and spent time speaking to him and thanking him for his support.
Love that.
Benjamin
That's
Jackson!
a great story.
Benjamin, you've been such a great supporter all week. Thank you, bro. Thank you so much. I appreciate you.
And the politics. President Trump loves the American people, and he loves this country.
Everyone,
I love
applause
this
for
like
Benjamin.
dictator energy where you have people one after the other on stage crying. He's the best guy ever. He's so good at golf, and he hugs veterans. He has the guitar of my dead son in his club.
Created thousands of jobs.
I don't think it was ever like this before,
His
was it?
buildings
So I kind of
and
love it.
businesses
I
are
love the
a
Trump
testament
stories.
to
I
his
think it's great.
commitment to excellence.
It's humanizing.
And his drive to turn dreams into reality. But his greatest construction project was yet to come.
Yeah.
The left has tried to demolish President Trump, but there is no bulldozer big enough or strong enough to remove the legacy that he has built or the future he is creating.
The whole day is like, God save Trump. He's a God-appointed leader. No one can stop him. He's the best guy ever. He's so tough. And he loves everyone. He loves this. People are like weeping.
Legacy of putting America first.
But Donald Trump called the veterans, and he really cared.
He will build America stronger than ever for we, the people.
That's so cool. I
It's,
do love that
it's
aspect
Trump
of it.
Story night
I
at
just
the
wish he was
RNC.
more right-wing. Then it would be perfect. If
I
he was
actually
like a
like this. I'm not mad at
reactionary,
it.
it'd be
As we
perfect.
stand on the brink of a new chapter in America's story, I am reminded of the country my family fled 4 decades ago. A place marked by religious persecution, oppression, and a lack of freedom. They came here because America is a beacon of liberty and opportunity. It is now our duty to protect the values that define us.
Gotta get my
and
banner
keep
back up.
this the
There we go.
greatest nation on earth. Amen.
Yeah, Scott Pressler should have been given a speaking slot. Scott Pressler snubbed for the second convention in a row. That's bullshit right there.
That's right.
He could have spoken on the first night or the second.
Every attack on President Trump only strengthens our movement. The left's madness is only a sign of desperation. Sham indictments and baseless allegations will not deter us. Because the only crime President Trump has committed is loving America. And America, we are winning. Outside of his family and our country, President Trump also has another love.
Hey, thanks, Tayton.
Music. A few years ago, he wanted me to hear a new song he had selected for an upcoming rally. I could hear it.
I appreciate
blaring
it,
in
bro.
the
Thank
background
you.
At Mar-a-Lago. He landed on a song called "Hold On, I'm Coming." America, we no longer have to hold on. We just have to show up.
We just gotta show up. We don't gotta hold on. We just gotta show up. All over. That's very juvenile. That's very juvenile. Nobody has time for that. We don't have time for childish humor like that. Gutter humor. Seriously. Grow up.
Who does that, Nick? Who does that?
And if you're eager
God.
to unleash the best America has to offer, then let's send Donald Trump and J.D. Vance to the White House in November. The future of America and the world is bright, and it begins with the unwavering spirit of each and every one of us. Because of the resilience and the leadership of my friend, President Donald J. Trump.
Getting some water before I go through all this wine.
So let us not forget that President Trump did not just take a bullet in Butler, Pennsylvania. He has and will continue to take them for each and every one of us.
I hope not.
God bless President Trump. God bless you all. And God bless the United States of America.
I get what she's going for, but he didn't just get shot once. He's going to get shot a lot. Like, why would you say it like that? He's going to continue to take bullets. Like, I hope he doesn't, actually. I hope that is not the case. No more bullets, please. But I get what she was going for. Or she meant metaphorically. All right, Tucker and Hulk Hogan coming up. Tucker. So like I was saying about Shabbos Kestenbaum, that Jewish kid that spoke yesterday, he said he was going to sue Harvard because they didn't censor anti-Semitic speech, so-called. I go on his Twitter the other day, and the guy's a Democrat. The guy tweeted on July 9th, I'm a Democrat, and I spoke out against Russian interference in the 2016 election. So it's like, this is who's speaking at the RNC. These people aren't even right-wing. And that's kind of my problem, is that, and I know people say, well, it's a big tent movement. Well, we're trying to appeal to people in the middle. But what about, I thought the whole premise of the platform this year was that it's about the forgotten men and women.
Exactly.
That it's
I
about
agree.
the people that the party represents, the actual constituency of the GOP.
Hey, thanks, MacB.
And this year, it's like,
yeah, we must
porn
win all
star,
the things.
a Sikh.
Exactly.
I don't have a problem with Sikhs, but the visibility, it's like, not the time, not the place. And then you get a Jewish Democrat, and then you get Israeli citizens. And
a communist.
So much of the people that are showing up here, it's just not representative of the actual party. And it's like, where do people like us even go? Where can we go and have a night for Americans? So I'm just kind of sick of that. It's like everywhere you look, you can't get away from it. Star Wars, SNL, you leave your house, you see it in every major city, and then even at the Republican convention you get this.
True.
So that's why, of course, we're America First. Maybe one day we can have an America First convention. It's all Americans. But anyway, so I just wanted to finish that thought from earlier about this speaker that was on the stage yesterday. Yeah, today is so far so good. I mean, a lot of it isn't even really all that political. So far, it's all just been about Trump himself. So I don't have too much commentary aside from that. So we'll see. It'll be interesting what the president says, but I believe that doesn't start for another 2.5 hours, 2.5 hours. So it's going to be a long night tonight.
Guys, we're going to be hearing from Hulk Hogan
Where they
later. We're going to be hearing from Dana White. Lots of good
Trump
speeches
accept
coming
the
up.
nomination.
Please make sure you mount the like
other
button
big story
for me.
from
I would
today is that
appreciate it.
it looks like Biden is going to withdraw from the race,
It
as
looks
I
like
predicted
Biden is
a
gonna
few weeks
withdraw.
ago.
That's
and
true.
the pressure got to be
Thank you,
extraordinary
Mass
this week.
Genocide.
Chuck Schumer,
Appreciate
Nancy
you.
Pelosi, Hakeem Jeffries, and even Kamala Harris herself have all pleaded with Biden to step down. They've all told him it's time to step
They're
aside
saying Biden's going to withdraw on Sunday and not endorse Kamala. So we're going to get an open convention for the
they're saying now
Democrats.
that it
It's going to
could
be
come as
awesome.
soon as this weekend. Seemed like the dam
I
finally
can't
broke
wait.
yesterday
I want an open convention.
when it was
I wanna
reported
see a
that the
nomination
Democratic
fight.
leadership and close
gonna be the
personnel
best.
inside the inner circle have now moved firmly against him. So it might be the case that this weekend we have a major development. And then in that case, some are saying that there will be an open Democratic convention in August in Chicago, meaning that the delegates will actually vote, that the nominees will actually give speeches at the Democratic convention, and it'll be as if they're conducting a Democratic primary.
It's going to be awesome. We've never seen
Over
this
the course
before.
of a week.
I
They'll
want
have
an open
some say
Democratic
it's
convention.
Kamala, and then 3 to
They're gonna
4
have to
other
fight.
Democratic candidates.
They're gonna have to
and then all the
campaign.
delegates who are then unbound
It's gonna
will
be
then be able to
awesome.
choose. And so some of the names that have been floated, they say, of course, the Vice President Kamala Harris, although they're saying that she will not get an endorsement from Biden, although that's not 100%, but that's the rumor. It will be Kamala Harris, probably Gavin Newsom, Pete Buttigieg, Gretchen Whitmer.
Hey, thank you, Chase. I
Some have
appreciate
suggested
you.
Michelle Obama, although she strenuously denied that she would ever become a nominee. Who knows? Maybe even Hillary Clinton. You never know. I mean, there might be some surprises, but it'll be the Democratic convention actually will be far more interesting than the Republican convention.
It's going to be awesome.
This GOP convention is just a big glaze fest, and it's all the usual suspects. It's all the greatest hits. It's
going to be so woke.
veterans, illegals.
It's going to have so much crazy shit in it. It's going to be great.
Trump's a great guy. The Democratic convention, they're actually going to pick who their nominee will be if things play out the way the rumors suggest. And that'll be in August. And they say that they're even maybe going to delay the nomination. Maybe not the convention, but they say they're going to delay the nomination, which I believe they were going to do virtually. Now they're going to push that back. So it'll be a very interesting year. But I said after the debate that probably Biden was going to drop out. Everybody said, well, the procedure won't allow him to drop out. And I said, it doesn't matter. They're going to find a way. And people said, well, they can't force him out. I'm like, of course they can. They're the Democrats. Watch them shut it down. Of course they can force him out. Maybe not on a technical level. Maybe not strictly technically speaking, they can't force him out. There's no procedural mechanism. But they will exert all the pressure that they have from media, money, from the party establishment. I said, if they want him gone, he's gone. And that appears to be exactly what has taken place. And I don't know if we got into it a lot last week, but we talked about this growing pressure, mounting pressure from George Clooney, who did a major fundraiser for Biden, raised nearly $30 million for Biden with a Hollywood fundraiser. And then the next day put out an open letter in the New York Times saying that Biden is senile.
Oh, I hope
Reid
they
Hoffman
do.
said that he's going to withhold donations.
Please let them have a queer land blessing, please.
All right, what's this now?
The DNC is going to be awesome.
Oh, no.
Stand there in the polling
Reagan.
Whoops.
I think when you make that decision, it might be
Here we
well if you
go.
would ask yourself, are you better off than you were 4 years ago?
I mean, it is a famous
Is it
commercial.
easier
You got to
for
give
you to
it
go and
props.
buy things in the stores than it was 4 years ago? Is there more or less unemployment in the country than there was 4 years ago? Is America as respected throughout the world as it was? Do you feel that our security
It's a clever
as
commercial to just
If we're
redo
just
the
like
Ronald Reagan speech.
guys. It's just like
I mean,
Ronald Reagan.
It's
If you don't
nostalgic,
think
though.
that this
People
course
love
that we've been
boomers
on for the
love
last
this
4
shit.
years is what you would like to see us
That's
follow for the
Tucker.
next 4. Then I could
see.
suggest another choice.
Yup,
that you
Tucker's
have.
neck.
President Trump. He'll make America great again.
And then Hulk Hogan's coming up in 2 speakers from now.
We got to ditch the Reagan stuff.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome journalist, author, and American citizen.
All right.
Tucker! Mount the like button for Tucker!
Thank you.
Oh, this is wild.
No.
Thank you.
Good
I bet-
tie. I like that tie.
Good to
Unorthodox.
see you.
I like the yellow stripe.
Thank you.
I would give that
I
tie.
feel like I know about
I don't like it with the shirt though. It doesn't
half
match
the
the
people in
shirt.
the
I would give
room.
that tie because of the
This is
shirt. Like
wild.
the tie
What
gets
are
like
you
an
doing?
8.
Justin
The
Wells.
combination gets like a 6.
Thank you guys.
It doesn't match the shirt.
Okay. Can I just say, Peter Navarro is back. Welcome to Peter Navarro. Suffering the fate that has happened to so many who are friends with Donald Trump. Thank you for having me. I have been to many conventions. I have never been to a more fun convention or a convention with better vibes. They literally let Navarro out of prison. First of all, thank you. This feels a lot different from what I thought it was going to feel like. I can't hear you, but I know it's something good. So I watched the video of what happened in Butler, Pennsylvania about 50 times. I think I was one of about 8 billion people around the world who watched it. And the more I watched it, the more it struck me that everything was different after that moment. Everything. And this convention is different. The nation is different. The world is different. Donald Trump is different. When he stood up after being shot in the face, bloodied, and put his hand up, I thought at that moment, that was a transformation. This was no longer a man. Well, I think it was divine intervention. But the effect that it had on Donald Trump, he was no longer just a political party's nominee or a former president or a future president. This was the leader of a nation. And I think there's a difference.
It was iconic,
I've spent
an
most
iconic
of my life in
moment.
Washington, where the president is at the top of the pyramid. Everyone wants to be the president. But if you think about it, the presidency comes with great power, obviously. But if you think about it, that is a title that is bestowed by a process of some sort that can be subverted. And in the end, it does not confer by itself, as no title does, legitimacy. Just because you call yourself the president doesn't mean that much inherently. I can call my dog the CEO of Hewlett Packard. It doesn't mean she is. No, it's true. And you hate to say it, but it is also true, is a fact, that you could take, I don't know, a mannequin, a dead person, and make him president. You could. I'm just saying theoretically possible. with enough cheating, that could happen.
Okay, but where were you in 2020?
Being a leader is very different. It's not a title.
Hey, thanks, Tayton.
It's organic. You can't name someone
Yes,
a leader.
they had the mayor of
leader
East Palestine, Ohio, speak
bravest
last
man.
night, I think.
That's who the leader is.
He did a good job.
That is true in all human organizations.
The leader.
This is a law of nature. And in that moment, Donald Trump, months before the presidential election, became the leader of this nation. That was the most obvious to me. And I have to say, I think it changed him. I reached out to Trump within hours of it that night. And what he said to me that night, having just been shot in the face, he said not a single word about himself. He said only how amazed he was and how proud he was of the crowd, which didn't run.
Wow.
And I thought two things. The first thing I thought was, well, of course they didn't run. His courage gave them heart. A leader's courage gives courage to his people.
True.
And the second thing I
Tally
thought
on the super chats is
was,
294 out of
this is the selfish guy I've been
500
hearing
Murphy's
about
Pool.
for 9 years. Really? Not a word about himself? About his people, period. And the second thing I noticed, which I don't think anyone has remarked upon in public, but I'm just going to since I don't have a script, like why not, is that he turned down the most obvious opportunity in politics to inflame the nation after being shot. To inflame the nation, which is an opportunity that almost every other politician I've ever met, and certainly his opponents, would have taken instantly. And they would have said, well, what is this? How did he get shot? Like, how did this happen? And those are real questions that we have to get to the bottom of. But in the moments, the days, the week after the shooting, he did not say that. He did his best to bring the country together. And I thought, this is the divisive figure. This is the irresponsible person. No. This is the most responsible, unifying behavior of a leader I think I've ever seen.
I agree with that.
So the question is,
I agree.
Is that
where
like
is
a
he
good thing,
leading us?
though?
Yes.
And I could go on for hours, but let me just sum it up. I do think the entire point from the famous escalator ride 9 years ago until today of Donald Trump's
People
public life
respect that
has
type
been
of
to remind
class
us
is
of
the
one
thing.
fact,
We don't always need
which
to be
is
divisive.
A leader's duty is to his people, to his country, and to no other. That's the point. That's
Murphy's
the only
Pool.
point. And another word
Thank
for
you,
this
Murphy's Pool.
is
Appreciate you.
democracy. Democracy, in case you're a little sick of being beaten in the face with democracy on television.
We have broken the
Actual
$300
democracy
mark.
is the proposition that
Appreciate
the citizens
it.
of a country own that country. They're not renters, they're not serfs, they're not slaves, they are the owners of the country. And for that to be true,
Come on, man.
their leaders have to represent them, which is another way of saying they have to do.
No,
what
I'm
the
taking a
people want
break
them
because
to
I don't
do.
want to drink the entire bottle
Or
of
a
wine
close
like
approximation
right off the
thereof.
bat. I was starting to get
But if they
tipsy.
completely ignore
But
what
I have
people
some
want,
more left.
not just 1 year, but generationally, say for 50
I don't know how much
years,
more I have left though.
then it may be.
I asked
don't
Victor to
know
give me
what,
another
it's
bottle.
Not a
It
democracy.
feels like about half.
And so I think the entire Trump project, paradoxically, is attacked as an enemy of democracy, is to return democracy to the United States. Hey, let's pay
Great.
attention to what people actually want.
Great.
And the lack of interest in that question in Washington
Oh,
is something that
brother.
ultimately drove me out of the city after 35 years.
I'm so glad that Trump
Lawmakers
isn't
stepping
divisive
over the
and is
prostrate
truly
bodies of their
democratic.
fellow citizens ODing on drugs to go cast votes to send money to some foreign country. Yeah, actually, we've lost more Americans from drugs in the past 4 years than we lost in World War II. Yeah, our bloodiest war, more than we lost in World War II. Does anybody care? It is pathetic. It is pathetic. And do you hear a single word from Washington about doing anything about it? We know where the drugs are coming from. We know the supply routes. The U.S. military spent billions bombing the Ho Chi Minh Trail. You don't see our commander-in-chief suggesting that we use our military to protect our country or the lives of its citizens. No, that's for Ukraine. And it's too much, actually. It's too insulting.
It's for Ukraine.
It's too insulting. It's a middle finger in the face of every American. It's a very clear statement, which is unmistakable. And that is, we don't care about you.
Just Ukraine. Nobody
And
else.
Donald Trump, whatever you say about him, and I think he's a wonderful person. I know him well. By the way, the funniest person I've ever met in my life, actually. You can't be funny without perspective or without empathy, which is true. But everything else about Trump aside, he actually cares because he's interested in the people who live here because that's his job. A father's job, his duty is to his family. An officer's duty is to his men. A president's duty is to his citizens. And he seems to be the only one who thinks that. And in his choice for vice president, J.D. Vance, he's made that really clear. J.D. Vance, I'll say this about him, is a thoroughly decent man, and I'll just admit it, a friend of mine, one of the very few politicians in Washington who actually is very close to his own wife, which is wonderful to see. And she's wonderful, actually. But J.D. Vance has views that are closer to Trump's voters than anyone else in Washington in office. Therefore, he's the vice president. That's called democracy.
Yeah, that's
So
why
I
he
will
called
stop
them
at
all
just one
racist,
point.
right?
And that is what's happened over the past month since the debate. And particularly on Saturday in Butler, I think a lot of people are wondering, what is this? This doesn't look like politics. Something bigger is going on here. I think even people who don't believe in God are beginning to think, well, maybe there's something to this. Actually. And I'm starting to think it's going to be okay, actually. I do think that. In the day
I'm
after
relieved.
the midterm elections in 2018,
Tucker really should have written a speech. He shouldn't just be doing this
Antifa came to my
impromptu.
house. The Democratic Party's militia, okay? I was at work. It was obvious when I was at work because it was public. My wife was home alone. They tried to come in through the front door. They terrorized her. She hid in our pantry. It was on television. It was horrible, actually. It was, I mean, I'm not whining about it. I wasn't getting shot in the face, but it wrecked our day. And the next morning, we're lying in bed, and the phone rings for my wife, and it's Donald Trump.
I mean,
who's not like a regular text buddy of
Trump's not going to get the Jewish vote.
She picks it up. Hello?
The Jewish vote's going to go to the Democrats.
Susie, it's Donald Trump. And it's coming through. I could hear it. You know, I'm lying in bed. Oh. And the first thing he says is, I'm going to stand guard outside your house. And she goes, oh, that's so nice. And he says, I'll never forget this as long as I live. He says, you know, there's a lot of hate out there. And she said, you know, there is, Mr. President. And then he says, but there's a lot of love. There's a lot of love. And we are seeing that love. I don't think it's human love.
Emperor Trump.
And I'll just stop with
It's
this.
Donald Trump. That's so awesome.
Right
He
I've been
picks
on the
up
wrong
the
side
phone.
many times. You'll never hear me say, I'm on God's side, or God's with me, or even I'm with God. I want to be.
Why?
Not sure
Why
I am.
would you not say that?
But I will say this unequivocally and conclusively. God
That's
is
crazy.
among us right now. And I think that's enough.
I mean, there are definitely some
Among
Jews
us?
who love Trump. I'm not saying no Jews love Trump. Trump loves Israel. Trump is totally beholden to
Yeah,
Israel. So of
weird
course there are.
speech.
I'm just saying most Jews are going to vote for the Democrat.
That's just like a weird Fed speech.
Yeah, I didn't like that speech from Tucker. I think he could have done better if he'd
I'm
written
glad
a
that
speech.
Trump didn't
It was
inflame
okay,
division,
but-
and it's really democracy. And JD Vance is going to bomb China because they're giving us drugs.
I'm not sure how I follow Tucker, but I'm going to
More
give it a
about
go.
Trump's golf game.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Carrie Ruiz, and like some people on this stage this evening, I am not a politician. I am not a public figure. I'm a mom of 3 and a woman of faith who's been fortunate to work side by side with Donald Trump and his amazing family.
I love the real people. The political people I cannot stand, but
12
I
years
love the
ago,
real people
the
that
Trump organization
have given
purchased
speeches.
the iconic
All of the women are wearing
Doral
all
Golf
white.
Resort after so many companies tried and failed to create a world-class golf experience, all while turning a profit. With his keen eye for business and
Trump charges
uncanny
$150 for a
ability
bottle of his
to
basic
make
wine at that
things
golf
better,
course. That's why.
Donald Trump got
I know
to
because I
work.
once paid it.
He poured hundreds of millions of dollars and his
good
own
wine, though.
sweat and tears into the property. He had a hand in virtually everything, and no detail was too small. He didn't just change the carpet or apply a fresh coat of paint. He stripped this legendary resort to its core and rebuilt it the right way. He did the hardest things to make it great again. He also built up the resort.
Hey, thanks, person only over on Rumble. Appreciate you.
boss. He empowered us. He listened to us, all of us, and he still does. No matter your role, he asks questions. He wants different opinions. He never demands more of us than he is willing to give. He is as generous as he is brave. And to those who work for him, he provides unwavering support. When he promoted me to the resort's golf general manager position, it was an out-of-the-box choice in a historically male-dominated industry. I am not a golf professional. I cannot break 90 yet. But none of that mattered to President Trump. He looks at things differently. He welcomes the unconventional. And I am proud to be among
Listen.
the countless women he's promoted to
I'm an
leadership
organizational
positions.
psychologist. You don't find people whose employees love them like Trump's
might add,
employees
he did
love
it
Donald
all
Trump.
while
It
no
just
one was
it
looking.
usually doesn't exist out there.
The simple truth
They
is
love
no one
him.
can match President Trump's vision and unrelenting drive to make things
I've heard
better.
thousands of people talk about their bosses. No one talks about their bosses like Trump's employees talk about Trump.
He did it at Doral. He did it as
The Doral is a
president.
great property.
He will
It is a good property.
do
I
it
stayed
again.
there a while back, a couple years ago.
The Glaze Fest.
May God continue to bless President Trump, and may God bless the United States of America. Thank you.
Awesome.
You did a good job.
She was good. Oh, she was fine.
This is the final battle. With you at my side, we will demolish the deep state. We will expel the warmongers from our
Who's
government.
next?
We
Hulk
will
Hogan's
drive
next.
out
Boss,
Hulk
look at him.
Hogan's next.
Aura.
Mouth the like button for
Dude,
Hulk
he's all
Hogan.
aura.
throw off the sick political class that hates our country. We will rout the fake
Aura.
news media, and we will liberate America.
And guys,
from
remember,
these
we're still
villains
trying to hit a super chat goal. We have $186 to hit our
He's
super
all
chat
aura.
goal. If you appreciate the stream I'm giving you tonight, please give a contribution, $5, $10, whatever you can. I really do appreciate it. You guys allow me to do this. You guys keep me in business. I can't do it without you.
Another intermission.
Are they playing a song?
Right.
Come on, I want Hulk Hogan.
Yeah, the
Come on.
Tucker speech
Hulk
was a little
Hogan.
bizarre. Also, let's not forget that Tucker was not only against Trump in 16, but he's also against Trump in 2020.
Yo, Marvin, Triple H was my
You can never forget these
favorite.
things.
He was my
Okay,
actual
because
favorite.
you know, one must remember that when Trump is ascendant, there is a powerful
Fun fact,
incentive
I
to
went to
be on his
college
side.
with Stephanie McMahon. She actually
There
went
is a
to my
powerful
college.
incentive
Oh, Undertaker
not
actually
to piss
no,
off the
Undertaker
president
was
of the
my
United
first favorite.
States
Triple H was my
and the
second
leader
favorite.
of
Undertaker
your
was the one
movement.
that got me into wrestling.
The Republican
I used to have
Party,
a
the conservative
life-size
movement,
Undertaker stand up.
when their
I still do.
guy
It's
is
in my
in power,
basement.
he runs the whole show. He is the economy of the conservative movement. And so that's why it's important to remember that when the chips were down, or when it was controversial before he was hegemonic in the party, it's important to see where people stood. Not when it's easy, not when there's an incentive, but when it was difficult and when it was not clear that he would be the leader. And I remember that in 2020, when Tucker says this stuff about, oh, elections can be subverted, I have to roll my eyes. Because when the 2020 election was being contested, he did not talk about it on his show. He talked about how the polls were wrong. He did not talk about how the election was stolen at the ballot box.
Yeah.
He did not promote.
We need 37
Stop the
people to
steal.
get $5,
And then
we
after
meet the goal,
January
and I'll
6th,
stop
we saw
talking
the
about
leaked
it.
text where he
$5
said, I
guys,
hate
come
Trump.
on,
Trump is a
$5. Okay, we got
demon.
2
He's a
from Landmark.
divider. He's wrecked the country.
All
I
right,
can't wait
we're
until
on
he's
our way.
gone and we never have to talk about him again.
Thank you, Landmark. Appreciate the $2.
He said that privately and for months. He said that for several months.
Guys, I'm coming on a Conspiracy
So,
Extremist show on
It's
Tuesday.
very
I'm
easy
gonna
for
send out a
everybody
link for that.
now, all this time
Looking forward
later,
to it.
to
Thank
say,
you for inviting me.
oh, well, everyone just changed their mind. You know, when J.D. Vance called Trump Hitler and said all his supporters are racist and they hate Obama because they're jealous and they're racist.
We got $180
And when Tucker
more to go,
Carlson
guys.
said Trump is a demon, I can't wait until he's gone. We never have to talk about him again. It's very easy now at the big Trump Glaze Fest when he's like leading the country,
about
when
2
he's
hours
surmounted
left
all
to
the
hit that
odds to
goal.
say, oh, well, now we just love Trump and we all just changed our minds. But I don't
Maybe
accept
2.5
that as
hours.
uncritically as other people do. And granted, yes, people can change their minds. You know, people say, oh, come on, Nick. People can change their
Sandra,
minds.
Thank you.
Granted.
Appreciate the super chat.
But it's very easy to change your mind when there's a powerful
you.
incentive to do so and when it's personally profitable. And that's
Rumble's
why we
holding
need
up
to
tonight. That's
discern.
good.
It's not a given. Just because somebody says they changed their mind doesn't mean it's a given. And we have to analyze not just, you know, whether they change their mind, but when they change their mind. So some of that stuff, I have
loved
to roll my eyes a
ECW.
little bit and say,
Did
it's
anyone
a little
watch
bit rich.
ECW? Shane Douglas, Sandman,
You know, oh, JD
Tommy
Vance
Dreamer?
is the VP because
Like,
this is a
ECW
democracy.
was the fucking
JD Vance
best.
called
Paul
all of us
Heyman,
Nazis.
Come on. Hey, Mark Meets World.
My name is Annette Albright.
Thank
Oh,
you,
boy.
Mark McWorld.
Rainbow
In
skirt.
the small
Appreciate
town
you.
of
You
Mount
got Everyday
Airy,
Therapist
North
in.
Carolina.
Thank you, Everyday Therapist. Thank you for all your support. I really appreciate it. We got Nathaniel in.
Like my parents and my grandparents,
Thank
I was
you,
a
Nathaniel.
lifelong member of the Democrat Party.
Oh, a walk away.
Don't worry, the story gets better from here.
Yeah, Sabu. Totally. Raven. Raven was my favorite. I had such a crush on
A
Raven.
degree in criminal justice, I started a career working with the North Carolina Department of Corrections. I left my job in the criminal justice system to work for Charlotte-Mecklenburg School District to engage our youth before they got stuck in the system.
She wasn't
It
supposed to be
didn't
next.
take long
Oh, wait. No, she was supposed to be next, I think.
for me to realize
No, she was supposed to be after
that
Hulk
public
Hogan.
schools
All
are
right.
a part of the problem.
Finally! Fucking finally! Yes! Public schools are part of the problem.
Sadly,
yes!
Too many of our schools are more like
Finally!
prisons than places of learning.
Really?
That must change.
Shut up, Nick.
In what way?
We need to shut down all
In
public
one
schools.
public
Defund
high
the
school,
public
I
schools.
witnessed a full-blown riot.
I meant that shut up to Nick respectfully.
I saw
I
many
really did.
violent altercations between students and physical attacks on staff. During my 14 years working with the Department of Public Safety, offenders never laid a hand on me. Yet, I was violently assaulted by a
Hey,
group of
Alex, thanks for your
students
order on the
in a
store. I
public high
appreciate it,
school.
bro.
The uptick in school violence was related to an Obama-Biden policy that directed schools to reduce suspension rates and keep dangerous students in the classroom.
True.
Okay.
That's in the name of equity because they wanted to reduce suspension
Okay.
rates for black
President
students.
Trump reversed the Obama policy.
It was considered racist
and put
to
the
suspend black
safety
students.
of our kids first.
I was skeptical, but yeah.
Nick needs to talk to me about the schools. People need to tell Nick to talk to me about the schools. He doesn't know
Violence
enough about
on
it.
Public school campuses should not be a Democrat issue. It should not be a Republican issue. It is an American people issue.
Exactly.
Well, it's a little more narrow than that. But
Sadly,
true.
I've repeatedly seen that the Democrat Party cares more about appeasing the teachers union than
Yes.
they do about prioritizing
Nick, we will show you the way
needs
on the
of our
schools.
kids.
Let us help you, Nick. We have information you don't know yet, but you will.
They champion safe
And you'll be better
spaces
for it.
instead of safe schools.
True.
This is completely wrong. Little by little, I began to see the truth. While Democrats spend more money on a broken system, Republicans are empowering parents and fighting for school choice.
School choice isn't going to fix the problem. The problem is the teacher pipeline. The teacher pipeline does not get fixed from school choice. It gets fixed from defunding public
While
education
Democrats
entirely.
think
First
school
step,
resource officers are a threat to our
and everyone needs to know
students,
that. School choice
Republicans
will
know
not fix
that
the
they
problem.
Protect our kids. While Democrats won't admit that our schools are failing, Republicans will fix the system and make our schools safe. That's why this year,
finally,
for the first time in my life,
finally.
I am registered
Thank you, Nathaniel.
as a Republican. Thank you. Thank you. And in November, I will proudly cast my vote for Donald J. Trump.
Appreciate it.
Only together we can make America's schools great again.
We can defund America's schools.
Thank you, and God
and
bless
empower
America.
parents to homeschool their kids. Make homeschooling great again.
Nice. Yeah, that was all right.
Hulk Hogan should be coming up
That was
now.
surprising. I thought because she had the rainbow skirt on, I thought she was going to be some progressive or something. But yeah, that was fine. Packed house. It's going to be a big night. They got Hulk Hogan coming up. I can't wait to see what Trump's entrance will be like. I hope it's cool. I mean,
I want there
Trump's
to be
entrance in
pyrotechnics.
2016, at least for the Monday speech, was so iconic.
There's no excuse to not have pyrotechnics.
You have to make an entrance after you get shot.
True.
And it has to be better than the entrance we got on Monday. I thought that was a little
Lame.
awkward. So we'll see. Big night ahead of us.
Oh, God. They got the
Cheeseheads
cheese
are out.
hats. Ugh.
In Milwaukee.
Cheese hats.
We got Franklin Graham coming up, I believe, also. So we'll see.
One time when I was at South by Southwest, there was an exhibit at South by Southwest that was an entire room full of Wisconsin cheese. There were like hundreds of cheeses, and you could just go in and eat all the cheese you wanted, and they made you Bloody Marys that were mostly vodka with like a splash of Bloody Mary mix. It was the best thing that I've ever been to in my life.
Vice president shows
good cheese
that this is a democracy because J.D. Vance aligns with the base. And that's a very weird thing to say because neither Tucker nor Vance are really aligned with Trump's base.
Wait,
because
they're not.
The base
they must move
is
Hulk Hogan to
deeply
later because the
conservative.
schedule says that Hulk
The
Hogan
base
is
that
next,
elected
but
Trump
they must
is
have moved him
deeply
until later.
nationalistic.
I wonder if Hulk Hogan
And I think that Tucker
Trump.
and Vance, say whatever you will about them, they really are part of the elite. Vance went to Yale Law School. Vance was a
Guys, while we're on a break, a little reminder that you can head over to the Unwoke Art Store and pick up your limited edition Trump merch that's only going to be available through Sunday, including the icon t-shirt with the Trump fist in the air after he got shot, the mugshot American Gangster design, the Trump Indictment Victory Tour design, and I keep bragging about this, but people love this mug. It makes a great gift. It says always get the last laugh on it, and Trump is certainly getting the last laugh, and it's a gold mug, the golden Trump. All of that and much, much more is available in the Unwoke Art Store. These designs are only available through Sunday. They're right on the homepage. So if you go to unwokeart.com, they're all right on the homepage right there. And of course, all of those purchases do go to support the work I'm doing, and I really, really appreciate it. Let's head back to this. Let me hook up the sound again. There we go.
Democratic that J.D. Vance became the vice president. I don't agree with that. In his book, Hillbilly Elegy, which everybody celebrates, these are his Rust Belt roots in Appalachia. In Hillbilly Elegy, he basically blames the people of Appalachia for their own problems. He says that it's their fault. He says they're mired by poverty and addiction.
Well, it's supposed to be louder.
Really, their own behavior is to blame.
Video. It's supposed to be.
And that's a pretty elitist attitude. I don't see how that's very much
I'm
different from how anybody else in the mainstream media or any other Wall Street Journal reader would look at the situation, this kind of aloof, condescending attitude. So I think it's all a little bit strange. And of course, Tucker Carlson personally advocated for Vance. The rumor is that Donald Trump was about to select Burgum. Burgum was the favorite to be the vice president, but it was Elon Musk and Tucker Carlson, and I believe David Sachs.
Appreciate it.
I may have that wrong, though, but I know it was Tucker who called him on after the assassination and shortly beforehand and insisted that J.D. Vance should get the nomination. It was a last-minute decision. And
that's what Joshua said too.
Joshua
said that Burgum was the number one choice.
So I think the whole thing is very strange.
J.D. Vance was the number 2.
We also have to point out
and then it changed.
That Tucker Carlson's father was an intelligence agent. And J.D. Vance, his mentor, is a deep state contractor. Now, again, I don't know if Tucker Carlson's a federal agent, and I'm not even making a claim necessarily about Vance. Is that Russell Brand? Russell Brand in attendance. It's just a fact that J.D. Vance's mentor, Peter Thiel, founded Palantir, which is a contractor for the NSA, the CIA, all the federal law enforcement. They helped identify with facial recognition people at the Capitol, or Clearview AI did, which Thiel's an investor in also. And so Vance comes from that world, comes from the tech national security world. And he got the strongest endorsement from the PayPal mafia.
Great idea.
From Elon Musk, from Thiel, from Sachs, from those guys at the Sachs fundraiser, and from Tucker Carlson, whose father was a serious federal agent for his entire career. So we just have to point these things out so that people are aware. I think people are getting this idea. I saw, for example, on Twitter, people are saying, J.D. Vance is a rural white guy. Oh, it's great. We got a rural white guy.
Well, you're
Vance
literally the only one
guy.
Complaining about it. And so I'm leaving it the way it is.
J.D. Vance went to Yale Law School, which has a graduating class of 200. It's a very small
supposed to
and
be
very
louder.
Exclusive and very prestigious
You're the only one
clique.
complaining. You
And he's
haven't
not
even
just a
sent me a
rural
super
white
chat
guy. He wrote a
tonight.
book about his rural roots and disavowed them. He may be from Ohio, but he doesn't live there. He may be from Ohio, but he didn't marry somebody from there. And in his book, he blamed where he's from for their own problems. And then he went to work for American Enterprise Institute, which has never produced anything good. CNN, Netflix. He glazed Obama, said that everyone hates him because they're racist, didn't like Trump. Vance voted for Evan McMullin. Evan McMullin is a CIA agent who was picked by Bill Kristol to run against Trump in 16.
I'm
As a
hearing
spoiler.
you to go louder.
So you start to piece this together and you realize these are not just white guys. Like Tucker's also not just a white guy. Tucker's an extraordinarily privileged guy. And by privileged, I don't mean white privilege. I mean, he comes from the American elite. His father was a federal employee. So these people are actually very much not like us. Curtis Yarvin, who grew up on military bases, who influenced J.D. Vance, is not a white guy. He's Jewish. He's not even really from America. Renee Girard is not just another Catholic who's influenced Thiel and Vance. So point being is you really have to interrogate who these people are. They're not just, oh, these are just folksy white guys like us. No, they're a little different.
Hulk Hogan.
They kind of have a different MO than we do.
Come on! What is going on? Why is
So it's just important to be aware of all the facts so that we don't get duped. Okay. That would be like saying that George Bush Sr. is a white guy. Like, no, he was the head of the CIA. You would never say that George H.W. Bush was a white guy. No, the guy was former head of the CIA. You would never say that George W. Bush is another white, he's a cowboy from Texas. It's like, no, he's not even from Texas. And his dad was a CIA agent. Like, he's different than us. So that's what I have to say about the Tucker speech. And I don't think that speech was, I think that speech was very interesting. Because what were the major points? That Trump did not inflame division? I'm sorry, but I don't think it's actually a foregone conclusion that that's a good thing.
Super chats to meet the goal.
Whether you think that Trump was almost killed by the deep state or that Trump was killed by a radical who was created by the media, we have a serious problem. Only one side is getting shot at. Only one side is getting thrown in jail. Only one side is getting censored and the victim of lawfare. And when we are repeatedly victimized and targeted and they try to kill us,
appreciate you.
Oh, hey, there's Laura Loomer. There's our girl.
There's Loomer. Oh, Nick
there
Loomer
she is.
Friends again. It's good they made up.
And anyway,
they just had a little.
When these things happen to us and we take the high road, when they go low, we go high.
Yeah.
Is that necessarily a good thing? I mean, maybe it is, but is it necessarily? He says, well, he could have inflamed division and come up with conspiracy theories about why he was shot, but he didn't. He unified the country. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, maybe that's an opportunity to take advantage of the situation. Isn't that a good thing? If it was the other way around, for example, let's say somebody made an attempt on Joe Biden's life. Would the left waste one single solitary second to mobilize law enforcement against Trump supporters? Think about it. Let's say that instead of Trump getting shot, let's say that it happened to Biden and it was one of the MAGA extremists. Let's say it was some rogue Trump supporter. Would they waste a second? Would they wait a second to mobilize the media, law enforcement, politics? It would be a full-on censorship regime. They would arrest everybody connected. They would be calling for Trump to drop out. It would be over. And Tucker praises Trump for not doing that this time, for taking the high road and rewriting his speech to be about unity and inviting Nikki Haley and DeSantis to come to the convention in the name of unity. I don't know if that's necessarily a good thing. Do we want unity with people that want to kill us? It's a totally one-way street. The left does not seek unity. The political left, the left-wing people in the country, they do not want unity. When Trump got shot, they said, oh, it's a shame that the shooter missed. When Trump got shot, not just the politicians, but regular people that work at like Home Depot said, oh, it's a shame he didn't get hit.
Nick has many girls.
That's like a popular
Boomer's
sentiment.
Girl, Lauren Chen is his
and
girl.
we're supposed to unify with these people.
Nick
We're supposed to wrap
women.
our arms around them and embrace them. We're supposed to decline to use this as an opportunity
Nick's women
to expand our power.
Michelle
and by the
Malkin
way, this is the same mistake that they made in 2016. Let's not forget that Trump just got convicted a month ago in Manhattan. And he got convicted because the moment he left office, every Democrat jurisdiction has tried to use law enforcement to take.
Now I'm going to mute Nick. Just because someone has told me what to do in my chat, and I'm going to talk about how I have $123 more in super chats to hit the goal for tonight. And if you guys don't like the fact that I muted Nick, you can tell Buddy about it, because the only reason I muted Nick was because he told me to shut up in my chat. How the fuck dare you? Who the fuck do you think you are? Where the fuck do you think you are? I will talk whatever I want in my stream. I will mute whatever we're watching at any time that I want. And you can keep your whining and your complaints to yourself, because you haven't sent me in any money tonight. I think Buddy owes me at least a $5 super chat for being exceptionally rude.
Rigged midterm, rigged election in 2020. We got the coup. We got the January 6th lawfare. We got all the other lawfare culminating in an assassination attempt. By no means should Trump have even been the nominee based on what was happening between January 6th and
he's live on Rumble. Go watch him.
And really the beginning of the lawfare on October 7th. And now here we are, and all these people, they feel, and God bless them, they're earnest people, but they just desperately crave to be accepted by the left. And as long as that's the case, the left will always be in power. When we hold our convention, they try to kill our leader, and our leader comes up and says, oh, come on, they're not so bad. It's all unity. It's all love. It's whatever. If it was the other way around, the Democratic nominee would get up and say, we're going to war against Republicans, and they would be doing war chants. And they would be marching. They'd practically be raising guns in the air, ready to go and kill all of us.
Thank you, Marvin.
And then you have this Home Depot thing, which I haven't talked about. I think it's a giant distraction.
I can't go back
but
to
there's
more
been
news,
so much discussion about, I guess, this Libs of TikTok Twitter account found a Home Depot employee who posted on Facebook, some old woman, that
I have no beef with him.
Trump should have gotten hit. The shooter shouldn't have missed. And they got this woman fired. And everybody said, oh, that's such a terrible thing. And it's like the right just never learns the lesson. They never learn that we have to punish our enemies, even as much as they talk about it. And then a guy like Tucker gets up on the stage and says, oh, it's a good thing. I'm glad that he unified the country. He didn't unite the country. They all still hate him. So All right. What's going on? Why are they not getting on with the program?
What is going on? That's a great question.
So those are just some thoughts about it. Like I said, and none of it is even a foregone conclusion. I mean, we can talk about whether or not should Trump have had a unifying message? Should he not have? I mean, maybe. But for Tucker to go up there and that is like his overriding point about the assassination is, and also he seems to not want to attribute it to God.
Glitch.
He says, well,
yeah,
it's not an act of God.
By.
It's like, well, you know, it's just sort of miraculous. Oh, yeah, well, I'm not going to say God is with us or I'm
Trump
with
is speaking
God.
at 10
He says, I wouldn't say I'm
it's
with
9
God. Why would you not say that? You wouldn't say that you're with God? Why not?
It's 9 p.m.
He says, but God is among us. Yeah, you know, obviously, God is omnipresent. He's omniscient, omnipotent, omnipresent. Of course, God is always among us. God is never not among us. God is the kingdom of God is within. He's in and around everything. We are participating in his existence. Of course, God is among us. So I don't know what that was supposed to mean. That was also a weird message. And this is where I say, again, you have like normal people getting up there on the stage. And like I said earlier, it so vindicates this. You had these people getting up earlier, and yeah, they're a little corny, and yeah, they're like super Protestant. I'm Catholic.
We're drinking,
but their love of Jesus is sincere.
In honor of Trump.
Like, yeah, they're not Catholic. Okay. But they profess the name Jesus Christ. And maybe it's corny, but they do it without irony, without self-consciousness. It's earnest. It's an earnest and a sincere and a deep love for God and Jesus.
Everyone.
So, you know, I don't think we need to be indifferent about those differences, but there is something valuable about that. You have a black pastor, you have Ben Carson get up there, and you could tell they have the joy and the love of God in their heart. It's the way they talk. It's the way they look. You can see it in their face. You could read it in their eyes. And it's just, hey, give it all to God. God save Trump. God bless this nation. God saves his people. He does not forsake his people. And then you get Tucker who gets up there. And again, this is the difference. This is where you get kind of like a cynical liberal elite who likes gay marriage and, you know, all the rest. He thinks that aliens are angels. And he gets up there and says, yeah, well, okay, maybe it was God, but probably not. And yeah, I wouldn't say I'm with God or God's with, I would never say that. But God is among us. It's like, yeah, I don't know. I don't, there's something off about that. There's something off. And I'm not trying to be sly. I'm not insinuating anything. There's something off about that. See, look at this. This is a beautiful woman. Look at her. She's dancing. She's having a good time. She's dancing like nobody's watching. She's drinking a beer. She's drinking a beer. These are good people. These are decent people. But then you get these cynics that come up like J.D. Vance.
Hey,
and he puts on this folksy Rust Belt. You know, Meemaw said she liked the F word.
Whoa!
And it's an act.
Wait.
He's an actor. It's a routine.
Did I get
He's
a big
pretending
super
to
chat
be
that I
like
missed?
us to win over the
Hang on. Did I just get a
unsuspecting, earnest sympathy of the masses. And so there's something about that I just deeply resent.
Buddy!
And I, like I said, I think there's something off about it.
All right. Buddy, you and I are friends again. Thank you, buddy, for the nice
so you hate
chat.
Tucker.
I do appreciate it.
I don't hate Tucker. I think Tucker's interesting. I think Tucker says a lot of good things. But I don't think Tucker is 100% aligned with us.
See, isn't that nice?
Race,
I yell at
on
people.
God,
they send me
on a
super
few
chats.
other key things. I think that Tucker,
Guys, we're
let's not
$70
forget,
away
is
from our
part
goal.
of the
Thank
Republican
you, buddy.
milieu. He comes from Fox News. He comes from CNN. He comes from National Review. Okay, he wore the bow tie. He came from that crowd. So when Trump came down the escalator in 2016 and rocked everybody's world, Tucker was a part of that world. That's very different than the deplorables. That's why it was so insulting. Like the other day, Jack Posobiec put on Twitter, he's like,
Buddy wanted me to yell at him.
a deplorable is now the vice president.
Buddy just wanted me to yell at him. Sometimes men just, they piss me off in the chat purposefully because they just want me to yell at them. Some men need that. They need a dominating woman in their life. You know, I'm happy to oblige. It's cool, man. Thank you, buddy. Appreciate you.
were the people that suffered the abuses in 2016 when you would actually get punched in the face for wearing a MAGA hat when it was actually controversial. I know I was there. In 2016, I wore a MAGA hat in Boston at college, and everyone hated me.
This is an
and
IQ
I was
test.
called racist, sexist,
No one tell him.
homophobic, xenophobic. The
This is an
basket of
IQ
deplorables
test.
comment. I was called all those
We're
things.
gonna see how smart you are,
It wasn't
bro.
popular. It was controversial. The GOP reluctantly rallied behind Trump, and they tried to toss him out at the last minute in October. That was the basket of deplorables, and none of them were elites. Nobody endorsed him from the elites. The GOP was against him. They were all against him. The deplorables were the salt of the earth, the so-called everyday. I hate when people say everyday people, like we're all here every day. I don't know what that means. What's someone that isn't every day and every other day person? I don't know what that is. But if there is an everyman, let's say it that way.
Thank you, LK.
Those were the only people behind Trump.
No!
It was Trump and the people. It wasn't Trump and the GOP and the Silicon Valley donors and Fox News.
Appreciate you,
all those
Newly
people
Awakened.
hated him.
Hey,
it was
we
Trump
met our goal.
and the people.
Newly Awakened, push us over the top. We have met our goal for the 4th day in a row. Thank you, everyone. I really, really appreciate the support. I can't do it without you. Newly Awakened, I'm so glad we're friends again. We might not agree on everything. That's fine. But I'm glad we're friends
J.D.
again.
Vance was calling Trump a racist, Hitler, noxious, toxic guy, but blah, blah, blah. And again, you can say he changed his mind, fine, but he was never a deplorable. And that's the kind of thing that's going on. Let's not forget that Tucker, Vance, all these people that have come in since, they've had a lot of negative things to say about Trump in the intervening years. They've had a lot of disagreements and, they've been part of the system their whole lives. Now that Trump is going to be anointed king once again, now they've all come around and had an epiphany. And I just find that very interesting. So people need to be a little bit more skeptical. You may come to a different conclusion than me on this, which is fine, but people need to be a little bit more skeptical. When Vance comes around and says, oh, hey, guys, I changed my mind. By the way, can I have your endorsement?
All right.
People need to be skeptical. You can't just take it uncritically.
Trendolin, remind me later. I will play the penguin on the outro. I promise. I'm not going to play it now. If we put up the penguin now, like Hulk Hogan's going to come on. But I'll play the penguin later. I promise.
But what if he didn't?
Thank you, Trendolin.
And shouldn't we be a little bit more skeptical? Shouldn't we be a little more critical? Than to say, because like I said, Trump was very unpopular at one time. It was very difficult to be a Trump supporter. We went through the crucible. Now that the advantages are being allocated, now people are seeing the light. You always need to take a second look when that kind of situation occurs. And I think with J.D. Vance, it's not there. So, and what's more, he said very specific things. He didn't say, oh, I don't like Trump's style or whatever. He said, no, Trump is making me afraid for my Muslim and immigrant friends. He said, Trump is an American Hitler or he's an asshole. Those are very strong remarks that reflect deeply held beliefs.
Hang on.
And I don't think...
Am I mad that Nick has a different opinion than me? No, Nick is allowed to have a different opinion than me. I don't care if Nick has a different opinion than me. Nick and I disagree on many things. So, I mean, as long as he doesn't start beef with me and try to make me have the same opinion as him, I don't really care, man. We have to agree to disagree on this one. Nick is too important for me to start shit with him. Now, normal people, if I see doing that stuff, I might start shit with them. But Nick is way too important. Nick has an amnesty from all disagreements with me so far as I'm concerned, because the things that I agree with him on are much more important to me than the things I disagree with him on. That's how I feel about that.
Confidence to
oh shit! I accidentally just went back in the live stream. Nick has almost 30,000 people watching him live. 27,000 people. Okay, Trump's back. Trump was taking care of business. Okay. Hopefully they get started. All right, Trendolin, I got the Penguin song pulled up for later. We'll do it on the outro tonight.
Yeah, weird delay going on. Oh, no! No, dude, no.
What?
No,
What?
Jared Kushner and Ivanka. Why are they here? Oh, it's over, man.
It's Trump
so
family
over.
night. It's Trump family night. Jared Kushner looks like a ghoul.
It's over.
27,000 viewers watching Nick, and Rumble is freezing.
That's crazy. Yeah, that's it. We're cooked.
Can you imagine having sex with
It's
Jared
over.
Kushner?
We're done.
Can you imagine?
There they are. Ivanka and Jared Kushner. All right, here we go.
Yeah!
The Hulk.
Hogan! Finally. I want a good Hulk entrance.
This is awesome.
Yeah!
Finally, a real fucking American. This is a real American. I love the WWE. Nothing more American.
No, don't do this to me. Don't do this to me, Rumble. Don't fucking do this to me. Shit. Going back over here. Hang on. We're not letting Rumble get in our way of Hulk Hogan. Shit. Hang on. I got it. We're back. I'll go back. I'm gonna go back a little bit just so you guys can enjoy the entrance. Hang on. Well, we're gonna watch this again. Come on. We're gonna enjoy this whole thing. Fuck Rumble. There we go. Rumble's still frozen.
You gotta take a stand, you don't have to hide. If you hurt my friends, then you hurt my pride. I gotta be a man. I can't.
It's okay to rewind a little bit.
I am a real American. Fight for the rights of every man. I am a real American.
Everyone mount the like button for Hulk Hogan. We'll enjoy Hulk Hogan without Nick's commentary. It's okay. USA! USA! We'll go back to Nick as soon as this is over, guys.
Well, let me tell you something, brother.
Thank you, Victor.
You know something? When I came here tonight, there was so much energy in this room. I felt maybe I was in Madison Square Garden getting ready to win another world title.
Yeah.
Or maybe I thought the vibe was so intense. The energy was so crazy. It felt like maybe I was going to press that no good stinky giant over my head and slam him through the mat, brother. But what I found out was I was in a room full of real Americans, brother. And at the end of the day, with our leader up there, my hero, that gladiator, we're going to bring America back together.
Yeah!
One real American at a time, brother.
Look at Trump's face. He's so proud of himself.
You know something? I've seen some great tag teams in my time. Hulk Hogan and
the testosterone in the room.
Macho
The
Man
DNC's
Randy
going to have none
Savage.
of this.
But you know something? I see the greatest tag team
Yeah.
of my life standing upon us, getting ready to straighten this country out for all the real Americans.
Thank you, Daniel. What you gonna do when the Trumpster runs wild on you?
You know, even though you guys are real Americans, you better get ready. Because when Donald J. Trump becomes the president of the United States, all the real Americans are going to be nicknamed Trumpites. Because all the Trumpites are going to be running wild for 4 years. So with the power of Donald J. Trump and all the Trumpites running wild, America is going to get back on track. And like Donald J. Trump said, America is going to be great again. You know, when I look out and I see all the real Americans, I think about how Donald Trump, his family was compromised. When I look out there and I see Donald Trump, I think about how his business was compromised. But what happened last week when they took a shot at my hero?
Yeah! Look at him!
And they tried to kill the next president of the United States.
Space!
Enough was enough!
Yes!
Wild, brother.
This is
Let
everything!
Trumpomania rule again!
Yes!
Let Trumpomania make America great again!
Let's go! We're back.
You know something, Trumpites? I didn't come here as Hulk Hogan, but I just had to give you a little taste.
Thank you, Hulk. We love you,
You know,
Hulk.
my name is Terry Bollea. And as an entertainer, I love you too.
Aww.
And as an entertainer, I tried to stay out of politics. But after everything that's happened to our country over the past 4 years and everything that happened last weekend, I can no longer stay silent.
Yeah, I mean,
I'm
like,
here tonight
we're all living
because
for
I
it.
want
Come
the
on.
world to know that Donald Trump
Sometimes
is a
you
real
need-
American hero. And I'm proud to support my hero as the next president of this United States.
Hey, place your bets on who the running mate will be in the DNC. Thank you, Acoustic Theory.
You know, guys, I've known Donald Trump for over 35 years. You know, hold on a second. Hold on. I just had a flashback. Man. This is really tripping. You know, the last time I was up on stage, Donald Trump was sitting at ringside at the Trump Plaza. I was bleeding like a pig, and I won the world title right in front of Donald J. Trump.
Thanks,
and you know
Brennan.
something? He's going to win in November, and we're all going to be champions again when he wins. And like I said, I've known that man for over 35 years, and he's always been the biggest patriot, and he still is. He's always told you exactly what he thought, and he still does, brother. And no matter the odds, he always finds a way to win. And when he's back in our White House, America is going to start winning again.
Who's feeling the nostalgia right now? I'm feeling it so hardcore. I love this. This is the best.
You know, guys, over my career, I've been in the ring with some of the biggest, some of the baddest dudes on the planet. And I've squared off against warriors, ooh yeah, savages. And I've even, like I said, body slammed giants in the middle of the ring. And I know tough guys. But let me tell you something, brother.
It's over.
Donald Trump
over.
is the toughest of them all.
This is iconic.
They've thrown everything at Donald Trump. All the investigations, the impeachments, the court cases, and he's still standing and kicking their butts. You know, we never had it better than the Trump years. Back then, we had a thriving economy. We had strong borders. We had safe streets. We had peace and respect around the world. But then we lost it all in a blink of an eye. Crime is out of control. The border is out of control. The price of food and gas and housing is out of control. And the only person who can clean this up is Donald Trump. You know, guys, I really, really love this country. And I've lived the American dream. And I want my kids, your kids, and all those little teeny Hulkamaniacs out there to live the American dream too. This November, guys, we can save the American dream for everyone. And Donald Trump is the president who will get the job done. So all you criminals, all you lowlifes, all you scumbags, all you drug dealers, and all you crooked politicians need to answer one question, brother.
What are you going to do?
What you going to do when Donald Trump and all the Trumpomaniacs run wild on you, brother?
Oh, my God. That was everything.
God bless you.
Oh!
And thank you.
Oh, that was everything. Oh, shit. Rumble still doesn't work, guys. Went back to Rumble. Fuck. Bring me back to fucking YouTube. God damn it. Rumble isn't even working now.
Please welcome the president and CEO of the Billy Graham Evangelistic Association and president of Samaritan's Purse, the Reverend Franklin Graham.
Convention. That was fucking awesome. And now we're going to follow it up with something boring. No, the DNC, there's nothing. The election is over. Trump won. The election is over. I might even vote for Trump after this. Man.
I've got the hardest job tonight. I have to follow Hulk Hogan.
Right, let's go back to this. And Nick.
He rose with his fist raised in strength, showing America his unshakable resolve to fight for them in this nation.
Yeah, Hulk Hogan broke Rumble.
I cannot explain why God would save one life and allow another one to be taken. I don't have the answer for that. But one thing I do know is that God
I might go back
us,
and watch Nick's reaction to that
He wants
later.
us to be with Him
Just
in
to
heaven
see how
one
Nick
day.
processed that.
And that's through faith in His Son, Jesus Christ. You see, the Bible
It's
says that
not
God
my
so
internet,
loved the
it's
world
Rumble.
that He gave His
Not
only
my
begotten
internet.
Son, that whosoever believeth
I
in
have
Him
the highest internet
shouldn't perish
Comcast
but should
has.
have.
It's Rumble. Crashed again. Rumble just crashed again. Fuck Rumble, man. Fuck Rumble.
In 2019, I was with him at the United Nations when the first president of history of this country stood there to advocate for religious
Rumble
liberty
Stack will go to
worldwide.
that. All right.
When America in our country in 2016 that he was going to appoint conservative justices, guess what? He did.
Yeah, well, they all suck.
In
Well, they all
2016,
suck.
he said he would defend religious liberty.
Wait, did
And
he
guess what?
really?
He
Did that
did.
really happen, Bobby, or are you being funny?
In 2019, I was with him at the United Nations when
If
the
there's
first
another break, we'll go
president
back
of
and watch
history
Nick's
of this
reaction to
country
that. I
stood
can watch
there
that
to
again.
advocate for religious liberty worldwide. When American citizen and Pastor Andrew Brunson was being held in a Turkish jail on false accusations, President Trump demanded that he be released. And he applied economic pressure and sanctions until they did that. I'm grateful and thankful for what he did as a 45th president of the United States. And I know that as the 47th president, he will keep his word to the American people to make America great once again.
I mean, it's got to be tough to follow Hulk Hogan. I mean, no one can follow Hulk Hogan. So I guess,
It's
you
an
know,
honor
he drew the
for
short
me to
straw
be asked
tonight.
to pray for Donald Trump this evening.
Like
And so
J.D.
what
Vance,
I'd
pink
like
tie.
to do, I'd like us to pray, but I'd like us all to stand as we call upon the name of the God of heaven. Our Heavenly Father, we come before you this evening with grateful hearts. Thank you for saving the life of President Donald J. Trump. In his own words, it was you and you alone who saved him. We pray for the others that were injured on Saturday, for the family who lost their loved one. Put your loving arms around them. Comfort them, and may they sense your presence. We stand before you tonight. We say thank you for the
Thanks,
provisions
Cindy.
you
I
have given
appreciate you. Thank you for
to
being
the
a member of
United
the
States
channel.
of America. You have blessed
42
this
months.
country more than any country in the world. Sadly, as a nation, we have forgotten who is responsible for all the freedoms, the liberties, and the bounty that we enjoy. It has all come for you. Thank you. This evening, our nation is in trouble. We're divided politically, racially, economically, with millions of people seeking refuge and hope in our dry and thirsty land. You're the only one who can fix the complexity of the problems that we face today. We pray for President Trump, that you would give him wisdom, strength, and a clear vision for the future of this nation and the task that is at hand. Continue to protect him from his enemies. I pray that you would surround him with men and women who will give him sound counsel and guidance. We pray for Melania, for Barron, and for all the President Trump's children and grandchildren. We pray for Senator J.D. Vance, his wife Usa, along with their young family. We're thankful for his strong stand for defending life. As your word instructs,
Thanks,
we
Murphy
also
School.
pray for the leaders of our nation, whether they're Republican, Democrat, or Independent. We know that all authority comes
I
from
think
you.
you're way hotter than J.D. Vance,
You are
Murphy
a
School.
great God.
I disagree with
And
your
we
wife.
ask that if it be thy will that you will make America great once again. And we ask that you'll unite our hearts, bring us together, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. And we pray this in the mighty name of my Lord and Savior, Jesus Christ, the King of Kings.
Come on, Rumble. Come on. Don't. Well, that's true enough. Nick is definitely hotter than me. All right, let's go. Let's go back. Eric Trump is now on stage. Rumble internet crashed again. Actually, Nick is way behind, actually. Nick is way behind.
He decided to leave behind the comforts of an unbelievable business empire.
Yep, Rumble hates God.
To leave behind
True.
everything he had ever built. To answer
Rumble
the call
hates
to serve our
God.
nation. Unlike his predecessor, it was not.
Yeah.
It was in
Okay.
that moment I knew my father
back.
had made a decision that would forever change our lives.
Cute.
We realized he had chosen to step into the
Oh,
arena
Trump's grandkids.
to fight for the soul of America.
Oh.
He decided to leave behind the comforts of an unbelievable business empire, to leave behind everything he had ever built, to answer the call to serve our nation. Unlike his predecessor, it was not a decision born out of necessity. Unlike the current president, it was not a decision that would enrich his family. Rather, it was a decision made out of love for this country and a deep concern for America's future.
think I'm almost done this bottle. Getting close. Yeah, Eric is married to Laura
My father
Trump,
was
who's the
clear it would
co-chair
not
of
be
the
easy,
RNC.
that there would be a huge price to pay.
Eric
and that
married
the
up.
attacks would be vicious.
Laura Trump is way too hot for
Looking
him.
back, that was an understatement. The made-up Russia hoax, the sham impeachments, the efforts to destroy an unbelievable company, a company that I run today, the efforts to cancel us, to silence him, to gag his free speech, and to drag him through every
I prefer
radical
Don
left
Jr. to
courthouse in
Eric.
America.
One's in the chat
To
if you
take
prefer
his
Don
life.
Jr. 2 in the chat if you prefer
Yet through
Eric.
it all, he's shown
3 in the
unwavering
chat if you
courage
prefer
and
Barron.
determination, not
1
just in
Don
public,
Jr.,
but in
2
every
Eric,
private
3
conversation
Barron.
with me and our family.
Barron I probably prefer to all, but, you know.
He stood tall, fueled not by personal ambition, but by a profound love for this country and a love for all of you, the American people. That man is my father. That man is the 45th president and soon to be 47th
You prefer Eric
president
Reagan.
of the
Really?
United
I wouldn't have
States.
guessed that. Okay.
That man is Donald J. Trump.
Yeah. The story of Donald Trump is the origin story for Barron. It's true. Barron is going to avenge his father. Barron is like 8 feet tall. Hasn't even stopped growing. Going to be much smarter than Eric.
Each time I've stood on this stage, America has been at a dire crossroads. In 2016, many people began to doubt the promise of America. Our economy was struggling. Jobs were scarce. Our standing on the world stage was weak at best. Veterans were forgotten. Our military was in shambles. Our educational system was broken, ranked 30th in the world. He could no longer tolerate an inept administration that handed $150 billion to Iran, a country that chants death to America, or witness the continued attacks on our Constitution and our religious liberty, or see the disrespect shown to our unbelievable law enforcement officers who are being disarmed, defunded, and persecuted each and every day. He could no longer stand to see words like Christmas stripped from public use or the Pledge of Allegiance removed from our schools. But my father saw potential where others saw despair. Donald Trump built the New York City skyline. He did so during a time when businesses were turning away from the city he loved. Crime was rampant. The streets were dirty, but he had the Midas touch, and he turned those streets and neighborhoods into gold. He faced every challenge with tremendous vision and grit. As he did during the 2016 election, he rolled up his sleeves. He remained unapologetic. He did not care to be politically correct. He restored hope. He restored a voice to millions of Americans who had been ignored. He restored the American dream. Under my father's leadership, the economy climbed to record heights. Jobs were created at an unthinkable pace.
I want
Unemployment
education
reached
talk. They
historic
haven't
lows
talked at
across
all about
demographics.
There was one speech on education.
Wage growth soared.
I'll give
He
some
cut
thoughts at
taxes
the end,
for
Cindy, but I
hardworking
appreciate the
families
super
and
chat.
businesses.
I'll
He
do
slashed
more at the end.
regulations. We saw the greatest 401k increase in American history.
Rumble keeps crashing the browser. So I have to watch this in a certain browser to be able to
bought
stream
their
it.
first homes in an environment that saw 2 to
Rumble
3%
keeps crashing the
interest rates.
browser. I
They
updated the
started
browser
their
today and
families.
everything just to make sure. It's Rumble. It's not me. YouTube is not crashing
My
the
father
browser.
made the United States
Rumble.
energy independent with the lowest gas prices in decades. My father made the United States safe. Our borders were closed. There was peace in the Middle East. Soleimani, al-Baghdadi, the terrorists were dead. My father made the United States respected again, with the courage to walk into countries like North Korea, with the courage to impose tariffs on China, and with the courage to tear up trade deals that cost Americans their jobs. He brought manufacturing back to America. Small businesses flourished. He did what he promised.
I will
he put
say,
America first. We were winning.
the fact
Donald
that all
Trump
probably
made
make more
America
money under
great
Trump
again.
is a factor in my voting. I mean, maybe I really do need to factor that in more. I will make more money under Donald Trump. We'll all make more money under Donald Trump.
But he also created a movement that threatened
The economy was so
the special
I made
interests
so
and the
much
political
money under
elites.
Trump.
A movement that
Now I'm
cast a
reminiscing
bright light on the institutions
about how much
weaponized
money I
against
made.
the American people. You see it in our schools. God bless the moms who
Before I
fought
started
back.
talking about socialism for a living under Joe Biden's presidency. That could
You
get
see
me
it
to
in
vote
your
for Trump.
workplace. You see it on every news station, in every newspaper. You see it in the military. The most iconic military installations on planet Earth are stripped of their identity and renamed. Fort Bragg, Benning, Fort Hood. You see it in Hollywood. You see it in our two-tier judicial system. They don't even hide it anymore. My father has been censored. The former president ripped off Twitter, Instagram, and Facebook while terrorist organizations remain intact. My father has been persecuted, targeted by far-left Democrats, funded by special interest groups, and hand-picked judges. My father has been pulled off the ballots of states, radical justices attempting to defy the will of millions of Americans who adore who he is and what he stands for. My father even became the target of an assassin who almost killed America's single greatest hope for our future. The swamp is terrified of this incredible movement. They're terrified of it. They're terrified of you and the tens of millions of people watching us on TV right now. They've tried everything to keep him from you, everything, to destroy his legacy, to destroy his family. They have failed, and they will not win.
I don't like Eric's tie. Andrew says 8.5 on the tie. I don't like Eric's tie. I feel like it bleeds on TV. He needed a less busy pattern. And it's also red. I'm so fucking sick of red ties.
I love my Florida delegation right here.
This is a snooze fest.
My father stands before you with the most votes of any Republican candidate in the history of our nation. He has defied the predictions of every political pundit. He fills stadiums across our country. He energizes Americans to the issues facing this nation and does so with unvarnished honesty.
Well,
he is not a threat to democracy.
But
He
this is
a
the
threat
first
to those
time
who
that Nick
despise
has
our
worn a
republic,
tie. So
many whom are bought and sold.
it's a good tie.
bribed
He's
and
worn it
coerced,
before. I like this
people
tie.
who have never signed the front of a check and who have been dependent on the government their entire
Nick gets a
adult
pass.
lives.
Nick has amnesty against any wrongdoing, so far as I'm concerned.
Today, as it was in 2016, America's at that crossroads again. Energy prices are soaring. Interest rates are crippling. Everything is unaffordable. The US dollar has been diminished. Inflation has made it impossible for Americans to live, to save for their future. Our infrastructure is crumbling. Our border is out of control. Millions are dead and displaced in Russia and Ukraine, a war that has no end and a war that we are funding.
Yeah,
The
I
Middle
agree
East
with
has
this,
become
Mark.
a hornet's nest.
I don't like
Our
that.
greatest ally, Israel,
Getting dizzy from that.
totally
Whoa!
Fentanyl is killing
Our
our
greatest
youth and destroying
ally,
families,
Israel.
while the current administration stands
That was
idly
way too
by,
loud. I apologize for the
hoping
yelling.
they're in action.
See, even Rumble heard me yell. Even Rumble heard it. Give Rumble just a sec. See if it comes
import
back. There it
illegal
goes.
votes.
Okay.
Crime terrorizes our cities and our suburbs as far-left policies handcuff police. Male athletes, guys my height, 6'5", are swimming in women's sports.
Eric is 6'5".
destroying the dreams of young girls who have trained every minute of their lives. We no longer trust our elections. We no longer trust our judicial system.
Okay.
And we no longer believe that our government is working in our best interest.
Nick's over it. Eric should have spoken last night, and Don
Where's
Jr.
the
should
aura?
have spoken,
I want
spoken
aura.
tonight.
I want Riz.
Eric doesn't
In spite of
have
where we are
aura
today,
or
I'd
Riz.
like to speak to every American. To the
Eric
homeless
should have
veteran,
spoken last
This just
night.
sucks.
sleeping
Don
under a
Don
bridge,
Jr. should have
Oh,
spoken
as
tonight
illegal
with his
immigrants
daughter.
are housed in the most expensive hotels in New York.
Dude, what the fuck about us?
I'm sorry. We know it's wrong, and we will fix it.
Enough about homeless people. Let's talk about Americans. I really do resent when they're like, well, for the homeless veterans, what about us?
To
The
single
homeless are
mother
in
who
our
can no longer
parks,
afford her rent,
and they suck.
afford groceries, and has been forced to work
Not the
3
veterans,
jobs.
of course,
I'm
but
sorry.
it's like, what
It
about
does
people
not
that have
to be this
homes?
way.
We're getting fucked over too.
To the parents who lost a son or daughter to fentanyl, including the incredible woman that spoke the other night, while an administration does absolutely nothing. I'm sorry. Your government can do so much better, and it will. To the children who are being brainwashed instead of learning the fundamentals of school, I'm sorry.
Finally,
There are teachers who care, and my father will empower them.
there are not teachers who care, Eric. 10%. 10%. Only 10% of teachers are not indoctrinated.
To the law enforcement officers, our brave Border Patrol, Secret Service
They don't
agents
get
who work
it.
every single day to protect
They
our
don't
communities,
get it.
knowing damn
This
well
is
that
the
the system will
problem.
throw you under the bus.
They failed.
I'm sorry. We will stand behind you.
That's crazy. Why would you give credit to the Secret Service when they failed? Hey, there's our
Vivek.
guy.
Vivek hanging out.
To commuters often petrified to take a bus, take a train, or walk the streets in cities across our nation, I'm sorry. That man right there will fix this. To the construction workers, to the middle-class families, to the families with children with disabilities, families who can no longer afford medical benefits or to take a vacation, I'm sorry.
Hey,
We
Southpaw.
will make America
Pod.
great again.
Hulk Hogan was amazing. There was one speech about schools. That's pretty much it. But you got to see.
And to
You
my
got to go
father,
back and watch the Hulk Hogan
who has
speech. We're
been
gonna go watch
ruthlessly
Nick's reaction
silenced,
to it if we have time.
slandered, and attacked by a corrupt
But
administration.
Hulk Hogan,
I'm
top
sorry.
speech of the conference.
We know
This like
and
I'm
America
sorry
knows
thing is
that
really
they're
bad
not just
rhetoric.
after you,
Thank you for the super
they're
chat,
after
bro.
all of us,
Appreciate you.
and you just have
We
to be
broke
standing in their way.
$600.
Stop saying I'm sorry.
The energy is gone. We had Hulk Hogan. Hulk Hogan
To
should have
all
been
Americans
before Trump.
watching tonight,
The energy
the
is
greatest
gone.
retribution will be our
Dana
success.
White better fucking bring it, man.
Success
Come
not
on.
just for ourselves, but
I'm
for our
falling asleep over
grandchildren
here.
and our children. Under President Donald J. Trump, the swamp will be drained. America will be respected. Our cities will be safe. Our streets will be clean, and our border will once again be secure. We will have peace. We will have prosperity. Your hard-earned tax dollars will enrich a better America, not be squandered in corrupt foreign nations. Education will be handed back to the states. We will no longer be 30th in the world. We will be first. Our children will understand family. Our children will have values, and our children will love God. Our country will prioritize free speech, respect freedom of religion, and honor our Constitution. As his son, I've never been more proud of a person in my life. A man who has defied all odds more than once. A man who believed in the promise of America when others turned away. A man who saw a nation in need of a champion and answered that call with unwavering determination and courage. A man who survived a bullet that was intended to eliminate him permanently from our future and from our family. Never have I been more proud to be a Trump. Never have I been more proud to stand by my father's side. I remain incredibly honored to be part of this journey, a journey with all of you, a journey to save the greatest country on earth, a journey with the most incredible people I have ever met. Dad, 5 days ago, Laura, Luke,
Look at the grandkids.
Carolina, and I
Beautiful grandkids.
held our breath as we saw blood pour across your face. By the grace of God, divine intervention, and your guardian angels above, you survived. You are the greatest fighter I have ever seen. You are strong, you are full of life, and you are unapologetic. Your optimism is contagious. Your backbone is unbreakable. Your conviction to fight for what is right and against all that is wrong is truly next level. The whole world saw your strength as you stood up. You wiped the blood off your face, and you put your fist in the air in a moment that will be remembered as one of the most courageous acts in the history of American politics.
Truth.
You shouted, fight.
Truth. Iconic act from Trump. I still can't believe Trump did that. I know I've raved about it like constantly, but I cannot believe Trump did that.
He's not even. Oh no, he's not. I thought he
I'm
wasn't
honored
there.
to be
I
your
was like,
son.
man, me and him both.
I'm honored to speak to our great nation tonight. You are a true leader. You
Nick.
epitomize strength. Our country loves you.
Nick's like, God damn.
Our country appreciates you. Our country misses you. And on November 5th, our country will re-elect you as the 47th President of the United States of America. Good night, Milwaukee.
Goodbye, Eric.
God bless you all.
All right, guys, we got Dana White and we got Trump coming up soon. We got like 2 more speeches in the RNC. Make sure you mount that like button if you have not already. If you don't feel comfortable mounting the like button, you can high-five the like button, put your arm around the like button, give the like button a
That
kiss
was
on the
way
cheek.
too long.
Slap the like button on the ass. The like, and whatever you want to do to the like
Another
button.
intermission?
Okay. All right. Oh, Trump's getting ready. Trump's going.
This is going to be a long night.
Trump's like,
so
I
they
know
have
I'm
Kid
speaking
Rock
soon.
and Dana White
All right.
coming up, I think.
I'm gonna go. Oh, they have Kid Rock?
I think that's the rest of the lineup,
I didn't realize
unless
they had
there's
Kid
somebody
Rock.
else.
Is that? Oh, I didn't realize that. All right. I'm gonna go pee, guys. I'll be right back. Hang on.
But
Let
since
me know
Trump
if
is
anything
leaving,
happened.
I don't know. It seems like we're going to get another delay. Very bad sign that Jared Kushner and Ivanka are there. I thought they weren't supposed to be a part of this anymore. Let's hope they're just showing up to support him as family. That's the squad. JD, Usha, Jared, Ivanka, Don Jr., Kimberly Guilfoyle. That's rough. It's rough up there. Let's just get this over with. It's been a long week. A lot of... a lot of Trump glazing. Talk about education and energy. None of it's really doing it for me. There's no charisma here. There's no energy. The best speakers aren't even GOP people. The best speakers have been Hulk Hogan and then some of the regular Americans, like that black lady. Peter Navarro was pretty good. There's no energy within this.
All right, I'm
party.
back.
At least that's how I feel about it.
I'm back.
I think there's
I didn't know
symbolic
Kid Rock
energy
was
behind
doing
Trump
something. It
because
wasn't
of
on the list.
assassination attempt and
That's
everything that's
exciting.
going on. And here's the other thing. How much of this convention is about the economy? This is just like conventional
None of it is about
political
school.
wisdom. This is just politics.
I know
It's
I'm
about
yelling.
the economy, stupid. That's like the whole convention.
Nothing about
Gas
schools.
prices,
One
grocery
speech
prices,
about schools.
inflation,
Oh, Melania's
gas prices,
backstage.
energy, inflation, school choice.
Hopefully Melania introduces Trump. I hope she does.
So none of it is really speaking to me in the way that Trump was. And
Did
if
he
you were there,
really
you
help
remember
us?
2016 RNC
That's
was
good of him.
nuts. I didn't watch any of it
Yeah,
other than the
there's
Trump
Hulk Hogan.
speech. Oh, there we go. Hulk Hogan and Usha and JD Vance. I love that he kept saying real American. We need to bring that back. But are you a real American? Everybody calls themselves American. But where are the real Americans? That's the question.
I want Hulk Hogan to be in the VIP box. Hulk Hogan should be in a
So.
place of honor.
I'm ready to get it over with.
I believe you, Southpod.
There are new rumors
I can
that
find it.
Joe Biden's going to drop out.
Yep, Sunday. Sunday,
They
Biden's
say
dropping
that
out.
after the RNC is over, Joe Biden will retire and withdraw from the race. And that Kamala will be the nominee,
I
not an
can't
open
wait for it.
convention. That's the latest
said
rumor.
that. I've said that like a million times. I can't wait to see an open convention at the DNC. It's going to be
Ladies and
fascinating. We've never
gentlemen,
seen that before.
The next First Lady of the
Melania!
United States.
Yeah!
Mrs. Melania Trump.
Okay.
Oh, Melania looks great. She's wearing red.
I really like
No!
Melania. Her
Rumble.
statement after the assassination was nuts. Very good. I mean, nuts in a good way. It's very positive.
I love Melania. Come on. You gotta love her. She looks beautiful in person, man. I was once like 10 feet away from Melania at a Trump rally. I was like, holy shit. I love they got the classy music for Melania.
The Queen of America.
There she is. There
She's
she
stunning.
is. She is beautiful.
Our queen. Look at her. So
God,
elegant.
never got a Vogue cover. Had the best fashion of any first lady. Never got a Vogue cover. Most beautiful first lady in the history. Oh, is she just going up to the VIP booth? Is she not speaking? Just going up to the VIP. That's okay. That's all right.
Oh, she's not speaking? I thought she was speaking. This is just her entrance.
That's all right. I don't even care if she's there.
Now that's a woman. Yeah, look at that, Usha. No, that's mean. Usha's lovely too, but
No.
Melania's next level.
Is stunning. She is stunning.
And she's Catholic.
Stunning.
This is a story as uniquely American as the ideals and freedoms we all cherish. A story of a life dedicated to dreaming big.
God, it's making me want to vote for Trump.
The people in his beloved city.
I feel like I've come back around to voting for Trump out of pure nostalgia.
Putting his country
and just
first.
like it feels
It's
good.
a story best told
God
in
damn it.
pictures.
God damn it. Why do I
Young
like
and
Trump so
confident,
much?
Donald Trump wasn't afraid to think big.
I was all ready to stand on principle, be like, fuck you guys not talking about the schools. Fuck you conservatives doing cancel culture. And now I'm like,
But he wasn't just an
now I'm like,
American
God
entrepreneur.
damn it.
He became
I
a
love
folk
Trump.
hero.
I don't want to love Trump,
Celebrities and sports stars wanted to be seen
but I
with
do
him.
love Trump.
Politicians sought his approval, and New Yorkers just loved him.
And I have to look
he
over
loved
all
them
the
back,
bullshit
And he gave back. Just one example.
because
Saving
in
the
my heart of
British
hearts,
skating
I love Trump.
The Wallman Skating Rink in Central Park is
Oh,
open
I
again. The
hate
city
this.
spent nearly 6 years and $12 million trying to fix it. And then to the rescue, developer Donald Trump. As Tracy Egan tells us now, he accomplished in 3.5 months what the city couldn't do in 6 years.
Donald, you perform a great public service.
There was no denying that Donald Trump
I
was the
love that
toast
Trump
of the
does
town.
stuff like that.
But he was also something even more important, a patriotic American. And like many others, he was becoming increasingly troubled by the direction of our country.
Because I really am tired of seeing what's happening with this country.
Thank you, Misa. I appreciate
we're really
you.
making other people live like kings, and we're not.
You've said, though, that if you did
See,
run
this
for
is a great
president, you believe
interview.
you'd win.
Well, I don't know. I think I'd win. I tell you what, I wouldn't go in to lose. I've never gone in to lose in my
God
life.
damn it, I love
and
Trump.
If I did decide to do it, I think I'd be inclined. I would say that I would have a hell of a chance of winning, because I think people, I don't know how your audience feels, but I think people are tired of seeing the United States ripped off.
This is like when you fall in love with the boy that you don't want to fall in love with, and you know that boy is a bad decision, but he's also a good decision, but he's a really bad decision, but you know it's a good decision. That's what I feel like right now.
But for Donald J. Trump,
God
calling to
damn,
save
it's like
his
when I felt like I fell in love with Nick
The mission
after he fell in love
more
with me.
important. The number
I was
of
like, this is a
Americans
bad
being
call,
left
but it feels
behind
right. I feel the same way
too
about Trump.
large.
Like
And
it's a
so,
bad call, but it
in
feels
Donald
right.
Trump fashion, he announced he was running for president, in it to win. And he
No.
did.
I feel I have to rationalize it, Kristen, all right? I'm talking myself into voting for Trump right now. This is what's happening. I'm
From
working
his
out my
first
feelings.
day in office, the Washington politicians learned something about President Trump. He's not afraid to fight for what he believes in. They call that having the courage of your convictions. First up, the Trump tax cuts. Largest in America's
I made
history.
so much money
and
under
it led
Trump.
to higher take-home pay for
Trump took
working
care of me.
families. Unfortunately, today, taxes are up and incomes down.
God. Thank you, Andre. I appreciate
never
you.
learn. Next for President Trump, secure our border.
Maybe it's just the wine talking, but I feel like Trump and I are
Miles
having a
miles of wall
reconciliation.
built.
Trump and I are basically having
ISIS
makeup sex
and other
right now, and I'm like,
terrorists deterred.
God damn Trump.
But now, we have the Barney Fife of border security, leading to 250,000 Americans dead from
I'm
fentanyl
coping.
coming in.
Who is this made for when the reference is Barney
Due to
Fife?
migrant crime spreading across America.
Does anybody under the age of 40 understand that reference? I mean, I do,
ISIS
but
God damn it!
President Trump
Hey,
promised
Richard.
he'd keep America out
Hello
of
to
endless
Australia.
wars.
We love you guys.
Welcome words to the families of our young men
Yeah,
and women
this is
who
like the 12 stages of grief. The 12
another
stages of
promise
Trump. Hang on.
He
The
started
12 stages
by
of Donald
strengthening
Trump.
our military, then traveled the
I just
world,
can't quit you,
meeting
Trump.
with our allies, and even with our main adversaries, just so they understood that America's strength and resolve was back. Because that's what a strong commander-in-chief does. And it led to a stable world at peace and our troops safe.
God damn it.
Today, a different story. Our enemies smelled
Exactly.
weakness, then set the world on fire. Putin saw it, then invaded Ukraine. Hamas saw it, then started a war in the Middle East. There's one more thing we've learned about President Trump.
Oh,
He believes so strongly
thank you,
in
Nick.
America, so optimistic for our
It is. I
possibilities,
need a real man.
and so
I can
committed
only deal with
to
real men. I
fighting
can't deal with
to
men
once
that act
again
like women.
make our country great.
I can only deal with real men.
That
It is
there
true,
is
Trendolin. Trump is an
nothing
alpha.
that is going to stop him.
He got shot in the ear and got back up and raised his fist in the air like a fucking king, man. Trump is the king. God damn it, I'm
Love
voting
the
for
gold.
Trump. God fucking damn it.
Ladies and gentlemen,
I'm drinking some
please
gold
welcome
Prosecco.
Kid Rock.
I'm almost done this bottle.
I thought Trump was going to come out.
Thanks, Posifus.
Or is he going to sing?
Yeah, true. Kid Rock! This is awesome.
I need everybody to put a fist up in the air.
No, fuck you, Rumble. Fuck you. Okay, we're back.
Get a fist up in the air.
Come on, Rumble.
Now follow me.
Come on, Rumble. Come back.
Say fight, fight. Say fight, fight.
Oh, come on!
Say fight. Say somebody scream.
This is awesome. This is a great fucking convention, man. All right. Bottle killed. Entire bottle of Prosecco. Rumble still fucking up.
The devil without a cause. I'm back with the beaver hats and Ben Davis slacks. 30 packs.
Nick is so miserable. Nick is so miserable. Come on, Rumble.
Yeah, from the city of truth. You know what jab, stab, and not critics back.
Sorry, I apologize for the yelling. I apologize. I'm a little excited. I've had too much to drink. It's fine.
Yeah, I'm going platinum, selling rhymes. I went platinum 7 times.
Look at those white ladies dancing to Kid Rock. Look at all the old white ladies dancing to Kid Rock. Come on.
Okay.
They call me cowboy. I'm the singer of black. Throw a fist in the air. Let me see where you at. Say fight.
Yeah. Nick is working through his feelings right now. Yep. Nick is basically crying. It's all right. Guys, we're watching Kid Rock at the RNC or Donald Trump with Nick Fuentes.
Straight Detroit pimp. Never gain no pain. I don't play with ass. Well, watch me rock with Liberace flash. I'll rock the clash. Boy bands are trash. I like Johnny Cash and Grandmaster Flash. Flash, flash, flash. Oh. They call me cowboy. I'm a singer of the back. Throw a fist in the air. Let me see where you're at. Say fight, fight. Say fight, fight.
Nick needs to go to a rock concert. I need to take Nick to a rock concert. I need to be like a good big sister and take Nicholas to a rock concert. He needs to lighten the fuck up.
Watch me kick. You can roll and rock, or you can. I'm the ultimate. I'm like amazing grace. I'm gonna rock and roll. Like a rock this place. All super fly. Living double wide. The big time you ride. Feel sad to share. Bring it back to flare. Like a long hair swinging middle finger in the air. Skin boots 65 Chevelle. See me ride.
That's gonna be my next mission. I'm gonna take Nick to a rock concert. Not really, but I kind of want to. He needs to go to a fucking rock concert. Is what needs to happen.
Oklahoma, Florida, Georgia, Arizona, smell the aroma, and check my hits.
Oh my gosh. Nice.
They call me cowboy. I'm a singer of the black. Throw a fist in the air. Let me see where you're at. Say Trump, Trump, Trump. Say Trump, Trump, Trump. Say Trump, Trump.
Trump, Trump,
Trump,
Trump, Trump. You're going to see Aerosmith, Teresa? I've seen them and they're fucking awesome.
Trump, Trump. From side to side, from front to back, come on, Trump, Trump.
Trump, Trump.
Put Detroit City back on the map. We sing it Trump, Trump.
Trump, Trump.
Rocks in the house. This is where I'm at. Ladies and gentlemen, get ready for the most patriotic American badass on earth. President Donald J. Trump.
Yeah!
Another American badass. My brother, Dana White. God bless.
That was awesome. Nick might be miserable. I'm chilling, man. That was awesome.
Vibe killed.
Fuck you, Nick.
Total ick.
Okay, maybe that was rude. Maybe that was a little excessive. Nick needs to lighten up.
That was a rough watch.
That was awesome. Nick
Maybe I'm a hater.
You are a hater, Nick. Nick needs to go to a rock concert. Nick needs to get a tattoo. Nick needs to like. That's gonna be my mission. If I ever actually become like if Nick ever actually talks to me in real life, I'm gonna be like, Nick, I'm gonna be a good big sister to you, and I'm gonna take you to a rock concert, and you're gonna fucking chill the fuck out. And it's gonna be awesome. And you need to relax, and you're not gonna wear a fucking tie.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know what we're doing.
And we're gonna have a great time. Rottweiler! Take him to a Pantera concert. I've never been to a Pantera concert. I'm gonna take him to like fucking AFI or like, I don't know, like Offspring. Maybe not Offspring. I don't even know if Offspring is still touring, but like, we're gonna take Nick to a good heart. Maybe I'll take him to an ICP concert. He'll get covered in soda. That could be very good for Nick. We'll get him covered in fucking Faygo.
All right.
I am Dana
It's
White.
a fun time
CEO
if you've never done that.
And
It's really fun.
Of the Ultimate Fighting Championship.
All right, Dana White.
So 2 weeks ago, I got a call from President Trump asking me if I'd be willing to speak tonight. As usual, there was no pressure, no demands. He asked me as a friend, and of course, I said yes.
Oh, ICP is so
Then,
fun. It's so fun,
after I
Lizard. It's
accepted
so fun. You get
his
covered in
offer,
soda.
He sent me a text message, and I just want to read to you a little piece of what President Trump wrote to me. Dana, I'm so honored that you will be doing the introduction at the National Republican Convention. Think of it as the biggest fight you ever had, a fight for our country and even the world. I only wish you didn't have to interrupt your family trip, but I hope they understand.
Yeah,
they love you,
Rammstein.
and they
Victor
know how
says.
important this is.
Rammstein.
Now think about this.
Hey.
This man's running for president of the United States. He's fighting
A
for the
wellness
future
check
of
for
this country,
Destiny is
and
Biden
he's
is dropping
concerned
out.
about
Hey, thank
interrupting
you.
my
Appreciate
family
it,
trip.
bro.
That's the President Trump that I know. A man who truly cares about people. The mainstream media likes to push the narrative that he doesn't care about anyone but himself. I absolutely know that's not the truth because I've been friends with this guy for 25 years. And for the people
You open
who
up
know
for
me,
Twisted?
don't know this is true,
Seriously.
I just
Good
want to
for
make
you,
something
Andrew.
very clear. Nobody in the Trump campaign has ever told me what to say. Nobody tells me what to say, and I'm nobody's puppet. And I'm not telling you what to think. I'm telling you what I know. And I know President Trump.
Tim Pool says Biden's going to drop out tomorrow.
President Trump is a fighter.
I guess we'll see.
I've been saying this since 2015. Now look at what's happened over the last 10 years. We have all seen it with our own eyes. I'm in the tough guy business. And this man is the toughest, most resilient
Joseph,
human
did
being
you also
that
see
I've
Orgy
ever
on
met
that
in my
tour?
life.
I think I know what tour you were talking about. Orgy was on it too. Orgy is one of my favorite bands of all time. Their first album, fucking iconic.
And this guy never, ever
All right, we're
gives
going
up.
to shut up now. Trump is coming on
So
to
what's
speak.
at stake here? The answer is in President Trump's text. And I quote, "A fight for our country." I know why he's running for president again.
Thank you, Alatrope.
Why else would he put himself through
The media
everything
is
he's dealt
reporting
with
it
just to get
everywhere.
back here?
It may be
We all
tomorrow,
know he
according to
doesn't
Tim
need this.
Pool. Most
This guy's
people are
got a
saying
great
Sunday.
life. He has a beautiful family.
Lots of
and
people
he has
reporting.
achieved everything that you could possibly
Yeah, the
achieve
Family
in life.
Values Tour. I have that on tape
know
somewhere. I have that on like
President
VHS
Trump
tape.
is
I have that
literally putting his life on the line
VHS.
for something bigger than himself. And he's willing to risk it all because he loves this country. And I know he wants what's best for the American people, all American people. I know he's running for president to save our American dream.
Orgy,
I'm
Candy
living the
Ass,
American
one of the
dream.
greatest
And I know
albums
the
of all time.
American
I
dream
still
is
listen to
very
it all the
real.
time. It's so good.
Whether you were born in this country or came here from someplace else, this is the last real land of opportunity. President Reagan once said, "Government's first duty is to protect the people, not run their lives." And if you're buried in government red tape, how will you ever start your own business? If you're struggling to pay
Killed a
your
whole
bills,
bottle of
how can
Prosecco,
you ever
gold
afford to start a
Prosecco
family?
on this call.
And if you don't feel
Video,
safe in your
live
own
stream,
town,
whatever.
why would you ever buy a house? I know that President Trump is fighting to save the American dream, and that's what's at stake in this election.
Yep, I agree with that, Marcus.
We are choosing who we want to lead us in this fight. I know President Trump is a proven leader, a fearless leader, and this country was in a much better place when he was in the Oval Office. In my mind, the choice is clear. But this election, we all get to choose. I know I'm going to choose strength and security. I know I'm going to choose opportunity and prosperity. I know I'm going to choose real American leadership and a real American badass. And I'm not telling you what choice to make, and I'm not telling you what to think. I'm telling you what I know. I know America needs a strong leader, and the world needs a strong America. I know Donald J. Trump is the best choice for President of the United States. My fellow Americans, it is my honor to introduce the 45th and soon-to-be 47th President of the United States, Donald J. Trump.
Come on, good
Let's
entrance,
go.
Trump. Good entrance. Come on. Come on. It better be, I want pyrotechnics, man. Pyrotechnics.
All right, here he is.
Not pyrotechnics with this song. Come on. All I wanted was
This
a
guy again.
fucking WWE entrance, and we're being denied. Trump is just going to come out and look somber. He's going to hug the flag. God. We've heard this song 5,000 times.
Stands for freedom, and they can't take it away. know I'm free, and I won't forget the men who died, who gave that right to me, and I gladly stand up next to you and defend her still today.
We're not getting pyrotechnic in this song. I wanted energy.
Sing it. God bless the USA.
This is so low key. Why did they do this? I wanted a Trump fucking WWE entrance. Oh, lame.
From the lakes of Minnesota.
Little strobe effect. All right.
Yeah. Okay. Oh, yeah! Yes! No! Fuck you, Rumble! Come on, Rumble. Come on. Oh, my God. Okay, we're back.
Oh,
we're back.
that's
We're back. No!
awesome.
That is pretty great, actually.
To Houston.
That's like when they did Trump's name in fireworks.
So awesome. I love it.
Trump!
I like
I
the
love
song.
Trump. Oh, God. I can't help myself.
And I won't forget the men who died, who gave that right to me, and I gladly stand up next to you.
Yeah, Trump still looks humble. He looks grateful. I mean, Trump almost died. Guys, Trump almost died less than a week ago. Oh my God, I still can't believe that. That was so crazy, man. God damn it. Trump. This almost didn't happen. Like, Trump was this close.
Okay.
This close to dying.
I was a little confused at first. I'm like, what's...
Oh, he's got some first responders
That's
or
a nice
something.
tribute.
All right, Trump, let's hear it. Oh, they're honoring Corey. Oh, that's really, God damn it. Why do I love Trump so much? That's so nice. That's actually really nice. God damn it. That's so not, look at that. Oh.
There he is, the man.
Thank you very much. Thank you very, very much. Wow. And thank you, Dana.
Yeah, allergies.
Thank you, Kid Rock, sometimes referred to as Bob. And thank you, Lee, right from the beginning. Thank you very much. What a talent. What a beautiful, beautiful song. Thank you. Friends,
Yeah,
delegates, and fellow citizens.
Thank you, Mac.
I stand before you this evening with a message of confidence, strength, and hope.
31,000 people watching
we
Nick.
will have an incredible victory, and we will begin the 4 greatest years in the history of our country. Together, we will launch a new era of safety, prosperity, and freedom for citizens of every race, religion, color, and creed. The discord and division in our society must be healed. We must heal it quickly. As Americans, we are bound together by a single fate and a shared destiny. We rise together or we fall apart. I am running to be president for all of America, not half of America, because there is no victory in winning for half of America. So tonight, with faith and devotion, I proudly accept your nomination for President of the United States. Thank you.
Yes, Trump. God damn it, I have to vote for Trump. Oh my God. Oh! He is extremely presidential allotrope. He is. Yeah, I agree with this judgmental lizard. Everything. They've done everything to Trump they can do.
Thank you very much.
Oh.
Thank you very much. And we will do it right. We're going to do it right. Let me begin this evening by expressing my gratitude to the American people for your outpouring of love and support following the assassination attempt at my rally on Saturday. As you already know, the assassin's bullet came within a quarter of an inch of taking my life.
Wow.
So many people have asked me, what happened? Tell us what happened, please. And therefore, I will tell you exactly what happened. And you'll never hear it from me a second time because it's actually too painful to tell. It was a warm, beautiful day in the early evening in Butler Township in the great Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. Music was loudly playing and the campaign was doing really well. I went to the stage and the crowd was cheering wildly. Everybody was happy. I began speaking very strongly, powerfully, and happily because I was discussing the great job my administration did on immigration at the southern border. We were very proud of it. Behind me and to the right was a large screen that was displaying a chart of border crossings under my leadership. The numbers were absolutely amazing. In order to see the chart, I started to, like this, turn to my right and was ready to begin a little bit further turn, which I'm very lucky I didn't do, when I heard a loud whizzing sound and felt something hit me.
Look at that. They
really,
got the bullet
really hard
on the fucking photo.
on my right ear.
Oh God.
I said to myself, wow, what was that? It can only be a bullet. And moved my right hand to my ear, brought it down. My hand was covered with blood, just absolutely blood all over the place. I immediately knew it was very serious, that we were under attack, and in one movement proceeded to drop to the ground. Bullets were continuing to fly as very brave Secret Service agents rushed to the stage, and they really did. They rushed to the stage.
Trump almost died. I still can't get over this.
These are great people at great risk, I will tell you, and pounced on top of me so that I would be protected. There was blood pouring everywhere, and yet, in a certain way, I felt very safe because I had God on my side. I felt that. The amazing thing is that prior to the shot, if I had not moved my head at that very last instant, the assassin's bullet would have perfectly hit its mark, and I would not be here tonight. We would not be together. The most incredible aspect of what took place on that terrible evening in the fading sun
It was a miracle.
Was actually seen later. In almost all cases, as you probably know, and when even a single bullet is fired, just a single bullet, and we had many bullets that were being fired, crowds run for the exits or stampede, but not in this case. It's very unusual.
It was a miracle. It was a fucking god damn it.
This massive crowd of tens of thousands of people stood by and didn't move an inch. In fact, many of them bravely, but automatically stood up looking for where the sniper would be. They knew immediately it was a sniper. And then began pointing at him. You can see that if you look at the group behind me. That was just a small group compared to what was in front. Nobody ran, and by not stampeding, many lives were saved. But that isn't the reason that they didn't move. The reason is that they knew I was in very serious trouble. They saw it. They saw me go down. They saw the blood and thought, actually most did, that I was dead. They knew it was a shot to the head. They saw the blood. And there's an interesting statistic. The ears are the bloodiest part. If something happens with the ears, they bleed more than any other part of the body. For whatever reason, the doctors told me that. I said, why is there so much blood? He said, it's the ears. They bleed more. So we learned something, but this beautiful crowd, they didn't want to leave me. They knew I was in trouble.
Damn it.
They didn't want to leave me. You can see that love written all over their faces. Incredible people.
No, we did. We all witnessed a miracle.
Bullets were flying over us, yet I felt serene.
We'll never
But now
forget
the
where we
Secret
were
Service
when we
agents
heard.
were putting themselves in peril. They were in very dangerous territory. Bullets were flying right over them, missing them by a very small amount of inches. And then it all stopped. Our Secret Service sniper, from a much greater distance and with only one bullet used, took the assassin's life, took him out. I'm not supposed to be here tonight. Not supposed
He's
to
not. He's supposed to be dead. God damn. Trump almost died.
Thank you. But I'm not. And I'll tell you, I stand before you in this arena only by the grace of Almighty God. In watching the reports over the last few days, many people say it was a providential moment. Probably was. When I rose surrounded by Secret Service, the crowd was confused because they thought I was dead. And there was great, great sorrow. I could see that on their faces as I looked out. They didn't know I was looking out. They thought it was over. But I could see it, and I wanted to do something to let them know
I really
I was
don't want Trump
okay.
to die.
I raised my right arm, looked at the thousands and thousands of people that were
I worry for him.
breathlessly waiting, and started shouting, "Fight, fight, fight."
The most iconic moment in fucking political history. Oh, God.
Once my clenched fist went up, and it was high into the air. You've all seen that. The crowd realized I was okay and roared with pride for our country like no crowd I have ever heard
No
before.
one else can do that. We all lived through a moment that will be remembered
Never heard
for all
anything like it.
time. And we saw
For
it
the
live
rest
on
of
the
my
internet.
life, I will be grateful for the love shown by that giant audience of patriots that stood bravely on that fateful evening in Pennsylvania. Tragically, the shooter claimed the life of one of our fellow Americans, Corey, comparator, unbelievable person, everybody tells me.
And Trump has to clap to have the firefighter uniform on stage with him. God, Biden wouldn't have done that.
Wounded. Two other great warriors, spoke to them today. David Dutch and James Copenhaver.
Naming names is
Two
always
great
important to
people.
Trump.
I also spoke to all three families of these tremendous people. Our love and prayers are with them and always will be. We're never going to forget them. They came for a great rally. They were serious Trumpsters, I want to tell you. They were serious Trumpsters and still are. But Corey, unfortunately, we have to use the past tense. He was incredible. He was a highly respected former fire chief, respected by everybody. Was accompanied by his wife, Helen, incredible woman. I spoke to her today, devastated, and two precious daughters. He lost his life selflessly acting as a human shield to protect them from flying bullets. He went right over the top of them and was hit. What a fine man he was.
So senseless. Oh my God, Trump! I'm not crying. You're crying, I'm not crying.
I want to thank the fire department and the family for sending his helmet, his outfit, and it was just something, and they're going to do something very special when they get it. But we did something which cannot match what happened, not even close. But I am very proud to say that over the past few days, we've raised $6.3 million.
God!
For the families of David, James, and Corey, including from a friend of mine, just called up. He sent me a check right here. I just got it. $1 million. From Dan Newland. Thank you, Dan. And
Wow.
again, when speaking to the family, I told them, I said, well, I'm going to be sending you a lot of money, but it can't compensate. They all said the same thing. You're right, sir. We appreciate so much what you're doing, but nothing can take the place in the case of Corey. And the other two, by the way, they were very, very seriously injured, but now they're doing very well. They're going to be okay. They're going to be doing very well. They're warriors. So now I ask that we observe a moment of silence in honor of our friend Corey. There is no greater love than to lay down one's life for others. This is the spirit that forged America in her darkest hours. And this is the love that will lead America back to the summit of human achievement and greatness. This is what we need. Despite such a heinous attack, we unite this evening more determined than ever. I am more determined than ever, and so are you. So is everybody in this room. Thank you. Thank you very much. Our resolve is unbroken and our purpose is unchanged to deliver a government that serves the American people better than ever before. Nothing will stop me in this mission because our vision is righteous and our cause is pure. No matter what obstacle comes our way, we will not break, we will not bend, we will not back
Pete
down.
Rules on Rumble
and I
says,
will
do you
never
think Nick
stop
is wearing
fighting for
pants?
you, your
No, I think
family,
he's wearing
and
shorts.
our magnificent country.
Thank you for the super chat, Pete Rule.
Never.
Nick always wears shorts under the desk.
And everything I have to give with all of the energy and fight in my heart and soul, I pledge to our nation tonight. Thank you very much. I pledge that to our nation. I'm going to turn our nation around, and we're going to do it very quickly. Thank you. This election should be about the issues facing our country and how to make
All right.
America
I'll be right back,
successful,
guys. Let me know if I
safe,
miss
free,
anything.
and great again. In an age when our politics too often divide us, now is the time to remember that we are all fellow citizens. We are one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. And we must not criminalize dissent or demonize political disagreement, which is what's been happening in our country lately at a level that nobody has ever seen before. In that spirit, the Democrat Party should immediately stop weaponizing the justice system and labeling their political opponent as an enemy of democracy. Especially since that is not true. In fact, I am the one saving democracy for the people of our country.
Trump saving democracy for all of
What's going
us.
on with the video?
And very
Loomer!
good news, as you probably just read, on Monday, a major ruling was handed down from a highly respected federal judge in Florida, Eileen Cannon, finding that the prosecutor and the fake documents case against me were totally unconstitutional, and the entire case was thrown out of court. With all of that publicity, thrown out of court. If Democrats want to unify our country, they should drop these partisan witch hunts, which I have been going through for approximately 8 years.
Jesus, Trump.
And they should do that without delay and allow an election to proceed that is worthy of our people. We're going to win it anyway, but worthy of our people. On this journey, I
Bottom
am
of the
deeply
screen,
honored
Murphy's
to be
Pool,
joined
637 out of
by my
500.
amazing
We
wife,
did it.
Melania.
Melania!
And Melania, thank you very much. You also did something really beautiful, a letter to America calling for national unity, and it really took
was
the
really
Republican
nice.
Party by surprise. I will tell you, it was beautiful.
It was a really nice letter. I hope everyone read it. If you haven't, you definitely should. It was a really nice letter.
In fact, some very serious people said that we should take that letter and put it as part of the Republican platform. That would be an honor, wouldn't it? Right, Mr. Congressman?
Yep, we made
But
the
it
goal every
captivated
night.
so many. So I also want to thank my entire family for being here. Don, Kimberly, Ivanka and Jared, Eric and Lara, Tiffany and Michael, Barron. We love our Barron.
Barron for the win, Barron.
And of course, my 10 wonderful grandchildren. You saw a few of them up there on my lap before. And how good was Dana? Was Dana good? I mean,
Hulk
was he
Hogan
good?
was better.
You know, he was on probably the only vacation he's had in about maybe ever, because he works, but about 10 years with his wife, very far away. I won't tell you where, but very, very far away. Beautiful place. And my people called and he said, yeah, I won't be able to do it. This is many, many years. I promised my wife I can't do it. And
Oh, they were
came
on
in, they said, Dana
vacation.
won't be able to do it because he was my first, second, and third choice. I said, well, you know, that's too bad, but I understand he's away and it's good. It's good for him. And that was it. About 30 minutes later, she came back in, sir, Dana just called. He's going to do it.
Oh.
And his wife, she said, you can't turn him down. You just can't do it. You have to go. That's a good wife.
That is a good wife. You should always support your partner in stuff like that. Always. They can always spend time with you later
So
is the
he
thing.
got on a plane.
Support
He got here a
them.
little while ago. Now he's
If they
gonna
have an
get on the
opportunity, you
plane
know?
in a little while, and he's going to go back home to his
They'll
wife.
come back.
But they're great.
It's
and,
okay.
I just want to thank her and him and their whole family because that's not easy. And Kid Rock, same thing. Called, he said, I want to be a part of it. I want to be a part because, you know, Kid does his great song, big, big monster song. I had no idea. You know, he became a friend of mine over the last 10 years. And he's amazing. Everyone loves him. I didn't even know how big he was. You know, he has rallies.
Good wives
35,
don't keep
40,000
husbands
people
from their
he gets
friends.
every time he goes
True.
out. I think he's making so much money, he doesn't know what the hell to do with it. You want to know? And then we have my other friend, and I've known him so long, and we took that song, and it was a big success, but we made that. I saw a chart of great songs to America. That was #1 on the chart recently, #1. So that's Lee Greenwood, very special, beautiful person. He's a beautiful man. But they all wanted to be here. They called. And how about the Hulkster? How good was he?
Yeah! Best speech of the convention!
Boy, oh boy.
Yes, Hulk!
You know, they may call that entertainment. I know about entertainment, but when he used to lift a 350-pound man over his shoulders and then bench press him 2 rows into the audience, I say maybe entertainment, but he is one strong son of a gun. I will tell you, I watched it many times. There aren't a lot of entertainers that could do that, right? You were fantastic. Thank you very much. Followed by Eric. What was that all about? Boy, that was good. I didn't want to really come up here. But he was so great, and he's such a good young man. He went through a lot of trouble, and Don last night was incredible. He went through so much trouble. They got subpoenaed more than any people probably in the history of the United States. Every week they get another subpoena from the Democrats, crazy Nancy Pelosi, the whole thing, just boom, boom, boom. They've got to stop that because they're destroying our country. We have to work on making America great again, not on beating people. And we won. We beat them in all. We beat them on the impeachments. We beat them on indictments. We beat them. But the time that you have to spend, if they would devote that genius to helping our country, we'd have a much stronger and better country. And Jason, the biggest star in country music. Jason, thank you for being here. Jason, thank you very much. Jason Aldean, he's good. I like his wife even better, by the way. She's here. Thank you, Jason. But I'm thrilled to have a new friend and partner fighting by my side. The next Vice President of the United States, the current Senator from Ohio, J.D. Vance, and his incredible wife, Usha. He's going to be a great vice president. He's going to be great. He'll be with this country and with this movement, greatest movement in the history of our country, Make America Great Again. When they criticized it, they said, we're going to try and stop MAGA. I said, MAGA is Make America Great Again. What are you going to stop? There's nothing to stop. Then they say, oh, that's right. It's very tough to fight it. And all of the people that did try and fight it have failed. But he's going to be with us for a long time, and it was an honor to select him. Great student at Yale. His wife was a great student at Yale. They met at Yale. These are two smart people. So, JD, you're going to be doing this for a long time. Enjoy the ride. And a very special thank you to the extraordinary people of Milwaukee and the great state of, oh, there they are. There they are. You are so easy to spot. And Green Bay's going to have a good team this year, right? They're going to have a good team. They're going to have a good team.
You can see how Trump is in person based on how he does his speeches, where he's like taking care of the entire audience.
And by the way,
he's like the host. He's like the New York City host.
Over $250 million here, creating jobs and other economic development all over the place. So I hope you will remember this in November.
$250 million.
And give us
Holy
your vote.
Shit.
I am trying to buy your vote. I'll be honest about that.
I'm trying to buy your vote, Trump. I love it. I love it. Not mad at it.
Great again. We're going to make it. Thank you, Mr. Governor. Thank you very much. Thank you. I'm here tonight to lay out a vision for the whole nation, to every citizen, whether you're a young or old man or woman, Democrat, Republican, or independent, black or white, Asian or Hispanic. I extend to you a hand of loyalty and of friendship. Together, we will lead America to new heights of greatness like the world has never seen before. We were right there in the first term. We got hit with COVID. We did a great job. Nobody knew what it was, but nobody's ever seen an economy pre-COVID. And then we handed over a stock market that was substantially higher than just prior to COVID. Coming in, did a great job. Never got credit for that. We got credit for the war and defeating ISIS.
Seriously?
And so many things. The great economy, the biggest tax cuts ever, the biggest regulation cuts ever, the creation of Space Force, the rebuilding of our military. We did so much. We did so much. Right to try. Right to try is a big deal. We got right to try. They were trying to get that for 52 years. Somebody's terminally ill, and hopefully there's nobody in this audience, but it does happen a lot. They're terminally ill and they can't use our new space age drugs and other things that we are way ahead. We have the greatest doctors in the world, the greatest laboratories in the world, and you can't do it. They've been trying to get that approved for 52 years. Wasn't that easy? The insurance companies didn't want to do it. They didn't want the risk. The labs didn't want to do it because if it didn't work, people are pretty far down the line toward death. They didn't want to do it. The doctors didn't want to have it on their records, so I got everybody into an office. 52 years they tried. Sounds simple, but it's not. And I got them to agree that somebody that needs it will, instead of going to Asia, Europe, or someplace, or if you have no money going home and dying, just die. We got them to sign an agreement, agree to it, where they're not going to sue anybody. They're going to get all of this stuff. They're going to get it really fast. And what's happened is we're saving thousands and thousands of lives. It's incredible. Right to try. It's a great feeling. Under our leadership, the United States will be respected again. No nation will question our power. No enemy will doubt our might. Our borders will be totally secure. Our economy will soar. We will return law and order to our streets, patriotism to our schools, and importantly, we will restore peace, stability, and harmony all throughout the world. But to achieve this future, we must first rescue our nation from failed and even incompetent leadership. We have totally incompetent leadership. This will be the most important election in the history of our country. Under the current administration, we are indeed a nation in decline. We have an inflation crisis that is making life unaffordable, ravaging the incomes of working and low-income families, and crushing, just simply crushing our people like never before. They've never seen anything like it. We also have an illegal immigration crisis, and it's taking place right now as we sit here in this beautiful arena. It's a massive invasion at our southern border that has spread misery, crime, poverty, disease, and destruction to communities all across our land. Nobody's ever seen anything like it. Then there's an international crisis, the likes of which the world has seldom been part of. Nobody can believe what's happening. War is now raging in Europe and the Middle East. A growing specter of conflict hangs over Taiwan, Korea, the Philippines, and all of Asia. And our planet is teetering on the edge of World War III. And this will be a war like no other war because of weaponry. The weapons are no longer army tanks going back and forth shooting at each other. These weapons are obliteration. It's time for a change. This administration can't come close to solving the problems. We're dealing with very tough, very fierce people. They're fierce people. And we don't have fierce people. We have people that are a lot less than fierce, except when it comes to cheating on elections and a couple of other things. Then they're fierce. Then they're fierce.
I love that Trump hasn't given that up yet. I love that Trump
So
never
tonight,
capitulated.
I make this pledge to the great people of America.
It's like, no, it was stolen.
I will end the
Fuck you.
devastating inflation crisis immediately, bring down interest rates, and lower the cost of energy. We will drill, baby, drill.
True, Southpaw. True. Thank you.
Can you believe what they're doing? But by doing that, we will lead a large-scale decline in prices. Prices will start to come down. Energy raised it. They took our energy policies and destroyed them. Then they immediately went back to them, but by that time, so much was lost. But we will do it at levels that nobody's ever seen before. And we'll end lots of different things. We'll start paying off debt and start lowering taxes even further. We gave you the largest tax cut. We'll do it more. You know, people don't realize I brought taxes way down, way down, and yet we took in more revenues the following year than we did when the tax rate was much higher. Most people said, how did you do that? Because it was incentive. Everybody was coming to the country. They were bringing back billions and billions of dollars into our country. The companies made it impossible to bring it back. The tax rate was too high, and the legal complications were far too great. I changed both of them, and hundreds of billions of dollars by Apple and so many other companies were brought back into our nation, and we had an economy the likes of which no nation had ever seen. China, we were beating them at levels that were incredible. And they know it. They know it. We'll do it again, but we'll do it even better. I will end the illegal immigration crisis by closing our border and finishing the wall, most of which I've already built. On the wall, we were dealing with a very difficult Congress.
Yeah, I thought about that
And I
too,
said,
newly
oh,
awakened.
that's okay. We won't go to Congress.
We're never
I
going to
call
see
it an
something like this
invasion.
again in our lives.
We gave our military almost $800 billion. I said, I'm going to take a little of that money because this is an invasion. And we built, most of the wall is already built. And we built it through using the funds because what's better than that? We have to stop the invasion into our country that's killing hundreds of thousands of people a year. We're not going to let that happen. I will end every single international crisis that the current administration has created, including the horrible war with Russia and Ukraine, which would have never happened if I was president.
True.
And the war caused by the attack on Israel, which would have never happened if I was president. Iran was broke. Iran had no money. Now Iran has $250 billion.
Trump better not go to war with Iran.
2.5 years. They were broke.
Trump
the other
better
day
not
on a
fucking
show
go to
called
war with
Deface the
Iran.
Nation.
I'm going to
Has
be
anyone
pissed
seen
if he
that?
does that.
And they had a congressman who was a Democrat say, well,
No
whether you like him or
war,
not,
Trump.
Iran was
No.
broke dealing with Trump. I told
Bad
China
Trump.
and other countries, if you buy from
No.
Iran, we will not let
No
you do
war.
any business in this country, and we will put tariffs on every product you do send in of 100% or more. And they said to me, well, I think that's about it. They weren't going to buy any oil. And they were ready to make a deal. Iran was going to make a deal with us. And then we had that horrible, horrible result that we'll never let happen again. The election result, we're never going to let that happen again. They used COVID to cheat. We're never going to let it happen again. And they took off all the sanctions and they did everything
Trump, don't
possible
ruin it.
for Iran.
Don't ruin it, Trump.
And now Iran
Trump,
is very
I came
close
around.
to
I already
having
tweeted
a
I was
nuclear
voting for you,
weapon,
Trump.
which would have never
Don't
happened.
fucking
This
ruin
is a
it by
shame
going to
what-
war with
what
Iran and
this
Trump.
administration,
Come
the
on.
damage that this administration
back.
has done, and
Come
I say
on.
it often.
Rein
If you
it
took
back.
the 10 worst presidents in the history of the United
Ugh.
States, think of it, the 10 worst, added them up, they will not have done the damage that Biden has done. Only going to use the term once. Biden. I'm not going to use the name anymore, just one time. The damage that he's done to this country is unthinkable. It's unthinkable. Together we will restore vision, strength, competence, and
Yeah, Trump.
we're going to have a thing called
Stop,
common
Trump.
sense making
No.
most of our decisions, actually. It's all common sense.
Rein it in, Trump.
Just a few short years ago, under my presidency, we had the most secure border and best economy in the history of our country, in the history of the world. We had the greatest economy in the history of the world. We had never done anything like it. We were beating every country, including China, by leaps and bounds. Nobody had seen anything like it. We had no inflation, soaring incomes were going.
All right.
Nobody
Fine.
can believe
True.
it. You can't believe
That
what
was
happened
pretty
4
epic.
years ago is happening now in reverse. And the world was at peace. Inflation has been a killer for
We
our
all
country.
have
No
to
matter
rein
what you
Trump
make it,
in when
it
he
doesn't
goes off
matter
the rails.
because
Everyone can
inflation
agree
is
to that,
eating you
right?
alive. People that were putting away money.
When Trump does
they were
bad, we need to
making
tell him.
great wages, the highest they've
We need
ever
to
made,
peer
but they
pressure
were
him to
putting away
rein
a lot
back
of money.
in.
Now they are just being destroyed. They're not putting away anything. They're barely living. They're going into savings accounts. They're taking out their money to live because of inflation. Inflation, remember, it's called a country buster. You can go back to Germany from 100 years ago. You can go back to any country that suffered great inflation. We've suffered the worst inflation we've ever had. But go back and see what's happened to those countries. We've had the worst inflation we've ever had under this person. But in less than 4 years, our opponents have turned incredible success into unparalleled tragedy and failure. It's been a tremendous failure. Today, our cities are flooded with illegal aliens. Americans are being squeezed out of the labor force and their jobs are taken. By the way, you know who's taking the jobs that are created? 107% of those jobs are taken by illegal aliens. And you know who's being hurt the most by millions of people pouring into our country? The black population and the Hispanic population, because they're taking the jobs from our black population, our Hispanic population, and
Nick's
they're
not
also
impressed.
taking them from
Nick
unions.
just tweeted not impressed.
The unions are suffering because of it.
Whatever, Nick. I
Thank you.
disagree.
Thank you. I like you too.
I've fallen in love with Trump
Thank
again
you
in the
very
course of this night.
Inflation has wiped out the
Nick
life
can have all
savings
the
of our
feelings he
citizens
wants.
and
He's
forced the middle
wrong.
class into a state of depression and despair. That's what it is. It's despair and depression. We cannot and will not let this continue. Less than 4
Everyone
years
needs
ago,
to chat into him.
we
No,
were a
Nick.
great nation.
No.
And we will soon be a great
Bad
nation
Nick.
again. We're going to be a great nation again.
I love Nick, but bad. No.
Thank you. With proper leadership,
Hit Nick
every
on the nose
disaster
with the
we are now
newspaper.
enduring will be fixed, and it will be fixed very, very quickly. So tonight, whether you've supported me in the past or not, I hope you will support me in the future, because I will bring back the American dream. That's what we're going to do. You don't even hear about the American dream anymore. With great humility, I am
Give this
asking you
great
to be
monologue.
excited about the future of our country. Be excited. Be excited. And by the way, the news reports, oh, look at all of those big networks. Look at them. They're all here. But every one of them has said,
Listen,
this could
I'm a
be
woman.
the
I'm making
most
decision based off of
organized,
emotion,
best
okay?
run, and most
Yeah,
enthusiastic
bad. We
convention
love
of
you.
either party that they've ever seen. Every
Bad.
single one. And it's true. It's true. And there's love in the room. There's great love in the room. So I better finish strong. Otherwise, we'll blow it. And we can't let that happen. Now, this was great. All of the great people that spoke, and everybody hit a home run. I mean, there's not one that I can think of where I said, oh, gee, that wasn't great. Every single person. I refuse to be the only one. Don't do that to me. They're already getting ready. See, I gave them an idea. Now, this was a great convention. This was, I think we're actually going to go home and miss it. You know, usually with first of all, look at these crowds. You'd never have this at a convention. Look at these crowds. Love. It's about love. This week, the entire Republican Party has formally adopted an agenda for America's renewal, and you saw that agenda. And it's very short compared to the long, boring, meaningless agendas of the past, including the Democrats. They write these things that are hundreds of pages long, and they never read them after they're
So true.
in their case, fortunately, they don't read them because they're pretty bad. It's a series of bold promises that we will swiftly implement when you give us a Republican House. And Mr. Speaker, thank you very much. We have our great Speaker of the House with us tonight. Mr. Speaker, thank you very much.
Oh, fuck Mike Johnson.
Thank you.
Trump is just being polite.
A
Fuck
Republican
Mike
Senate. We have many
Johnson.
senators here. And send me back to our beautiful White House just a few short months from now. We're talking about just months. It can't come fast enough. We have to get it done.
Yeah.
First, we must get
Boo.
economic relief to our citizens. Starting on day one, we will drive down prices and make America affordable again. We have to make it affordable.
Well, I
It's
guess
not
we'll see,
affordable.
buddy.
People can't
Thank you
live
for the
like
super
this.
chat, bro. I appreciate
Under
it.
this administration, our current administration, groceries are up 57%, gasoline is up 60 and 70%, mortgage rates have quadrupled. And the fact is, it doesn't matter what they are because you can't get the money anyway. Can't buy houses. Young people can't get any financing to buy a house. The total
That's true.
household costs have increased an average of $28,000 per family under this administration. Republicans have a plan to bring down
My
prices
house
and
has
bring
tripled
them
in
down
value, though, so
very,
I feel pretty
very
good about that.
rapidly.
I'm just
By
saying.
slashing energy costs, we will in
I'm
turn
not moving,
reduce
though.
the cost
If I
of
was selling, though, it'd be
transportation,
fucking.
manufacturing, and all household goods. So much starts with energy. And remember, we have more liquid gold under our feet than any other country by far. We are a nation that
Drill,
has the
baby,
opportunity
drill.
to
Drill,
make an
baby,
absolute
drill.
fortune with its
Drill,
energy.
baby, drill.
We have it, and China does it. Under the Trump administration, just 3.5 years ago,
Seriously?
we were energy independent.
8%.
But soon we will actually be better than that.
I had no
we
idea,
will be
Starbright.
energy dominant and supply not only ourselves, but we will supply the rest of the world. with
Well,
numbers that nobody has
but
ever
if you
seen.
sell
and we will
it,
reduce
it
our
is
debt,
real value.
$36 trillion. We will start reducing
But I'm not
that,
selling
and
my house. I like
we
where
will
I
also
live.
reduce your taxes
New Hampshire
still
housing
further.
market is also
Next.
garbage.
And by the way, they want to raise your taxes 4 times. Think of it.
And I want
And
to
all
stay
my
in New
life, I
Hampshire.
grew up watching politicians. I always loved politics. I guess I was on the other side. I'd watch and they were always talking about, we will give you a tax cut. We will give you a tax cut. My whole life, I was watching, I will give you a tax cut, right, Mr. Congressman? That's all they talked about. This is the only administration that said, we're going to raise your taxes by 4 times what you're paying now, and people are supposed to vote for them? I've never heard it. You're paying too much. We're going to reduce your taxes still further. We gave you the biggest one, as I said. We're going to give you more, and it's going to lead to tremendous growth. We want growth in our country. That's what's going to pay off our debt. And next, we will end the ridiculous and actually incredible waste of taxpayer dollars that is fueling the inflation crisis. They spent trillions of dollars on things having to do with the Green New Scam. It's a scam.
Green New
And
Scam!
that's caused tremendous inflationary pressures in addition to the cost of energy. And all of the trillions of dollars that are sitting there not yet spent, we will redirect that money for important projects like roads, bridges, dams, and we will not allow it to be spent on meaningless green new scam ideas. And I will end the electric vehicle mandate on day 1. Thereby saving the U.S. auto industry from complete obliteration, which is happening right now, and saving U.S. customers thousands and thousands of dollars per car. And right now, as we speak, large factories just started are being built across the border in Mexico. So with all the other things happening on our border, and they're being built by China to make cars and to sell them into our country. No tax, no anything. The United Auto Workers ought to be ashamed for allowing this to happen. And the leader of the United Auto Workers should be fired immediately. And every single auto worker, union and non-union, should be voting for Donald Trump, because we're going to bring back car manufacturing and we're going to bring it back fast. They're building some of the largest auto plants anywhere in the world. Think of it, in the world. We're going to bring it back. We're going to make them. We don't mind that happening, but those plants are going to be
Trump
built
needs
in
to
the
be
United
president
States,
again.
and our
I need
people
4 more
are going
years
to
of
man
Trump.
those plants.
Who else in the chat needs 4 more years of Trump? I
And
need
if they
4
don't
more
agree
years
with
of
us,
Trump.
we'll put a
I'm fully
tariff
bought
of
in now.
approximately 100
It only
to
took
200%
4
on
days of
each car,
convention
and they
and
will
2
be
bottles of
unsellable in
champagne.
the United States.
It was really the alcohol.
We have long been taken advantage of by other countries. And think of it, oftentimes these other countries are considered so-called allies. They've taken advantage of us for years. We lose jobs,
I
we lose
miss Trump
revenue, and
so
they gain
much.
everything and wipe out our businesses, wipe out our people. I stopped it for 4 years. I stopped it. And we're really ready to make changes like nobody had seen before. And remember, USMCA, I got rid of NAFTA, the worst trade deal ever made, and replaced it with USMCA, which is, they say, the best trade deal ever made. Actually, probably
Fuck
the
you,
best
Milo.
trade
I'm
deal
voting
was
for
the
Trump,
deal
and
I
you
made
can't
with
do anything
China, where they
about
buy
it.
$50
I
billion
love you, but you can't do
worth
anything
of our
about it.
product. They
Trump
were
has
buying
my vote.
nothing.
I'm
They
bought
bought
in.
$50 billion worth. They had to.
I can't not.
But I don't even talk about it because of
I
COVID. I
can't.
don't even mention it, frankly, because of what happened with the China virus.
China. China.
We will not let countries come in, take our jobs, and plunder our nation. They come and do that.
We'll
They
peer
plunder
pressure
our
Trump into
nation.
doing the
The
right
way
thing. Yeah, the Kung
They
flu.
will sell their product in America is to build it in America. Very simple.
flu.
Build it in America and only in America.
Kung flu was the best.
And this very simple formula, and Congress has to go along with us, and they will. This very simple formula will create massive numbers of jobs. We will take over the auto industry again, and many hundreds of thousands of jobs. We lost so many jobs over the years. If you go back 20, 25 years, they've
Nick
stolen
looks so
going to
miserable.
China
Look at
and
him. He looks
Mexico.
so miserable.
About 68% of
I
our
don't even
auto
care. I'm
industry
still voting for Trump.
manufacturing jobs. We're going to get them all back. We're going to get them all back, every one of them. At the center of our plan for economic relief are massive tax cuts for workers that include something else that's turned out to be very popular, actually. Here it's very popular in this building and all those hotels that I saw that are so nice. I'm staying in a nice one. It's called no tax on tips. No tax on no tax on tips.
No tax on tips, including super chats. No tax on super chats. No tax on super chats.
Oh gosh.
I got that on dinner recently.
That's them, not me.
Leading by about 14 points.
That's them, not me.
Hello.
There it is.
I'll see you there very soon, everybody. Now, we're having dinner at a beautiful restaurant in.
What's wrong with
Trump
the audio?
building
We're having
on
an
the Strip,
issue?
and it's a great building. And the waitress comes over. How's everything going? Really nice person. How's everything? Oh, sir, it's so tough. The government's after me all the time on tips. I said, well, they give you cash. Would they be able to find him? She said, actually, and I didn't know this. She said, very little cash is given. It's all put right on the check. And they come in and they take so much of our money. It's just ridiculous. And they don't believe anything we say. And they've just hired, as you know, 88,000 agents
We
to go
already
after them
have
even
no
more.
income tax in New Hampshire. I'm just saying.
And I said, this shows the level of my, most
Not
people go out, they
federal, of
hire
course. That
consultants
would be
that pay
pretty
millions
amazing,
of
but-
dollars. But I said to her, let me just ask you a question. Would you be happy if you had no tax on tips? She said, what a great idea. I got my information from a very smart waitress. That's better than spending millions of dollars. And everybody loves it. Waitresses and caddies and drivers and everybody's a large group of people
I
that
am
are
gonna
being
need a
really
cigarette.
hurt badly. They make money, let them keep their money. I'm going to protect Social Security and Medicare. Democrats are going to destroy Social
No, you're not,
Security
Trump. You're a
and
liar.
Medicare because all of these people, by the millions,
That's
that
not
come
true,
in,
but we're not
they're
gonna hold it
going to be
against
on
him.
Social Security,
Trump's
and
so
Medicare,
full of
and
shit.
other
That's
things,
okay.
and you're not able to afford it. They are destroying your Social Security and your Medicare. Under my plan, incomes will skyrocket, inflation will vanish completely, jobs will come roaring back, and the middle class will prosper like never, ever before, and we're going to do it very rapidly. But no hope or dream we have for America can succeed unless we stop the illegal immigrant invasion, the worst that's ever been seen anywhere in the world. There's never been an invasion like this anywhere. Third world countries would fight with sticks and stones not to let this happen. The invasion at our southern border, we will stop it, and we will stop it quickly. You heard Tom Homan yesterday. Tom Homan, put him in charge and just sit back and watch. Brandon Judd, the Border Patrol, he's incredible. These guys, they really, their job is a lot easier if they don't have to do anything, but they want to. They're patriots. Brandon Judd, Border Patrol, ICE. ICE goes out. You have to see what ICE does with MS-13. You have these are probably the worst gang, and ICE goes in there. And I know a lot of people on these rows here, and they're very tough people, but they don't want to do this job. They'll go into a pack of MS-13 killers. They're the worst, probably the worst gangs in the world. We have thousands of them. I moved thousands and thousands out in my 4 years. We moved them out, and it was a pleasure. But ICE would go right into a pack of these killers, and you see fists flying, you see everything flying, and then they take them. They put them in a paddy wagon.
So
They
true,
take them back and they get them
Thank
out
you.
of our country. And the other countries weren't accepting them back. And I called up and I said, tell them that we're not giving them economic aid anymore. And the next day I got calls from all of these countries that were terminated. Billions of dollars we spend on economic aid to countries that does us, frankly, no good. And the next day I was called by everybody.
We all
couldn't
need
take
to
all
peer
the calls.
pressure
Sir, what's the
Trump
problem? I
into
said, "You won't take
embracing
your
Project
killers back that you
2025.
sent
This is
in
important.
caravans
Trump
into
needs
America.
to do
You
this.
won't take them back. Well, sir,
He
if
needs
you'd
to
like us we
embrace
would give very
Project
serious
2025,
consideration
okay?
to doing that. And within 24
It's
hours,
good.
they were
It's
being
a good
taken
thing.
back for years and years. When I first came in, they said President Obama tried to get him to go back, and they wouldn't accept him. They'd put planes on the runway so you couldn't leave the plane. They'd close the road so you couldn't take the buses. They'd all have to turn back. As soon as I said no more economic aid of any kind to any country that does that, they called back and they said, sir, it would be our great honor to take MS-13. We love them very much.
No, Project 2025
We love them very
2025 is the
much, sir. We'll
Heritage
take 'em
Foundation. It's a hiring database of
At
America
the heart
First
of the
loyalists.
Republican platform is our pledge to
It's a
end
good
this
thing.
border nightmare and fully restore the sacred and sovereign borders of the United States of America. And we're going to do that on day one. That means two things on day one, right? Drill, baby, drill, and close our borders.
And to fund Department of Education, Trump, you promised free Ross. You promised free
And by
Ross
the way,
Ulbricht.
And I think everybody, as a Republican, as a patriot in this room, and most Democrats, we want people to come into our country, but they have to come into our country legally. Legally. Less than 4 years ago, I handed this administration to the strongest border in American history. But you can see on the chart that saved my life, that was the chart that saved my life. I said, look it, I'm so proud of it. I think it's one of the greatest. It was done by the Border Patrol, one of the greatest charts I've ever seen. It showed everything just like that. You know the chart. Oh, there it is. That's pretty good. Wow. Last time I put up
There
that
it
chart, I
is.
never really got to look at it. But without that chart, I would not be here.
The chart is
today.
everywhere. The chart saved Trump's life. The
Never got to look
life-changing
at it.
chart. Hey, Heather, how are you? Good to see you. The life-saving chart. The
I said,
holy
you gotta
chart.
see this chart. I was so proud of it. And by the time I got to there, I never got to see it that day. But I'm seeing it now, and I was very proud. And if you look at the arrow on the bottom,
Trump.
that's the lowest level. The one on the bottom, heavy red
Nick
arrow.
is miserable.
That's the lowest
Oh, I feel
level
so bad
of
for Nick,
illegal
but he needs to
immigrants
lighten up.
ever to come into our country in recorded history. Right there. Right there.
Nick needs to see. Nick
And
is
that
happy.
was my last week in office.
He's pretending.
And then you see what happened
No,
after I
don't
left.
shake your
Look at
head,
the
Nick.
rest. And if
Don't
you
do
go
it.
out a little bit further, it's getting to be a little bit old, but I love it anyway, right? But you can go much higher with those numbers.
A
Look what
tremendous
happened
chart.
Right after
The
that,
best chart. The
the
biggest
invasion
chart.
began. We had the opposite. We stopped the invasion, but the invasion that we stopped was peanuts by comparison to what happened after I left. Look at what happened after I left. They took over our country. We ended all catch and release. We shut down asylum fraud, stopped human trafficking, and
Beautiful
forged
chart.
historic
Wonderful
agreements to
chart.
keep illegal aliens
Powerful
on
chart.
foreign soil. We want them to stay on their soil. Under the Trump
best
administration,
chart
if
that
you
has ever
came
been
in
seen.
illegally, you were apprehended immediately and you were deported. You went right back. The current administration terminated every single one of those great Trump policies that I put in place to seal the border. I wanted a sealed border. Again, come in, but come in legally. You know how unfair it is? So many people, hundreds of thousands of people, have been working for years to come into our country. And now they see these people pour into our country at levels that are unprecedented, so unfair. And we're not going to do it. We're not going to stand for it. They suspended wall construction, ended remain in Mexico. We had a policy, remain in Mexico. You think that was easy to get from the Mexican government? But I said, you must give it to us. If you don't give it to us, there will be repercussions. And they gave it to us, but not easy. Canceled our Safe Third agreements, demolished Title 42, implemented nationwide catch and release. That's catch and release where we catch them and release them into our country. We catch them and release them into Mexico. There's a slight difference. And took 93, this is the previous administration, 93 executive actions to throw open our border to the world. The entire world is pouring into our country because of this very foolish administration. The greatest invasion in history is taking place right here in our country. They are coming in from every corner of the earth, not just from South America, but from Africa, Asia, the Middle East. They're coming from everywhere. They're coming at levels that we've never seen before. It is an invasion indeed, and this administration does absolutely nothing to stop them. They're coming from prisons. They're coming from jails. They're coming from mental institutions and insane asylums. The press is always on me because I say this. Has anyone seen Silence of the Lambs? The late, great Hannibal Lecter. We'd love to have you for dinner.
Oh.
That's insane asylums. They're emptying out their insane asylums. And terrorists are coming in at numbers that we've never seen before. Bad things are going to happen. Meanwhile, our crime rate is going up while crime statistics all over the world are going down because they're taking their criminals and they're putting them into our country. A certain country, and I happen to like the president of that country very much, but he's been getting great publicity because he's a wonderful shepherd of the country. He says how well the country's doing because their crime rate is down. And he said he's training all of these rough people. They're rough. He's training them. And I've been reading about this for 2 years. I think, oh, that's wonderful. Let's take a look at it. But then I realized he's not training them. He's sending all of his criminals, his drug dealers, his people that are in jails. He's sending them all to the United States. And he's different in that he doesn't say that. He's trying to convince everybody what a wonderful job he does in running the country. Well, he doesn't do a wonderful job. And by the way, if I ran one of the countries, many countries from all over, I would be worse than any of them. I would have had the place totally emptied out already. But we become a dumping ground for the rest of the world, which is laughing at us. They think we're stupid. And they can't believe that they're getting away with what they're getting away with, but they're not going to be getting away with it for long. That's what I can tell you. In Venezuela, Caracas, high crime. Caracas, Venezuela. Really a dangerous place, but not anymore. Because in Venezuela, crime is down 72%. In fact, if they would ever win this election, I hate to even say that, we will have our next Republican convention in Venezuela because it will be safe. Our cities will be so unsafe, we won't be able. We will not be able to have it there. In El Salvador, murders are down by 70%. Why are they down? Now, he would have you convinced that because he's trained murderers to be wonderful people. No. They're down because they're sending their murderers to the United States of America. This is going to be very bad. And bad things are going to happen, and you're seeing it happen all the time. That's why, to keep our families safe, the Republican platform promises to launch the largest deportation operation in the history of our country. Even larger than that of President Dwight D. Eisenhower from many years ago. You know, he was a moderate, but he believed very strongly in borders. He had the largest deportation operation we've ever had. Just recently, I spoke to the grieving mother of Jocelyn Nungary, a wonderful woman, a precious 12-year-old girl from Houston who last month was tied up, assaulted, and strangled to death after walking to the convenience store just a block away from her house. Her body was dumped near the side of the road in a shallow creek, found by some onlookers who couldn't believe what they had witnessed. Charged with Jocelyn's heinous murder are 2 illegal aliens from Venezuela who came across our border, were in custody, and were then released into the country by this horrible, horrible administration that we have right now. I also met recently with the heartbroken mother and sister of Rachel Morin. Rachel was a 37-year-old mom of 5 beautiful children who was brutally raped and murdered while out on a run. She wanted to keep herself in good shape. It was very important to her. She was murdered.
Yeah, I agree with
The
you. They
monster
missed an
responsible
opportunity
first
there.
killed
I agree.
another woman in El Salvador before he was led into America by the White House. His White House let them in.
True.
He then attacked a 9-year-old girl
True,
and her
okay.
mother in a home invasion in Los Angeles before murdering Rachel in Maryland. Traveled all throughout the country, doing tremendous damage. Rachel's mother will never be the same. I spent time with her. She will never be the same. I've also met with the wonderful family of Laken Riley, the brilliant 22-year-old nursing student. She was so proud of being first in her class, who was out for a jog on the campus of the University of Georgia when she was assaulted, beaten, and horrifically killed. Yet another American life was stolen by a criminal alien set free by this administration. And these were incredible people we're talking about. These were incredible people who died. Tonight, America, this is my vow. I will not let these killers and criminals into our country. I will keep our sons and daughters safe. As we bring security to our streets, we will help bring stability to the world. I was the first president in modern times to start no new wars. You know, we were the toughest, we were the most respected. And you saw this. Hungry, strong country, run by a very powerful, tough leader. He's a tough guy. Press doesn't like him because he's tough. And he came out recently. They were asking him at an interview, the whole world is exploding. What's happening? What's going on? Viktor Orban, Prime Minister of Hungary, very tough man. He said, I don't want people coming into my country and blowing up our shopping centers and killing people. But they said to him, tell us what's going wrong, what's happening, what is it? He said, there's only one way you're going to solve it. You got to bring President Trump back to the United States because he kept everybody at bay. He used a word I wouldn't use because I can't use that word, because you'd say it was braggadocious. The press would say he was a braggart. I'm not a braggart. But Viktor Orban said it. He said Russia was afraid of him. China was afraid of him. Everybody was afraid of him. Nothing was going to happen. The whole world was at peace. And now the world is blowing up around us. All of these things that you read about were not going to happen. Under
Nick
President
is so
Bush,
miserable.
Russia invaded Georgia.
Nick, it's going to be okay.
Under President Obama,
Nick, you'll come
Russia
around. It'll
took
be fine.
Crimea. Under the current administration, Russia is after all of Ukraine. Under President Trump, Russia took nothing. We defeated 100% of ISIS in Syria and Iraq, something that was said to take 5 years, sir. It'll take 5 years, sir. We did it in a matter of a couple of months. We have a great military. Our military is not woke. It's just some of the fools on top that are woke. I got along very well. North Korea, Kim Jong-un, I got along very well with him. The press hated when I said that. How could you get along with him? Well, you know, it's nice to get along with somebody who has a lot of nuclear weapons or otherwise. Isn't it? See, in the old days,
Yes,
you say,
Trump.
that's a wonderful
Good,
thing.
Trump.
Now they say, how could you possibly do that? But no, I got along with them, and we stopped the missile launches from North Korea. Now North Korea is acting up again. But
Trump is speaking extemporaneously,
back,
by
I
the
get
way. There's
along
not a
with them.
written speech. You guys know
He'd
this,
like to see
right?
me back,
Trump
too.
is
I
doing
think
this
he misses
all
me, if
off
you
the
wanna
top
know
of
the
his
truth.
head. It's
Our
really
opponents
impressive.
inherited a world at peace and turned it into a planet of war.
Most
We're in a
people can't
planet
do
of war.
this.
Look at
I've
that
seen him do
attack
this in
on
person
Israel.
several
Look at
times.
What's happening with Ukraine? The cities are just bombed out. How can people live like that? Where buildings,
There's a
massive
difference between
buildings are
someone who
falling to
reads
the
the speech
ground.
off a teleprompter and someone who does
It
it
began to unravel with the
extemporaneously.
disastrous withdrawal from Afghanistan, the worst humiliation in the history of our country. We have never had a humiliation like that. 13 heroic
For
U.S.
hours.
service members were tragically and needlessly killed. 45 others were horrifically wounded. Nobody ever talks about that. No arms, no legs.
Trump has been ad-libbing for over an hour.
Face explosions. Horrifically wounded. And by the way, we have a man
Yeah, he's going to come around.
in
He'll be
this
fine.
room who's running for the U.S. Senate from a great state, Nevada. Named Sam Brown, who paid the ultimate price. Thank you, Sam. Thank you, Sam. Thank you. He paid the biggest price probably ever paid by anybody that is running for office, and I think he's going to do great. He's running against a person that is not good, not respected, a total lightweight. But Sam, I think, paid, really, we were talking about it with some of the senators that are working so hard for Sam, but he paid the biggest price of any senator ever to run for the Senate. I don't think anybody's ever what he did. He was a real hero, a really great person, and he's running, and I hope that everybody gets out and votes for Sam Brown.
Seriously, James has been posting fascist tears throughout the entire speech. Hang
And
on,
we
I'm gonna
also
look.
left behind $85 billion worth of military equipment, along with many American citizens were left behind. Many American citizens, emboldened by that
All right,
disaster.
I need to go to the bathroom.
Russia
I'll be right
invaded
back.
Ukraine.
Little
They saw
socialist
this
room.
group of people that were incompetent. We took the soldiers out first. No, we're going to take the soldiers out second. If they would have followed my plan, we had a great plan. But the plan only kicked in if they did everything perfectly, and they weren't doing things perfectly. So we said it doesn't kick in. 18 months in Afghanistan, we didn't have one, so they were killing them left and right, snipers. And I spoke to the head of the Taliban. You've heard this story. Abdul, still there, still the head of the Taliban. The press got on me. Why would you speak to him? I said, because that's where the killing is. I don't have to speak to somebody that has nothing to do with it. And I told him, don't ever do that. Don't ever do that again. Don't ever do that again. You got to stop. Because during the Obama administration, many great people and soldiers, a lot of soldiers were being killed from long distance. I said, if you keep doing that, you're going to be hit harder than anybody's ever been hit by a country before.
All right, I'm back. Record time. Can't miss Trump.
And he said, I understand, Your Excellency. He called me Your Excellency.
That was like an emergency, though.
I wonder if he calls the other guy Your Excellency. I doubt it. The other guy gave him everything. I mean, what kind of a deal was that? He walked out.
Oh,
gave him
James is
everything.
having all sorts of feelings, isn't
You know
he?
that right now, Afghanistan
James is
one
having
of the
so many
largest
feelings about
sellers
fascism.
of weapons in the world. They're selling the brand new, beautiful weapons that we gave them. But think of it. He actually said to me, but why do you show me a picture of my home? I said, you'll have to ask your people or one of your wives. But he could figure it out. And for 18 months, we had not one attack on an American soldier by the Taliban. 18 months.
But you had one job.
And then we had that horrible day where soldiers were killed. I was not there because of a ridiculous election. But we had that horrible attack. And they also gave up Bagram, one of the biggest bases anywhere in the world, air bases anywhere in the world, the longest runways, most powerful, hardened, thickened runways. We gave it up. And I liked it not because of Afghanistan. I liked it because of China. It's 1 hour away from where China makes their nuclear weapons.
Yo, so true.
And you know who has it now? China has it now. We were keeping that. And now China
So
is
true,
likewise
Dark
circling
Goblin.
Taiwan, and Russian warships and nuclear submarines are operating 60 miles off the coast in Cuba. Do you know that? No, the press refuses to write about it. If that were me running this country and we had nuclear submarines in Cuba, I will tell you that the headlines every day would be, what's wrong with our president? You don't even hear this. You're not hearing about this. Russia has nuclear submarines and warships 60 miles away, Mr.
Yeah.
Congressman.
Checkmate,
From Miami,
James.
by the way, happens to be.
Checkmate,
Correct?
you fucker.
In Cuba. And that would not be stood for if it were somebody else. They don't want to mention it, but now maybe they will. And the entire world, I tell you this, we want our hostages back, and they better be back before I assume office.
No,
or you
Trump.
will be paying a very big price.
No, Trump. Bad Trump. Don't say Israel, Trump. Don't fucking do it. Don't you fucking do it, Trump. Bad Trump. Someone give the spray bottle.
Victory in November. The years of war, weakness, and chaos will be over. I don't have wars. I had no wars other than ISIS, which I defeated, but that was a war that was started. We had no wars. I could stop wars with a telephone call. I could stop wars with just a telephone call.
Nick is going to
If
have a whole
properly
rant
stated,
after this.
it would
I don't
never
even
start.
care. We're going to listen to
We
it. We're going to
will
listen to what Nick
replenish
has
our
to say.
military and build an
But
Iron Dome missile defense system
I
to
love Trump,
ensure
and I'm
that
not
no
afraid to
enemy
admit
can
it.
strike our homeland. And this great Iron Dome will be built entirely.
we're going to get
in
an
the
Iron
USA.
Dome?
We're going to build it.
We're going to get our own Iron Dome?
USA. And Wisconsin.
Base.
Wisconsin, just like I gave you that massive
I want an
ship
Iron Dome
contract,
over
and
New
you're doing
Hampshire.
a very nice job, Governor, right? Thank you, Governor. And they're doing a great job. In fact, I had a little design change, and we gave them a tremendous for essentially what we used to call destroyers. These are now the most beautiful. They look like yachts. I said, we have to take the bow and we have to make it a little nicer and a little point at the top instead of a flat nose. And the people at the shipyard said, this guy sort of knows what he's doing. We have most beautiful ships, right, Governor? And everybody's sitting over there. And it was a big contract that everybody wanted. I gave it to Wisconsin, but we're going to have a lot of that built right here in the state of
Jason,
Wisconsin.
the best
and
Iron Dome.
all other states. Israel has an Iron Dome. They have a missile defense system. 342 missiles were shot into Israel, and only one got through a little bit. It was badly wounded. It fell to the ground, but most of them are. And Ronald Reagan wanted this many years ago, but we really didn't have the technology many years ago. Remember, they called it Starship, spaceship.
Star Wars.
Anything to mock him. But he was a very good president. Very, very good. But now we have unbelievable technology. And why should other countries have this and we don't? No, we're going to build an Iron Dome over our country, and we're going to be sure that nothing can come and harm our people. And again, from an economic development standpoint, we're going to make it all right here. No more sending it out to other countries in order to help.
I'm definitely
It's America
not
first.
drinking.
America first. We will unleash the power of American innovation. And as we do, we
I
will
would
soon
never
be on
get
the
drunk
verge
on
of
the
finding
internet.
the cures to cancer, Alzheimer's disease,
It would
and
never
many other
happen.
diseases. We're going to get to
Ever.
the bottom of it. You remember this gentleman that I don't want to mention other than one time I had to, because when you say the 10 worst, I had to do it. I didn't want anybody to be confused. But this man said, we're going to find a cure to cancer. Nothing happened.
When you
We're
said
gonna
the
get to
10
cure for
worst, I had
cancer
to
and
mention
Alzheimer's
Biden.
and so many other things. We're so close to doing something great. But we need a leader
I
that
miss
will
Trump so
let it be done.
bad.
We will not have men playing in women's sports. That will end immediately. And we will restore and renovate our nation's once great cities, making them safe, clean, and beautiful again. And that includes our nation's capital, which is a horrible killing field. So many things. They leave from Wisconsin. They go to look at the Washington Monument. They end up getting stabbed, killed, or shot. We will be very soon very proud of our capital, again, Washington, D.C. America is on the cusp of a new golden age, but we will have the courage to seize it. We're going to take it. We're going to make it a current. We're going to bring this into a golden age like never seen before. Remember this, China wants to do it. Japan wants to do it. All of these countries want to do it. We have to produce massive amounts of energy if we're going to produce the new, if you look at some of the things that have been done, and some of the things that we're going to do. But AI needs literally twice the electricity that's available now in our country. Can you imagine? But instead, we're spending places where they recharge electric cars. They built 8 chargers at a certain location toward the Midwest. 8 chargers for $9 billion. Think of them as a tank for filling up your gas.
Yeah.
Think of it.
For
they spent
real,
$9
Grandma.
billion
For real. Trump has to stay
on
safe
8 charges,
and not get
3 of
shot.
which didn't work.
He has to.
And if you were going to do this all over our country, this crazy electric mandate, if you're going to do this, and by the way, I'm all for electric. They have their application. But if somebody wants to buy a gas-powered car, gasoline-powered car, or a hybrid, they're going to be able to do it. And we're going to make that change on day 1. So to conclude, just a few short days ago, my journey with you nearly ended. We know that. And yet, here we are tonight, all gathered together, talking about the future, promise, and a total renewal of a thing we love very much. It's called America. We live in a world of miracles. None of us knows God's plan or where life's adventure will take us. I want to thank Franklin Graham for being here tonight. He's an outstanding man. He wrote me a note recently. I have a lot of respect for him. Sir, I love your storytelling. I think it's great in front of these big rallies. But sir, please do me one favor. It won't make any difference. Please don't use any foul language. I was a little embarrassed. He said, it won't make any difference. Actually, it does. The story's not quite as good, but I've been very good. The story is not quite as good, to be honest. I've got to have a little talk with Franklin, but he was great. He's a great gentleman. His father was so incredible, Billy Graham. My father used to love taking me to see Billy Graham. My father would take me to see Billy Graham at Yankee Stadium. He had the biggest rallies you've ever seen. He was a good rally guy, too. But he'd get up, and he was a fantastic guy. My father loved Billy Graham. But I love Franklin Graham. I think Franklin's been fantastic, and I'm working so hard to adhere to his note to me. I'm working hard on it, Franklin. But if the events of last Saturday make anything clear, it is that every single moment we have on earth is a gift from God.
For real, Trump. For real.
We have to make the most of every day for the people and for the country that we love. The attacker in Pennsylvania wanted to stop our movement, but the truth is the movement has never been about me. It has always been about you. It's your movement. It's the biggest movement in the history of our country by far. Can't be stopped. It can't be stopped. It has always been about the hardworking, patriotic citizens of America. For too long, our nation has settled for too little. We settled for too little. We've given everything to other nations, to other people. You've been told to lower your expectations and to accept less for your families. I am here tonight with the opposite message. Your expectations are not big enough. Not big enough. It is time to start expecting and demanding the best
Nick is
leadership
so
in the
unhappy.
world, leadership that is bold, dynamic, relentless, and fearless. We can do that. We are Americans. Ambition is our heritage. Greatness is our birthright. But as long as our energies are spent fighting each other, our destiny will remain out of reach. And that's not acceptable. We must instead take that energy and use it to realize our country's true potential and write our own thrilling chapter of the American story. We can do it together. We will unite. We are going to come together, and success will bring us together. It is a story of love, sacrifice, and so many other things. And remember the word devotion. It's unmatched devotion. Our American ancestors crossed the Delaware, survived the icy winter at Valley Forge, and defeated a mighty empire to establish our cherished republic. They fought so hard, they lost so many. They pushed thousands and thousands of miles across a dangerous frontier, taming the wilderness to build a life and a magnificent home for their family. They packed their families into covered wagons, trekked across hazardous trails, scaled towering mountains, and braved rivers and rapids to stake their claim on the wide open, new, and very beautiful frontier. When our way of life was threatened, American patriots marched onto the battlefield, raced into enemy strongholds, and stared down death and stared down those enemies to keep alive the flame of freedom. At Yorktown, Gettysburg, and Midway, they joined the roll call of immortal heroes. So many just so many heroes, so many great, great people. And we have to cherish those people. We can't forget those people. We have to cherish those people. And building monuments to those great people is a good thing, not a bad thing. They saved our country. No challenge was too much. No hardship was too great. No enemy was too fierce. Together, these patriots soldiered on and endured, and they prevailed because they had faith in each other, faith in their country, and above all, they had faith in their God.
Because Nick is the best political commentator in the game right now, and he's amazing, and
Just
he is
like our
really cute, and he's really
ancestors, we
funny,
must
and I
now
enjoy
come
him.
together, rise
If
above
you don't like it, you can
past
go somewhere
differences.
else.
Any disagreements have to be put aside and go forward, united as
He might
one
not be happy
people,
right now,
one
but we
nation,
still
pledging
like him.
allegiance
We're
to
fans.
one great, beautiful, I think it's so beautiful, American flag. Tonight, I ask for your partnership, for your support, and I am humbly asking for your vote. I want your vote. It's going to make our country great again. Every day, I will strive to honor the trust you have placed in me, and I will never, ever let you down. I promise that. I will never let you down.
Yes, you can find Nick on Rumble.
To all
You
the
can also find him on
forgotten men and
Cozy,
women who have
C-O-Z-Y,
been
but find him on
neglected,
Rumble.
abandoned, and left behind, you will be forgotten no longer. We will press forward, and together we will win, win, win.
Yeah, I do too. I do too, Molly. I love Trump. Despite of myself, I fucking love Trump.
Win, 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 win. Nothing will sway us, nothing will slow us, and no one will ever stop us.
Yeah, Trump will let
No
us
matter
down
what
sometimes,
dangers
but it's
come
okay.
our way, no matter what obstacles lie in
Okay,
our
he's doing his best.
we will keep striving toward our
Trying his
shared and
best.
glorious destiny, and
Don't
we
always
will
win, okay?
not fail. We will not fail.
Sometimes you have to call an L and move on.
Together, we will save this country. We will restore the republic, and we will usher in the rich and wonderful tomorrows that our people so truly deserve. America's future will be bigger, better, bolder, brighter, happier, stronger, freer, greater, and more united than ever before.
Yes!
Yeah.
Nick is not impressed. That's okay. We'll hear his opinion after the speech. I don't care. I'm happy.
Put, we will very quickly make America great again. Thank you very much.
Yes!
Thank you very much, Wisconsin. God bless you. God bless you, Wisconsin, and God bless the United States
Trump.
of America, our great country. Thank you very much, everybody. Thank you.
I love him. I can't help it. I can't help it. I love him. I know all the reasons not to. I know all the
was awful.
flaws. No, shut up, Nick.
Absolutely terrible.
Oh my God, Nick. I disagree. Why? Why, Nick? Explain yourself. Nick is wrong. He's wrong. Just because he's a boy prodigy doesn't mean he's right. Melania. Melania's like Donald. Donald's gonna have a good night with Melania. Melania's letting Donald hold her hand. Melania's gonna have some sexy lingerie underneath that outfit. True. Oh, here they come. All the Trump children.
All right.
Nick,
All right.
relax. Relax,
Balloons,
Nick.
packed convention.
Yeah, balloons!
Family on stage. Yeah, that was really sad. That was really weak and low energy and sad.
Shut up,
did not
Nick!
meet the moment at all. Not
Wrong.
even remotely.
Wrong. Wrong, Nick. Wrong. That was awesome. Nick is wrong. I love him. I adore him. I'm not shit-talking him. I'm not going against him. But Nick is wrong. That was awesome. Trump, do the dance, Trump. Do the dance. That's okay. Nick can be blackpilled. He'll come around.
Really bad.
Why, Nick? Why? Oh, look at the gold balloons! They have gold balloons! I love that! Yes! Gold balloons!
That's a lot of balloons.
Gold balloons for the win. Look, Trump's granddaughter has a gold balloon. Fake gold balloon. Holy shit. I will vote for Trump for a gold balloon. All I need is someone to give me a balloon. That's it. That's it. I want one of the gold balloons. I want a gold balloon. For real.
Yeah, I think it's official. The MAGA movement died either on the election night in 2016 or on the inauguration in 2017.
Boo. Nick is wrong.
Because everything since then has just been an unrelenting catastrophe.
Nick is
It's not
so
funny.
sullen.
It's not high energy. There's no tweets. It's not right wing.
He just got
It's
shot,
not
Nick.
nationalist.
He just got shot.
It's not new. It's not different.
He's salty. It's true.
And that speech was just that was a regular stump speech. He almost got killed on Saturday. It's the Republican convention, and he gave a stump speech. Totally unimpressive.
Nick, there are
So
gold
this is
balloons.
just not the same guy, you know.
There are
and
gold
maybe I need to accept that, and maybe everybody needs to
balloons.
accept that. But this is literally or figuratively not the same person from 2016. It's just a different guy, different movement. So this is just a Republican candidate now. This is not a revolution. We're not making America great again
Nick
with
is
this.
in a bad mood.
Does anybody really believe any of that? Does anybody honestly believe there will be a mass deportation?
There are gold balloons.
No.
Nick.
Does anybody believe we're going to cure cancer?
Gold balloons.
What we're going to get is a tax cut.
I
We're
like
going to get a
tax
tax
cuts.
cut. Inflation will be reduced.
Who likes tax cuts? I like
Most
tax
likely
cuts.
the war in Ukraine will end.
I like inflation reduced. I like wars in Ukraine ending.
I think that's
I like
it.
all those things. That's good. Positive.
But there will be no draining of the swamp. The swamp is back.
Well,
the swamp is coming
duh.
in.
Duh, Nick.
This is the swamp.
But I want a tax cut.
Industry and manufacturing
Tax
are not coming back.
cut.
The border will not be closed. Overall immigration will not be reduced.
I like tax cuts. I like tax cuts.
Nothing will happen.
Tax cuts are awesome. Everyone likes tax cuts, Nick. He became multiple in the drinking of
You may
2.5
not like
bottles of
it.
champagne. I
That's the
like
truth.
tax cuts. Who likes tax cuts? Yeah, me. Yeah.
So it's just
Me.
overwhelmingly
Yeah.
disappointing.
No, it's awesome. Everyone likes
And that's
tax
why I
cuts.
said after the conviction, and I said after he announced he was running for
Tax
re-election,
Yep. Mm-hmm.
that I'm not voting. And I think that probably it's better that Trump is president than Biden, but I can't bring myself to care that much at all. It's inarguable. Trump will be a better president than Biden. He will be more competent. He will be more
begrudge Nick his
effective. The
position.
economy
I
will be better.
understand
The
it.
country will improve. But
But
that's
I
all that can
made
be
so
said.
much more
This
money
is going
under
to
Trump.
be a Republican administration.
I made so much more money
Okay.
under Trump, though.
I'm not a Republican.
But I made so much more money under Trump.
I'm not a Republican,
It was
and
so
I don't
great.
care that much.
I got to buy art.
And I'm not going to turn out.
I got to go on
Illinois
vacation.
is a blue state anyway.
Who in
And
the
I don't
chat
even really
made
care.
more
I'm not
money
energetic. I'm
under
not
Trump?
enthusiastic.
I made more money under
And that's
Trump.
why I say
By
this is a different person. In
significant
2016, this was a movement. It was about change. It was about radical reform.
I want to
That's
go
not there
on
anymore.
vacation.
This was supposed to be the personal dictator
wanna go
of
on
the
a
executive
cruise.
branch that was going to personally fulfill the promises. It didn't
want
happen. That's not who he is.
cruise.
And he certainly isn't. If he was that then, he's not that now. Although
We
it's
should do a
arguable
group
that it was never
cruise.
going to be that way.
Who wants to go on a cruise with me? It would be
So-
awesome. We'll pick a date. It'll be
The
into
emperor
Trump's
has no
presidency.
clothes. Everything
We'll
that we
pick a
heard this
date.
week about
We'll all book on the
strength
same
and
cruise,
change
and
and
it'll
energy.
be awesome. I want to go on a cruise.
It's not there. This is a
I love
weak,
cruises.
boring, boilerplate speech.
We're all going on a cruise.
That black lady
together.
gave a better
And Nick
speech.
cannot
It was
go.
more
That's fine.
energetic. Ted Cruz
We'll
gave a
all
better
go on a
speech.
cruise.
And Ted Cruz didn't even endorse
Yeah.
Trump in 2016.
Comrade cruise.
Think about that.
Cruise retreat. We're going to the Caribbean.
All that for
We're
that.
going snorkeling.
All the hype, all the fanfare, the glazing for that. But you know what? We knew it was this. Because this is how it's been at the rallies.
Yeah.
This is how it's been.
Everyone's going
The
on a
rambling,
cruise.
low energy,
Let's
moderated
go.
position, and all this stuff
Cruise.
about unity. This is another
We're
Republican.
going to the ocean,
What's
man.
the promise?
We're going
Cut the
snorkeling.
taxes, control the
We're
border,
going to see fish. We're going to see sharks. We're going to drink rum.
drill for oil.
Everyone's going on a cruise.
It's a Republican Party platform.
Yep. Sin, you're going. We're going to make sure you go, Sin. We'll
The only
take care of
difference
you.
is
It'll
more
be
porn
fine.
stars. More porn stars, less Christianity.
Yeah.
It's a Republican platform, except the only difference between the RNC in 2012 and the RNC today is that there never would have been a porn star at the RNC in 2012. That's the only difference. Am I wrong?
We're all going
In
on
2012,
a cruise.
they talked about self-deportations on the border. In 2012, they talked about a tax cut.
You know what?
In 2012, they talked about unity. In 2012, they had this vague patriotism, vague monotheistic religion, support for
2026
Israel,
is my
standing up
15-year
to our
anniversary.
enemies and our adversaries.
We're going on
talking
a
about
fucking cruise
Russia's
to the
invasion
Caribbean,
of
and it's gonna be
Ukraine in
awesome.
2014.
Maybe even next year we'll go on a
Same convention.
14-year anniversary cruise.
Only
you
difference
guys all
is,
get to meet Victor.
In this convention, Amber
we'll
Rose was
drink.
there. That's
It'll
the
be
only
the Harry
difference.
Chess competition. It'll be awesome.
So pack it up. Pack it up. This is not what it used to be. And it's disappointing.
2026,
And that's why JD Vance is behind it. That's why all the
anniversary.
billionaires are
Yes.
behind it. You don't believe
My
me?
15-year anniversary.
The liberal elite doesn't see this as a threat. They don't see it as radical. They don't even see it as right wing. They look at this as good governance. And that's why they're supporting it, because that's all it represents now.
Nick is salty. It's okay. It's okay.
All these tech billionaires,
It's fine.
all these former leftists, the mainstream media,
We're doing at
JD
least
Vance,
7
they are
days,
no
at least
longer
1
never
week.
Trumpers. They no longer hate Trump. They no
Oh,
longer
we'll get you
fear
an
Trump.
interior. We'll get you a roommate. It'll be fine.
And that is because they saw what he did the first time. And they know that there is zero threat that he is going to bring revolutionary change the second time. Because if there was even the slightest chance of that, he would remain a pariah.
We'll go to an art auction.
That's the truth. That's the honest
We'll
to God
go to a
truth.
champagne
Just look at
art
the
auction.
economic
We'll
forecast.
get a whole table at dinner.
The market is priced in that Trump
It'll
will
be great.
bring down the cost of oil, bring down market volatility, bring down inflation. They anticipate that defense contractors, chips, artificial intelligence, software will increase in value. This is what they anticipate.
Joseph.
And that's
Joseph,
why they're
cruises
behind
are
it.
awesome. You have no idea, Joseph.
So
Cruises are the best. There is nothing better
that's
than a
the
cruise.
brutal truth. Sucks, but it's true.
Cruises are cheap, Brennan. We'll get you an interior room. You can room with Bot. This will be great. Brennan and Bot can room together. You guys will pay like $100
I think the
$100 each.
RNC
It'll
just
be
sealed
fine.
the deal for me. Unless something radical changes, I'm not going to vote. Sorry. And you want to know something? The RNC, nobody watches this other than Republicans for the most part. This doesn't get the viewership that a general election debate gets. Typically the convention will give a candidate a temporary boost, but this will not be seen by 30 million people or anything.
Nick is so
The convention
salty.
is for the base. The convention is
He's
for the
so
party.
salty.
And
Tribulin,
me
you're
being
gonna
a
go on the
very
cruise?
conservative
Yes.
voter,
Everyone's going
me
on the
being
cruise.
an immigration
It's gonna be awesome.
restrictionist, being in favor of economic liberalization on some level,
Maybe I can
me
call the cruise line and get a
opposing
special
foreign
deal.
wars
I can
and
be
foreign
like,
aid,
I've
it
got
didn't
like
win my
30
vote.
people that want to go
Nothing
on
that
this
was said
cruise.
this week
Give us
won
the
my
room
vote.
block.
Nothing that was said this week.
Special
I'm not
alcohol
energized.
package.
I'm not enthusiastic.
But we'll crowdfund for you. You're going on the fucking cruise. You have no choice. You're going.
I don't like to leave the house to begin with. I'm not leaving my house to vote. Vote for what? For JD Vance and Usha? America's not an idea, it's a nation. And anyone can come here. They just have to come legally.
Yep.
Illegal
Business
immigration must be
cruise.
stopped because it's affecting black people the most.
Networking.
What a joke. The forgotten men and women, by the way. Forgotten men and women, but you
Yes,
know who's
there
really
will be
hurting
tweets, obviously.
because
okay.
of illegal immigration? Black and Hispanic people. Seriously? What an insult. Yeah, not the people whose country is being stolen out from under our feet. No, it's black and Hispanic people.
Going on a cruise.
Totally lame.
It's gonna be awesome. Yes, you can
And
be
this
on the
stuff
planning
about
committee.
the hostages
yes, we're
and
forming
punching
a committee
Iran.
right now in the chat.
Nikki Haley was here. What's the point?
Nick is so salty.
So, this is my honest reaction. You can feel how you want about it. I'm not going to discourage people from voting. I think you should vote for Trump. I'm not going to. Didn't do it for me. I would never vote for Biden. I don't want Biden or whoever will replace him to be the president. We'll have to see who it is. Maybe they'll win my vote. I
Oh,
don't
Nick,
think so,
shut
but
up. You're so full of shit. Whatever.
I'm not trying to demoralize people. I'm just giving you my
Thank
honest
you,
assessment.
Grandma. We love you.
You can go out and vote. Knock yourself out. You support Trump. Good for you. I like Trump. I think he's a good guy.
I would love if Alex
But it's clear the
goes on
problem
cruise.
goes all
I
the
would
way to the
love
top.
That. It would be so fun.
I don't
We
think
need
it's
to
fair any
peer
longer
pressure
to place
him.
the blame solely on the advisors and on the donors. This is Trump. This is what it's really about. If you don't come to your senses after you get shot,
I'm gonna be like,
it's kind
I'm
of
an
like
influencer
okay,
with
so
100,000
we're tapped.
followers.
It's tapped.
Give me a free suite.
He almost died for this. Think about that. He said tonight on the stage, I shouldn't be here. He almost died for this. This convention that you just watched, he personally wrote the campaign platform. He struck the references to traditional marriage between a man and a woman. This convention with Amber Rose, with the Democrat Jew suing Harvard for anti-Semitism.
That was a mistake.
With the
They
Israeli
shouldn't have had
citizens, with
that.
J.D. Vance and Usha. He almost died for this. Would you die for this? Look at this fool. Look at this fool.
JD Vance sucks though.
Case in fucking point.
For real.
Would you die
JD
for
Vance
this?
sucks. Look at
I said in 2020
Ty
that I would
looks
die
hot.
for
Look at that
Trump.
red sparkle dress.
Not anymore.
She
I would
looks
not die.
great.
I would
Trump Jr.
I would
daughter
not
looks
die for
great.
this. You want to die
Nick
for
needs-
what? A moderate
Nick
reduction in
needs to
illegal
focus on
immigration?
Trump Jr.'s daughter. Nick needs to court Trump Jr.'s daughter.
You want to die for what? Cheaper gas prices, cheaper
come
groceries. Nice life. You want to die so that we can create a rump state in Ukraine? What difference does it make? I mean, honestly, what difference does it make? I'm not dying for this. I'm not voting for this. I'm not lending my credibility to this.
Nick is allowed
As
to
a
be
real
sullen.
conservative, as a real right-wing American.
He's allowed to be sullen. That's okay. I don't care. I
You
love
could
Trump.
not force me to care about this. You could not bribe me to care. I don't care. I don't even want to look at it anymore. So, very sad. We knew it was going to be like this, though, because that's how it's been. And we'll watch. I actually want to play
Nick
the
wants-
2016
Nick wants
convention.
anti-establishment rhetoric. It's true. He wants anti-establishment
Once this
rhetoric.
ends, I want to play some clips from the 2016
I
convention
still
just to
wanna
show
go
you
back
what
and
I
watch
mean, because
Nick's,
I
reaction
honestly I
to
think
Hulk
people
Hogan.
forgot. I think
I
either
still wanna
people are
do
not
that.
old enough because a lot of my audience is younger. A lot of people weren't there for 2016 because they weren't into politics or they weren't into Trump. So I think a lot of
I
people
would be
didn't
on
watch
board
it
with
the
this.
first
I
time.
want to watch the 2016 election.
And I think a lot
or
of people just
convention.
forgot. So once this wraps, I want to play some clips from 2016 and I'll show you what I
Really?
mean. And you will see the differences night and day. It couldn't be clearer. It couldn't be more stark.
Fine, Nick, but
It's
whatever.
not my
I'm still voting for
imagination.
Trump.
My expectations are not unrealistic. And it's not subtle.
Fine, Nick. I'm still going on a cruise. I don't care. We're all going on a cruise. It's going to be awesome. We're going to do snorkeling. We might do a zip line. We're going to drink some rum.
That
Who
dress is too
wants to
short.
drink some rum? No, it's not, Nick. Shut up. Who wants to drink some rum on a cruise? Who wants to drink a pina colada? Pina colada, Nick. Pina colada. Is this Trump 2016? This is Trump 2016? All right, let's watch.
Friends, delegates,
Yeah, Nick is the
and fellow
dad.
Americans, I humbly and gratefully accept your nomination for the presidency of the United States.
Trump hadn't just gotten shot.
Okay. You see what I mean?
I know, Lizard. I know, right? You can paste it.
USA. We started this journey on June 16th last year.
Hey,
Right,
thanks,
watch the whole
Rocky.
thing.
And I say we because we are a
True.
team, would have received almost 14 million votes, the most in the
True.
history of the Republican Party, and that the Republican Party would get 60% more votes than it received 8 years ago. Who would have believed this? Who would have believed this?
I want to fast forward to some of the best parts. I think this is it.
Our rigged system will begin with safety at home, which means safe neighborhoods, secure borders, and protection from terrorism. There can be no prosperity without law and order.
Literally gives me chills when you watch it in 2016.
On the economy, I will outline reforms to add millions of new jobs and trillions in new wealth that can be used to rebuild America. Tonight will be opposed by some of our nation's most powerful special interests.
Listen to this.
That's because these interests have rigged our political and economic system for their exclusive benefit. Believe me, it's for their benefit.
Okay, true. Yeah, this is 2016, I think. Yeah.
Big business, elite media, and major donors are lining up behind the campaign of my opponent because they know she will keep our rigged system in place.
Boo.
They are throwing money at her because they have total control over every single thing she does. She is their puppet, and they pull the strings.
Boo. Oh, yay. I don't even know anymore.
That is why Hillary Clinton's message is that things will never change, never ever. My message is that things have to change, and they have to change right now. Every day, I wake up determined to deliver a better life for the people all across this nation that have been ignored, neglected, and abandoned. I have visited the laid-off factory workers, and the communities crushed by our horrible and unfair trade deals.
I see Nick's point, but
these are the forgotten men and women of our country.
Trump
and
is still better now than the Democrats.
But they're not going to be forgotten long.
I see his point, though. I acknowledge the point, okay?
These are people
we feel
who
you,
work
Nick.
hard,
Look at Nick
but no
beaming.
longer
He's so
have
happy.
a voice. I am your voice.
But Trump just got shot. He literally just got shot.
I have embraced crying mothers who have lost their children because our politicians put their personal agendas before the national good. I have no patience for injustice.
Nick is so happy.
We'll finish this part. We'll go to the end, and then we'll do more analysis. What's going on over at the other convention? Is it still going on?
Listen, I want to go back to Hulk Hogan. Anyone want to go back to Hulk Hogan? We're going to go back. We're going to go back and watch Hulk Hogan. Hang on. We're going to go back and watch Nick's reaction to Hulk Hogan.
I know I was a serious problem.
Hang on.
Assassination
We're
attempt
doing
by
that. Hulk
He comes
Hogan.
from CNN.
Wait, hang on.
Let's fucking go.
Here we go. Hulk Hogan.
All right.
Nick can be stolen all he wants.
Ivanka,
We're watching
they
Hulk
are.
Hogan.
Oh.
Okay.
Well, there's nothing more to be.
Yeah.
This is awesome. Finally, a
Oh, come on. Seriously? Rumble. Seriously. Seriously? I fucking hate Rumble. I hate Rumble so much. I hate them so much. All right, 541. We're reloading.
Good.
541. Nope. We're going back. We're going back to Hulk Hogan. Hulk Hogan. Hang on. Nope. Not Eric. Hulk Hogan.
late.
Here we go. Here we go. Hulk Hogan. Come on.
American. I love the WWE. Nothing more American than that. Talk about deplorable. There's nothing more deplorable culture than WWF, WWE. Fuck yeah. Love it. This is awesome.
Exactly, Milo. Exactly. Exactly.
All right, let's go. The Hulk.
Hulk Hogan again.
All right.
Jeff! Jeff! Thank you, Jeff. I appreciate you.
That's a real
awesome
American.
supporter. I can't thank you enough, Jeff. Thank you.
Well,
We're up to $710 for the night, thanks to Jeff.
You know something?
Awesome.
When I came here tonight, there was so much energy in this room. I felt maybe I was in Madison Square Garden getting ready to win another world title. Or maybe I thought the
Look,
vibe
Nick is
was
so happy.
intense.
He's
The
so
energy
happy.
was so crazy. It felt like maybe I was going to press that no good stinky giant over my head and slam him through the mat, brother.
Brother.
But what I found out was I was in a room full of real Americans, brother.
Fuck yeah. Real Americans.
And at the end of the day, with our leader up there,
Leader.
my hero, that gladiator, we're going to bring America back together. One real American at a time, brother.
Real American.
You know
Love it.
something? I've seen some great tag teams in my time. Hulk Hogan and, ooh, yeah, the Macho Man Randy Savage. But you know something? I see the greatest tag team of my life standing upon us, getting ready to straighten this country out for all the real Americans. You know, even though you guys are real Americans, you better get ready. Because when Donald J. Trump becomes the president of the United States, all the real Americans are going to be nicknamed Trumpites. Because all the Trumpites are going to be running wild for 4 years. So with the power of Donald J. Trump and all the Trumpites running wild, America is going to get back on track. And like Donald J. Trump said, America is going to be great again. You know, when I look out and I see all the real Americans, I think about how Donald Trump, his family was compromised. When I look out there and I see Donald Trump, I think about how his business was compromised. But what happened last week when they took a shot at my hero?
Yes, I can't stand it.
And they tried to kill
Look at Nick.
the next president of the United States.
Yes.
Enough was enough. And I said,
Let's go.
So good.
Run wild, brother.
Yes.
Let Trumpomania rule again. Let Trumpomania make America great again.
Let's fucking go. That's awesome.
70 years old. Hulk Hogan is 70 years old. He looks great.
You know something, Trumpites? I didn't come here as Hulk Hogan, but I just had to give you a little taste. You know, my name is Terry Bollea. And as an entertainer, I love you too. And as an entertainer, I tried to stay out of politics. But after everything that's happened to our country over the past 4 years, and everything that happened last weekend, I can no longer stay silent. I'm here tonight because I want the world to know that Donald Trump is a real American hero.
Yeah.
And I'm proud to support my hero as the next president of this United States. You know, guys, I've known Donald Trump for over 35 years. You know, hold on a second, hold on. I just had a flashback. Man. This is really tripping. You know, the last time I was up on stage, Donald Trump was sitting at ringside at the Trump Plaza. I was bleeding like a pig, and I won the world title right in front of Donald J. Trump.
Yeah!
That's so
and
awesome.
You know something? He's going to win in November, and we're all going to be champions again when he wins.
That's a real American.
And like
I
I
love
said,
this so much.
I've known that man for over 35 years. And he's always been the biggest patriot, and he still is. He's always told you exactly what he thought, and he still does, brother. And no matter the odds, he always finds a way to win. And when he's back in our White House, America is going to start winning again. You know, guys, over my career, I've been in the ring with some of the biggest, some of the baddest dudes on the planet. And I've squared off against warriors, ooh yeah, savages. And I've even, like I said, body slammed giants in the middle of the ring. And I know tough guys.
Hulk
But let
Hogan
me
should have
tell
been
you
BT.
something, brother.
True, Sam.
Donald
True.
Trump is the toughest of them all. They've thrown everything at Donald Trump. All the investigations, the impeachments, the court cases, and he's still standing and kicking their butts. You know, we never had it better than the Trump years.
True.
Back then, we had a thriving economy. We had strong borders. We had safe streets. We had peace and respect around the world. But then we lost it all in a blink of an eye. Crime is out of control. The border is out of control. The price of food and gas and housing is out of control. And the only person who can clean this up is Donald Trump. You know, guys, I really, really love this country. And I've lived the American dream. And I want my kids, your kids, and all those little teeny Hulkamaniacs out there to live the American dream too. This November, guys, we can save the American dream for everyone. And Donald Trump is the president who will get the job done. So all you criminals, all you lowlifes, all you scumbags, all you drug dealers, and all you crooked politicians need to answer one question, brother. What you gonna do when Donald Trump and all the Trumpomaniacs run wild on you, brother? God bless you, and thank you.
Listen, I can't.
Awesome.
I can't. I know Nick is upset. I get it. Is he
About the whole thing?
fighting?
I don't feel like I was the audience. And I don't say that as a Nazi groiper. I say that as a young white man in America. I say that as a young, extremely conservative, very religious white man in America. Didn't speak to me. So, you know, I saw people in the live chat, they're saying, oh, I can't wait for Nick's monologue after this. I don't even really have anything to say. It's just, this has been more of the same. What else can we expect? My expectations, I thought maybe I'd be pleasantly surprised, but my expectations were very, very low.
Love you.
And it's about what I expected. It's what we see at every rally now. It's what we see at every public appearance, every interview, every softball interview.
Okay. I'm going to stop Nick. I understand where Nick is coming from, okay? I really, really do. I understand where Nick is coming from. But for me, and maybe it's the bottle and a half of wine that I've had, because of course I'm definitely not drunk on the internet, but maybe it's the bottle and a half of wine that I've had. Listen, like, I understand why Nick is not 100% completely happy with this, but I remembered why I loved Trump tonight. And I do genuinely love Trump. I really do. This is not an act. This is not a grift. I don't really care if you buy my merch or not. Like, I genuinely love Trump. And I genuinely want to see Trump get elected to office again because I think it would be fucking awesome. I think everyone would complain. I think Trump would do a fairly good job. And the reality is that of the choices I have, which is basically Trump or Biden or whoever's going to replace Biden or a third party nominee, I have an emotional connection to Trump. I think Trump is a good person. I think Trump means well. I don't think Trump is perfect, but I think Trump has a sense of what is right and what is wrong. And I made more money under Trump than I've ever made in my life. And I think that Trump knows what to do to make small businesses function and to make the economy function. And I like that. I really, really, really do. And I think he'd be better than Biden. And or whoever replaces Biden, because it seems like Biden's going to drop out now. Fine, whatever. Like, I can't deny the fact that my life was fundamentally better under Donald Trump than it was under Joe Biden, than it was under Barack Obama. I made more money under Donald Trump than I have ever made in my life. And I want that back. And I think some of you want that back. And I think that Trump genuinely loves this country. And I think Trump wants to do the right thing. And I think Trump got shot for all of us. Trump almost died. Trump almost died for all of us. You know, I mean, maybe it's stupid, maybe it's cheesy, but I really do love Trump. This is not like a grift. This is not an act. I really do. I love him. I really do. I've always loved Trump. I think Trump is hilarious. I think Trump gets it. And listen, there are a lot of reasons not to support Trump. I'm serious about this. I am pissed off that there was only one speech about education. I am pissed off about that. But you know what? We can peer pressure Trump. We can peer pressure him into caring about the things we care about. But we can't peer pressure Joe Biden. We can't peer pressure Kamala Harris. We can't peer pressure Gavin Newsom. We can't peer pressure anyone that would replace Joe Biden on the Democratic ticket. Hulk Hogan Trump t-shirts coming soon? I mean, maybe. We'll see. We'll see, Kino. Thank you for the super chat. You know, a lot of people have called me a grifter, and a lot of people over the years have called me a grifter. And for me, it's never been about the grift. I've never followed the approved talking points. I have been ragging on Trump constantly up until this point. I really have. People who watch my content know that. But at the end of the day, I do have an affinity for Trump. I think that he's genuine. I think that he wants to do the right thing. I think that he's not a perfect person. I think that he doesn't speak to all the talking points I would rather have him speak to. But I think that Trump could make things better. And I think Trump wants to make things better. And I think that Trump is genuine in his ambition. And I think that we would all be better off with him. And so when I say I'm going to vote for Trump, it is a little bit grudgingly because he's not perfect to me. But he's better than the other options that I have. And he can win. And I think he will win. And I want another Trump term. I want another Trump term. I want the media complaining for 4 fucking years. I want the liberals on fucking Twitter crying every fucking day. I want another Trump term. And I know that Nick is a little bit less than impressed, and I get that, and I respect him. I really, really do. But I want another Trump term. Well, Chase Oliver is a good libertarian. Chase Oliver is not woke. If you believe Chase Oliver is woke, you have succumbed to propaganda. I have a ton of respect for Chase Oliver. I really do. This is not shitting on Chase Oliver. I think Chase Oliver and Mike Tremont are awesome. I really, really do. I think they're great. But Trump took a bullet for us. Oh my God, Jeff. Jeff! Seriously? Jeff. Thank you, bro. Thank you. My God, Jeff. Here, let's update the tally just for Jeff. Hang on. We've got $812. Yep, Jeff whipped out his dick. He did. No, I genuinely love Trump. I really, really do. And I think that's who I'm going to vote for. It just feels right. And like, I know that people on Twitter will accuse me. They're going to be like, you're a grifter. Like, whatever. You're just saying what people like, whatever, man. Like, I don't really care. Like, I genuinely feel that this is the right decision, and it feels good to me. And that's all I can really do. And Nick is going to do whatever he wants to do, and that's fine. I have a ton of respect for Nick. I have a ton of admiration for Nick, but like, Nick does not control my vote, and I feel really good about this. Trump took a bullet for us. I can't get over that. I cannot get over the fact that Trump turned his head at the very last second. Trump could be dead right now. There's a reason that Trump is still with us, and I think he has more work to do. And I'm looking forward to watching the DNC, if I'm honest. I'm looking forward to watching a convention with an open nomination. We are going to get to see history right in front of us. We have never seen a convention with an open nomination in our lifetime, and it's going to be awesome. I want to see the politics of it all. I want to see the drama of it all. I'm so living for covering the DNC. I'm so excited for it. And we'll be doing all 4 days of that as well. But I just don't think you can deny that Trump is, for me, just he's the gut punch vote. I love him. I want to see Trump succeed. I want to see Trump win. I want to see Trump make everyone cry and complain. I think it'll be great. Maybe he's not like 2016. Okay, fine, whatever. But he's enough for right now. He's enough. And don't worry, Trendlin, I'm not going to forget the Penguins. So we are going to be covering the DNC. It is a month from now, I think. 1 month from now. We're going to be doing the same thing. And guys, we're going to go back to normal programming tomorrow. We're going to do happy hour at 5 p.m. We're going to watch Awoke training from start to finish, and I'm going to get drunk again. I'm definitely not drunk right now. I'm probably not drunk right now. Definitely not. No. Anyway, Trump. I think that was so great. I loved it. I loved every minute of it. Okay, guys, I'm going to go to bed because it's 1 a.m. But before we leave, we are going to do, just for Trendlin, we are going to do the Penguin song. Trendlin paid $50 just for this. So if you've never seen the Penguin song, this is what your kids are learning in school. This is what elementary and middle school children are learning in school. And I hope you all enjoy it. I will see you at 5 p.m. where we will watch Awoke training from start to finish. I love you guys. Thank you for all your support. We got $812 in super chats for the night. Exceeded the goal every single night of the convention. I love you guys. I'll see you tomorrow. Enjoy the Penguins. We'll see you.
I'll tell you in a while exactly what I like.
Ariana and Renee, they both are born girls. They go into their changing rooms. Ariana loves twirls. That's not for Renee. Pink will not do. All girls don't wear dresses, they wear pants too. As Renee lost her mind, what's running through her head? Ariana can fix this, no is what she said.
When you put it on, you do a little groove. You know you've got to move. That's how you know you've got it right. This is me, who I am. See me in full colors, me like no other. Originality. No matter how you're born, we each have a style. I'll tell you in a while exactly what I like.
Bryce and Jason, they both are born boys. They go into their changing rooms. Bryce jumps out with joy. Jason has a different idea. The sweater is where it's at. Bryce has to fix this. Here, try this or that. Wait just 1 second. Don't tell him how to dress. Ariana knows this. Only Jason can express.
This is me, who I am. See me in full colors, me like no other. Originality. No matter how you're born, we each have a style. I'll tell you in a while exactly what I like.
Darla and Charles, one girl and one boy. They go into their changing rooms. Charles is feeling coy. Others are thrilled with the look, but Charles is quite unhappy. Let's try this again. Yeah, this is snappy. Some are confused. They just don't understand. Charles, now Charlotte is certain. Ariana's her biggest fan. Some might keep their distance, but others will come around. Come on over, Darla. Show us what you found. Darla had something on, but is not quite convinced. She wants to try again, yet she still gives a wince. Nope, not right either. Why can't she decide? Sometimes it takes time, only she can find her stride. Darla presents an outfit. The new name is Darren. Now everything feels right. The person within he's sharing.
When you put it on, you do a little groove. You know you've got to move. That's how you know you've got it right. This is me, who I am. See me in full colors, me like no other. Originality.
Here we have Skylar, born a boy or girl. Not interested in the girl look. Won't give the boy look a whirl. Skylar wants a new path, and it isn't one of those. This is a unique look from Skylar's head to toe.
When you put it on, you do a little groove. You know you've got to move. That's how you know you've got it right. This is me. colored me like no other. Originality.